Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour, and what a busy show we have today. This is one of those days where we'll look up and we'll be saying, hey, have a great day, we're done. It is a packed show today. It is day 6 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We have another great gift to give away, and they just keep getting more expensive as the days click along. Don't forget that number is 629 We Be Big. Also, in about 2 hours from now, Act of Congress will be here. It's always fun when they make their annual visit into the studio. They'll sing some Christmas music. They've been working on some new stuff. They've got shows. I know a lot of you go to those because we hear from you how awesome they are. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll catch up with Senator Tuberville and talk about the holdouts, where we are, why he did what he did, and the whole gamut of questions and comments. We'll let him have a segment to voice his reasoning for what he did and break all of that down today. And we'll discuss what is most important this time of year, and that is the true meaning of Christmas. Perrin Carroll, the executive director of the Jimmy Hale Mission, also makes an annual visit today to discuss that, and we'll break all of that down today. It's just going to be a fun day. Looking forward to it. So let's bring in over to my left, Mr. Michael Helms. Greg off today as he was at the 7A state championship game in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, home of the GOP debate last night. And I understand he got to where he needed to be, Helmsy, and so did Bubba and Hunter.
Saw that picture.
They all shared time together with the Burgess family and the grandkids and all this kind of stuff. And so it was a late night. I think from his doorstep to Bryant-Denny Stadium, it was 2 hours and 15 minutes. So you add that on the back end of a very long day.
That starts at 2:30 a.m.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
We're getting home probably after midnight, and hey, take a day, kid.
Yeah,
and
sure.
so he is doing that today. And congratulations to Central Phoenix. I got to be honest. I tried, but I went ahead and went to bed. I tapped out and said, okay, I've just got to get some sleep. And I woke up to a text from Greg and also the recap, and it looks like Central Phoenix City, Alabama, defeated Thompson 21-19 to win the 7A state championship.
You know, Greg told us all week that, hey, good football team, going to be a tough battle.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we got it this year. He kept saying that, and I was like, Greg, you always kind of poor mouth. You always kind of say those things, and I'm not buying this. And he was right. It's a good football team.
Well, let me tell you, it was a who's who of coaches, too.
Yeah.
Dabo was there, Clemson. I mean, there were so many schools there. Arguably, a lot of the recruitment sites have the number one wide receiver in the country plays for Central Phoenix City.
Yeah.
He had committed to Texas A&M and decommitted and is now committed to Auburn.
Yeah.
And he's good.
Yeah.
He's real good. And I think he got the MVP, if I have that right.
Okay.
I don't know, but hey, that kid can get open.
Well,
he can create some separation.
Yes, he can.
So there was athletes all over the field that those of you around the country are going to end up watching on Saturdays.
I'm feeling a little out of sorts this morning with Greg not here, I'll be honest.
Okay.
Because when I usually arrive, he makes the coffee for us.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And there's a nice little pot of coffee back there waiting on me when I get here.
Yeah.
And Rick's going to come in any minute.
So you got to get on it.
And he's going to go, where's the coffee?
That's right.
And I'm going to be like, little brother's, not here.
But
Rick.
you make a good pot.
Well, I made a pot.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's going to be
Attaboy.
good or not, but I did make a pot.
That's the way to get on it.
And so we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah.
The scoop, it's all a preference. Like, I wouldn't make it like I made it now if I was at home.
Okay.
But I honestly made it for Rick because I know how he likes his coffee.
Yeah.
And Greg doesn't care. Greg just he doesn't even count the scoops when he gets it going. He just puts it in there and eyeballs it and goes, eh. And Rick's kind of particular on that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put near as many scoops if I was at the house because of Amanda. And so we'll see how it turns out. I think I lost count at some point, but he likes it stronger, so that's what's going on there.
Okay. So, well, that's
it's
good.
going.
That's good that you got that going.
Yeah. But Greg makes a good pot of coffee, and I always enjoy coming in and having a sip of his coffee, and I'm not going to do that this morning. So out of sorts. And I like ringing the bell.
Well, you know what? You're close to the bell. You're sitting right over there, and we could even change that to a 2-shot so everybody can really get you.
Well, I don't know that they need that.
Oh, sure. Let's get it up and close. As you sit there and look at the gifts that are just below us, right by that very sickly-looking coyote that we have stuffed right there, the gifts, and I said this, really, or just put one that, like the one. Look at the one in the production room. It looks so healthy and fluffy. The gifts. I mean, we've ran through them, and there's no duds. Please understand. I'm not saying
better.
But my gracious, we're looking at Bose TV speaker Bluetooth soundbar. That's about $280. You got then. Oh, look, here's $500. Oh, here's about almost $600. Oh, $650. Oh, over $1,000. Oh, $1,200. Oh, $2,200. You know what I'm saying? It's just they keep climbing.
Yep.
And so don't forget the number is 629-932-3244. That's 629. We be big. So we got a lot to discuss today. We'll break it down as only we can, which is good and bad. And we'll talk about our own little personal lives. I know you got a big night tonight and a long day yourself, so we'll have to look at that. And
I want to ask a Google question to you, too. I want us to do something live on the air. I want to see something.
All right, sounds good. And I know that Sleepy Bubba will be here today because he and Hunter went to the game, as I just mentioned. And I saw pictures pretty late. They're just sitting there hamming it up with old Greg. And so I know he's going to be hurting a little bit today as they went to the Central Phoenix City Thompson, Alabama 7A football state championship in Tuscaloosa at Bryant-Denny last night. And I'm seeing some footage from the GOP debate that was also in Tuscaloosa.
Completely forgot about that.
And we'll have some of that today as well. And our buddies Act of Congress. I've been talking to Tim and the crew. They're so pumped to be here. And I know Christmas season is here, but we're going to really make you feel it today.
You know, they asked me to sing with them.
Really?
They said, my voice is just not going to handle it today.
Yeah, do they know you're sick?
They don't.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, the code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? Burglars love taking advantage of people traveling for the holidays. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering up to 50% off on any new system this holiday season. Protect your home with Simply Safe for a limited time. You can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com or look under rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As we discussed, very active show today. We have got a number of things going on. Active Congress in studio, Coach Senator Tommy Tuberville on the show, and a whole lot more. Greg off today as we discussed his son's high school football team in the state finals of the Alabama 7A football championship, and it was a late night in Tuscaloosa at Bryant-Denny. Unfortunately, they fell for them 21-19, but those of you in central Phoenix City area, you're happy because y'all won.
Congratulations.
21-19. Can't wait to hear about it. Bubba was there with Hunter, and I know he'll have a recap as well. But we're off and running, and we thank you for being with us. Don't forget the new number, 629-WE-BE-BIG, 629-932-3244. It is day 6 of the 12 working days of Christmas, and that gift will be given away today as well.
Do something for me real quick. Go to Google News. I just want to do a test real quick.
Google News?
This is really just for me.
Right.
Yeah, just go to Google News, and when you get there,
is it all together?
Yeah, just Google News.
All right, I don't go to Google News a lot.
Well, this is why I'm wanting to do this, because I don't either, but I want to see something. All right,
Google News. All right.
And when you get there,
it's saying it can't be found.
Hold on.
Am I doing something wrong?
Probably.
There, he's coming over at me.
No, yeah, just go here. You're mad at me for doing this, but I just
spaced it. Okay, that's weird.
All right, so go to
for you U.S.
I just want to see if you.
So
I want to see if you get the same stories I get.
Oh, really?
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like I want to see what is. And
is
I
this
think
social dilemma
what is
here?
the top? What is the top thing? What is the top story there? Not where the picture is, but to the right of it.
The Hill, 5 reasons why
Okay.
this
All right.
final Trump-less
What's the
GOP.
next one?
It's a big night for
Okay.
News
All right,
Nation.
now go click on the tab local. See where it
Local,
says
yeah,
click on local. What's
All
the
right.
first one you have?
Hoover
there?
Mother.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
I just wanted to see if it was social dilemma thought. I wanted to see because I've never done I've never really used Google News all that much, but I find it
Can I tell you, I've never used Google
I
News.
find it pretty good.
Really?
And because I get in here and I'm like, oh, okay, I like to know about that, and oh yeah, that's a good story, and oh, that's some news. I find it pretty helpful.
Do you trust their reporting?
Well, they give you the same. It's all the stories that we talk about, all bundled into one.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I wanted to know if they're feeding me
Right.
what I what I want to see, or what everybody else is seeing.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we just did a live test. And so you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah. No. That's kind of what I'm seeing. But I think though, if we went to X and we said, all right, I don't know if you. A lot of folks don't realize this, but when you go to X,
You're talking about formerly Twitter.
Yeah. You have the following tab up
Yeah.
top, and then you can slide over, and it says For You.
Oh yeah,
I guarantee you our For Yous will be
different
all
Yeah.
over the place.
Well, and I try to stay away from all that
Mhm.
because I want to see what. I don't want it to be just dumbed down for me.
Yeah,
you know?
no, you're right. Now,
And so that's
I'm
why
on
I
there
was
a
wanting to
lot
see
just
this.
because Adler and I are communicating so much on videos like that we provide for the show every day, where we turn around and watch the videos, and maybe they go with the story that we have. Or a lot of times we get those from that, because I'm searching and I'm looking and all that kind of stuff to kind of match everything.
Well,
up.
and the reason I like this Google News over the last few weeks when I've been playing with it is it gives me stories from all different walks of life.
Yeah.
So, like, it may give me the UNLV shooting from NBC News.
Right.
But it may give me the debate from CNN.
Yeah,
And then it may give
gotcha.
me a local story from WBRC.
Right.
And so that's why I just wanted to make sure that unless you and I just have similar interest, and that's how they're getting us, but I wanted to see if it truly was kind of a broad span of this is what everybody gets.
Yeah. Speaking of UNLV, if y'all don't know this, we had an active shooter yesterday, and the shooter was a career professor with connections to all other schools, and apparently he had interviewed to work there and was turned down.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's why, because I didn't think he worked there. But yeah, like 60. Was he 67?
Yes, 67-year-old, and they say a career college professor with connections to other schools in other states. It happened at UNLV. Unfortunately, the shooter who killed 3 people was then that's the unfortunate part. It all is, but the shooter died at the scene as well after a confrontation with police outside of the university building. But authorities did not publicly identify the person until relatives had been notified, and I guess they had, and so now we know that the guy was a professor, and I guess he snapped or something. I have no idea, but the report I heard today is that he had interviewed for a position there, and I think was turned down or something.
Yeah.
But the shooter moved through multiple floors before having an armed confrontation with law enforcement outside, and they stopped the suspect, which is now that 67-year-old career college professor. I mean, you don't hear that a lot.
No.
It's sad no matter who is shooting, and because there's innocent people that are dead, and it's just awful. But to have someone that old, 67 years old, that's a career professor is just kind of it should not your normal suspect. And I see here too, to change the subject completely, because you never know this. I mean, topic points could just walk right through that door, and one just did.
Sure
and
did.
I see where your daddy wore the same hoodie as you today, so y'all going to look just alike.
Yep.
Just alike.
I got to ask a legitimate question straight up, but I'm not even.
Don't
kidding.
change. That's what you're going to ask. Don't
yeah,
change.
because I have
No.
the Moultrie hoodie he brought us yesterday.
It's
in
a
my
good
truck.
hoodie too.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
Wore it yesterday afternoon. I was the
Do you want me
same
to-
day guy.
Do you want me to go put it on?
I kind of like his matching.
Do you?
Yeah. Now, if you don't, if you feel uncomfortable,
feels really awkward.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the good thing for you, because I know that one.
Right.
All right. When Active Congress comes in, he's out.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you'll be back in your office.
love Act of Congress.
I know, but you won't be in here.
Today I can't because Greg's not here, so we need an extra man in here in case something happens.
You're going to do that today?
My fault.
Right.
Okay. I was just thinking you might be the only hoodie in here for a good portion of the show.
Makes it even worse, honestly, because now we have guests.
Yeah.
And guests come in and go, wow, what's up with Helms and Burgess?
Right.
What is that? Was that Tweedledee and Tweedledum?
Right.
I'm going to get the Moultrie.
I knew you would.
You can put it on and see how it feels.
Yeah.
See if Big Papa likes it.
I will
what if
say
Bubba's riding in with a Moultrie hoodie on? Because he could be next day guy.
That's so good.
And he's so sleepy.
Hey,
no way he stayed for the whole game. Surely not.
I know. Gosh,
Please,
that was
no.
late. I'm like you. I fell asleep in the third quarter.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
I mean, not just kind of. I was way out.
I woke up from a text from Greg that I can't read, and I knew that it didn't go good.
Sure.
But
I think I'm changing hoodies.
That's fine.
Okay, I kind of want to see it.
All right, we're going back.
Here's what's funny. Well,
we just had a meeting on the air.
You know what I should do?
What?
Is I've got my Moultrie hoodie in my car as well. And so
then you go get yours
about
too.
6:30 or 7, I should go put on my Moultrie.
Well, just switch it up
It's a
every
good
hour,
hoodie.
you know? I wasn't saying that you wouldn't be in here, but I just know sometimes when it gets a little busy, you get a little skittish. And you'll run back.
I do.
Yeah.
The last 2 days, I've really enjoyed Moultrie being here because I've been in my office for an hour each day.
That's when I walk by and I scream at you. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
But I will say this. You know, you with that hoodie on and that fresh haircut, you are looking ready for this party tonight.
What's my Christmas cut?
I'm telling y'all, and y'all've got I think a Christmas party tonight for the tennis team, right?
We do. Well, no, it's not. It's not.
It's just a Jacksonville State thing.
Yeah. Let's go to break, and I'll tell you about this.
Because now, I mean, you're bringing Amanda in, so here we go.
And really, I shouldn't say this. Really, the only reason I'm going.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but now she's let's just go to break, and I'll come back. I'll give you the entire ordeal.
Okay.
Not big on Christmas parties at all.
Yeah.
Like these type deals because you just never. You
very
never
formal,
know.
You mean, kind of?
Yeah, this one I don't think is very formal, but I didn't have a lot of the answers to the questions Amanda had, and that didn't help.
So you're just going not
We're
knowing.
just going.
Oh.
Rick and Bubba.
So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B, traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Did you know that according to FBI data, break-ins and property theft spike this time of year? That's why Simply Safe Home Security is offering a holiday deal of up to 50% off on any new system, so you can stay safe all season. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home, with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your home. Simply Safe's Video Doorbell Pro and wireless outdoor security camera are powerful ways to deter package thieves. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, about half the cost of traditional home security. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. This holiday season, we highly recommend protecting your home and family with Simply Safe. And for a limited time, you can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Boy, I tell you, we are going through it. We've got a lot happening today. Act of Congress, the band is in today. actofcongressmusic.com, their website. Connie, Chris, Tim, Adam, the whole crew will be here today, and we'll look at some Christmas music, what they got going on. It's just always a fun time of year when we see them. We know that it is Christmas time, and it is, and I mean every day, it is getting a little bit closer.
Yep.
There's Party Bubba. He's here, and we've been discussing you, Bubba, and your commitment to fun as you and Hunter went to the
he's regretting it right now.
Championship game right now. Yeah, Fun Bubba.
He just I'll never do it again.
But yeah, fun. You know what Fun Bubba is? Fun Bubba's still asleep. He's not
Yes.
with Sleepy Bubba right now. You know. Because Sleepy Bubba had to get up. Fun Bubba just doesn't care.
Boy,
he gets caught up in it. He just drug right through the studio.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't even have his backpack on right.
He did. By the way, it was hanging off his shoulder.
It's like somebody was pulling on it from behind. Oh, my goodness. So we got Actor Congress, Coach Tuberville today. We've got a pairing with the Jimmy Hill Mission on today. A lot happening. And we have our podcast with a good friend of the show, Lance Ingram. And he and his wife, Brooke, have Foundations 365, a year of quick biblical declarations to help parents build a child's identity. And boy, isn't that important today. We'll break it down with him. It's going to be a great RBU this week. Excited about that. All right, so tonight, speaking of excitement, you've got a party to go to.
So Christmas time
Oh,
brings
boy.
on
It's on.
Christmas parties. And, you know, we've done the Rick and Bubba Christmas party for years now, and so that's different because we know what to expect.
Right.
It's kind of low key. You have a taco bar and just hang out and do Yankee swap.
You're in your element.
We're in my element.
Yeah.
It's people that I see every day, all the time.
Right.
And so tonight is we have at Jacksonville State, we have our athletics department Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
And and this is something when I brought it up about 3 weeks ago, I said, Amanda, just a heads up. I said, this particular date is the athletics department Christmas party. And I said, I think we ought to go. We need to be seen there.
Okay.
I think it's important that we be seen there.
Yeah.
And plus, I think it'd be good for you to meet some of these people that you hear me talk about all the time.
That is a good point.
Now,
the only thing,
only thing bad. Well, and it is. It is. So
other than that,
so I planned out my week because I'm not going over there every single day now.
Okay,
just a couple days a week.
Yeah.
So I planned out my week not to go over to campus after the show today.
Okay,
so that we could go later on this evening.
Okay,
and so and it's actually the destination is actually Oxford.
Okay, that's even better.
Yeah, so that's better for me and not having to go all the way to Jacksonville.
Can I tell you when Tyler played at JSU and he was part of the renovation process of the baseball complex, and they played their games for 2 seasons at Chocolaca Park at the front field at their showcase field, and it's the stadium field or whatever. And whenever his last year or two, the actual field on the university was finished and complete. And selfishly, I was glad, but I was like, wow, so this is adding 35 more minutes to my trip.
Yeah.
Because right there at exit 188 in Oxford, I could just peel off and there I am.
Yes.
And you're one exit closer with this one.
Correct.
So you're not bad. You're an hour and 10 minutes from the house.
Yep.
Look at you.
So
and look at Tom.
Yesterday,
Tom's there. What's up, big guy?
When I was on campus, I started asking questions like I went to the compliance department and saw a couple of them.
Yep.
And I asked them, "Hey, y'all come to the Christmas party tomorrow?" And I got a couple of, "Well, I've got a sick kid. We're trying to make it.
No.
Blah blah blah," and legitimate this time of year. Stuff's going around.
Right.
Get that. But it seemed like when I went by and asked people, they were all on the fence.
Okay.
And so I was sitting there last night thinking, if I show up and it's Greg Seitz and Greg Bonds,
right,
then Amanda's going to be pretty disappointed. Not that they don't love them, but she knows them. She's seen them. The whole reason for us doing this is her to get to know some people that she don't know.
Hey, are those folks local that are on the fence? Or do they commute too?
Yeah,
they're local.
Yeah,
well,
maybe
they. Now here's where your mind's got to go. Is first of all, sell low expectations to Amanda.
Yeah.
And that is, hey, look, it's not. I want you to meet a bunch of people, but really, it's more about I'm one of the head coaches. We need to be there.
Yeah,
we need
absolutely.
to be seen. But now who's there? I have no idea. So worst case scenario, we're going to go over. We're going to enjoy the night and just spend time together.
That's exactly the way I'm selling.
That's it.
Now,
then if you go over there and she meets 30 new people and comes back home going, hey, that's awesome. But if you go over there and like you're saying, and it's a skeleton crew,
couple
at least
things,
you had fun, right?
Couple things at play. So I didn't have a lot of answers to her questions that were pretty important.
Yeah.
Like for instance, hey, is this a formal thing? Do we dress up? Do we? And I'm like,
you don't know.
Considering where it's at, I don't think so.
You don't know.
And some people are bringing kids. So, and I messed up by saying that. I'll tell you why. I said some people are bringing kids. I said so, and it's a real big time kid, no pun intended, a real kid friendly place that we're having it. And I said, so I wouldn't think it's a dress up. I said, I'll tell you what I'm gonna wear. I'm gonna wear my standard gray pants, dress pants with my little brown, they're not dress shoes, but they're not tennis shoes.
Okay.
That little combo.
Right.
And I'm gonna wear my green sweater because it's Christmas time. That's what I'm wearing. And they can lump it if it's some kind of big
formal deal. You don't think you need to have
deal.
a jacket?
No. Well, I don't know. That's what I'm gonna wear.
Yeah.
So then,
what about a suit with a button down with no tie?
No. Here's the thing. I don't think that's it. and here's why. It's at a entertainment place. It's a big time.
I'm just messing with you. I want you to have to dress up.
And so I'm not going to bowl in a.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot where it's at. It's at the it's at Mickey Shadrack's place.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I
say it's his
and
place. I think it's others too.
They've got food being catered in.
Oh yeah, that's what you do. You're all over it.
So I'm gonna kind of go business casual, and got my Christmas cut a couple of days ago.
You do. You got a nice haircut. You're ready to go.
But then I hear the speech last night. I have nothing to wear.
Oh well,
I just don't have anything to wear to this.
That's when you go, honey. Whatever
and
you
I'm
wear,
like,
you're gonna look beautiful.
Absolutely. And so
I hear that a lot too. And then she comes out with something I've never seen. I'm like, you just said you didn't have anything to wear. Where'd you get that?
You deal with this every week at church. I mean, it's like we have nothing to wear, but man, we all of a sudden find something, and we're in church,
and you look fantastic. It's like you look great. What were you worried about? But I know it. I get it.
So
I get it.
So then, because I said, there are going to be kids there. What do you think the next question I got? Well, should we take Maddie?
Oh.
And I'm thinking, you know what? Maddie loves this place, and she would love that. And there will be other kids there. But I'm thinking, yeah, but it's an opportunity for us to have a date night. Like, do we really want to? I mean, and not just there with the people that are, that we're seeing and hanging out with that I work with every day. But you got the hour there and the hour back that we can talk and hang out and talk about things that we can't talk about in front of kids.
Sure, play music and kind of dance while you're
sitting. And so I don't know. So right now I'm like, I don't even know who's going. I know Braden and Caroline won't go. They're not. I didn't RSVP for them, but I did add Maddie to the list just in case she got pulled in.
Do you know that when my boys were your kids' age, the first question they always asked when we were going, how far away is it?
I know.
And if it was local, they would be like, if I said, hey, it's about 34, man, I'm out.
Yeah.
Because they just didn't want to drive or ride or whatever. But then sometimes they didn't have a choice. I told them they were going. But this one here, I could see them not wanting to go just because it's at a fun place. So there is,
I know.
Hey, you might not want to drive, but hey, when you get there, it's pure entertainment, man. I mean, Maddie, you got all kinds of stuff to
Maddie's
do.
going to want to go. And that's fine. But and then you get this, hey, don't leave me. Don't be standing over there talking to Sites and Bonds the whole night and Underwood and all you little buddies and leave me out to dry. You get that speech, and I'll do that from time to time because I'll get caught up in it.
I've never really asked you that. Are you good with names? Or are you? See, I'm good with faces. I'm terrible with names.
No, not the first. I really need a couple times.
Yeah. So you're gonna have a situation tonight where somebody's face, you forgot their name, and you've got to introduce them to Amanda. Do y'all have a system?
My system is I will say to them, "This is my wife, Amanda."
Oh.
And I pray that they jump in and say, "Oh, I'm so and so."
Yeah, Terry and I have a system.
But I think the majority of the people that I'm around tonight, I will know.
Right.
Or I'll know their name.
Right. Unless you get to drinking.
That's not going to happen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not going to do that. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
I know the guy that usually sits in this chair. No, I'm just kidding.
We'll be right back. Super Tom, you might see him sometimes. And there he goes in the camera. He is getting set up and ready for active Congress. No, you're doing your job, big guy. He's getting ready for active Congress, setting up because they will be with us in about an hour and 15 minutes. We'll be right back.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
Dell's Cyber Monday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to hand-stitched leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. So the holidays are going to be chaotic no matter what, but Raycon is here to make your everyday a little easier. From earbuds that let you take premium audio wherever you go to PowerTech products that make sure you never run out of charge. Raycon has racked up tens of thousands of 5-star reviews with their products. Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space with favorites like those everyday earbuds. Now, this past year, they introduced Raycon PowerTech and Raycon Home, featuring much-loved products like their Magic 180 charging cable, which provides hyperspeed charging to iOS, micro USB, and Type-C devices. Raycon is known for delivering high-quality and thoughtful features at half the price of other premium tech brands. Plus, there's an easy and free return guarantee. They offer free shipping and buy now, pay later options. Get 15% off your Raycon order right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba. 15% off buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, we're rolling back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Super Tom, our chief engineer for our flagship and Summit Media, he is here today, fired up and ready. We haven't had a chance to have Tom in much just because of live acts and stuff in the new studio. We're finishing year 2 in the studio, and that is bizarre to say, is it not, Helms? I mean, 2 years.
It is.
Seems like yesterday that we were taking the window out and cramming Big Boy in here.
Sure.
And here we are. But Super Tom is here today. That's because Act of Congress is going to be in, singing some Christmas music, and they've been working on some new stuff, writing some new stuff, and they got some shows, and we're just going to have a good time. They'll play some Christmas tunes, and then, as always, we'll request upbeat stuff, and then they'll just show how talented they are.
Will this be the third year we've done best ofs in here? Is that how that works? The math works, or
well,
the second
yes,
time?
It's the second time sitting in here.
Okay.
Right? No, wait.
No, you're right.
Right,
you're right.
Because the first time we were in that little bitty one.
Yeah, forgot about that.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Was that not a weird? Yeah,
it was. It was.
Do I have that right?
Yeah, you're right. This will be the second time in here. When we first moved in, we were in the production room or one of the other studios.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Smaller.
Yeah,
but it was a nice setup. It's kind of homey in there.
Yeah, it was.
Kinda
it
liked
was kind of snuggly.
Yeah, cozy.
Yes. Thank you. That's even better. All right, so we kind of run the table today. If you've missed that, then we'll crank it up here when the main show starts and recap. But it's day 6 of the 12 working days of Christmas as well, and I've seen Tom look over a couple of times at that laptop, and I've told him he can't have it. So we just keep an eye on that.
The whole time I thought that was an iPad. I didn't realize it was sure enough.
Yeah. Oh, it's a sure enough one. It's
laptop.
a MacBook Air.
Yeah.
All right. So what you got? You said you had some questions or something. What's
Questions
going
from
on?
the QFTAs.
Well, but Greg's not here.
Well,
I mean,
and this is where I have to. You really put you on the spot.
Okay.
Because you can't say his answer.
What? I don't do that.
Sure.
I don't. I mean, we can have the same answer. That I'm having his.
Do you know
what if he's got mine?
I think this is
what about
how you
that,
say
Tom?
it. Do you know how to play the game Sudoku?
Mm-mm.
Isn't that the math thing? I've never played it.
You asking me about math? Really?
No,
is that
I'm
a
asking you
joke?
about a game, Sudoku.
Okay.
I think that's how you say
see,
it.
this is where if he was here, he might say, "Yeah, that's stupid."
I think it's what like retirees and older people do
So why you
to keep
asking
their
me?
mind sharp.
Oh,
and
to work your brain.
Yes, and so
I need to work my brain more.
So I didn't know. I didn't know if you knew how to play that. I didn't know. Not that you're old. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well,
that,
you kind of insinuated it.
You know, I remember going like when you walk in a grandmother's house or something, you'll see these kind of Sudoku.
So you
books
have
and
me.
stuff
I am a
playing.
granddad, so I guess I forgot I'm old.
You know,
I'm 55, y'all.
I've
I just
got
turned
a.
55.
Well, listen, I'm 45.
I'm old.
And this is
I forget I'm 10 years older than you.
But here's the thing: it's the first time. This is the first time this is happening
You're
to
like
me.
a youngster.
Well, not to some.
Right.
I've got a graduate assistant that she calls me grandpa.
Right. Yeah, but in this room, you're old.
And it's the
young.
And it's the first time that's been stated in my life. And I'll do things. She kind of has our sense of humor.
Yeah.
So I'll do things with my phone, or I'll ask a question that's kind of like something that an old school guy would ask.
Yeah.
And I'll get okay, grandpa. And I'm like, okay. So I'm officially at that age where people are going to start calling me that. I don't like it. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
What was your favorite cartoon growing up as a kid? If you had to sit down and watch a cartoon,
well, I would always. If Scooby Doo was on, I was all in it.
All right.
Okay. I mean, you kidding me? The Mystery Machine.
I'm a Looney Tunes.
Tom and Jerry and all. I mean, I was all about that.
Tom and Jerry was good.
Yeah,
I gave that a ton. Jay liked that a ton.
Did he?
Yeah. Are y'all an Uno family? Or y'all sit around and play Uno cards?
No, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just because I'm not saying that all boys are like this, but Terry has complained about this multiple times. When you raise a house full of boys, card games, and I want to sit down and play stuff at the table, puzzles, all that, it really just goes away. I mean, because they won't sit still long enough. They want to be throwing something, rolling something, kicking something. And so we just never really could hem them up and sit them down to play stuff like that. Now, have we? Yes. But, family opening up a board game or cards or something like that and sitting around the table, that looks like so much fun. It's just we've never really been able to pull it off.
We'll do it a few times a year. It's not near as fun as you think it is.
Yeah.
So
now, when I'd go to my
that.
mama's house, we'd play some cards.
Yeah.
We'd play some Uno and stuff.
We've got couple decks of Uno cards laying around, and that'll break out from time. It's one of those games that everybody can play and understand, and it doesn't matter the age, and so it's a fun thing. Do you gargle or swish mouthwash?
I do both.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm a swish. I'm a swish
I'll
guy.
go. I kind of do both. It's kind of back and forth.
Okay.
Because it's like I gargle and swish around and hold on. Just let's see something here. Where's my? I do both. Yeah. For some reason, I had to look up and really act it out.
I'm a swish only guy when it comes to that. I don't know why.
Thought Adler got his haircut. It's in a ponytail. I didn't see the ponytail. I thought he had gotten a haircut. I thought he got a birthday haircut for tomorrow. I really did, just for a second. All right. Good morning, Adler.
You brought up a minute ago, you said when we were talking about the party, the corporate party tonight, you brought up the word suits and jacket. How many suits do you own? I'm embarrassed to say.
About 3.
And
4.
how old are they?
I had to get one for Tyler and Mabry's wedding. Then I had to get one for a funeral before that. Because to your point, I looked around, I said, I still have a suit from when I was in college. Hanging up that
are you counting that in the 3?
No.
Well, you should, because my next question was how old.
Well, no, I did try it on, but and I just like, well, no, buddy, I've owned stuff so long that they've come back around, like that you would see if you were a thrifty and you went thrift shopping. That's my closet, because my boys run into my closet and grab stuff that are in there going, oh man, this is back in style. That's how old some of my stuff is. But I would say 3 of my suits are within 2 years old.
I've got to upgrade my suit game.
Yeah, just because a lot of times you can just wear a suit with no tie and be good.
I've got the sport jackets, those kind of formal jackets that I wear from time to time, but sport coats.
Yeah,
but I've got one suit.
Right.
That's it. One traditional suit, and it's about 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And there was about a 2 or 3 year period where I couldn't get in it.
Really?
And so I definitely need to.
Yeah, you do.
Unfortunately for me, the times in which I wear these are times that, they're funerals or weddings.
Yeah.
And I hadn't been to either one of those in a while. And so hopefully it won't take me upgrading for that, but that's a real thing. As we go
to top of the hour and the main show starts next, I'd be bad if I didn't mention today, December 7th, 1941, 82 years ago, the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Wow.
It's something that we don't need to forget, and as parents, we just talked about, you need to make sure your kids know as well. But we'll talk more about that today. But today is the anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. We'll be right back.
Bit of money that I paid to the people that would have fixed it, not put a Band-Aid on it. Well, he said he put some Freon in it. He thought he'd probably use it till it got cool again. That was our plan? So there's a Freon leak, so we just fill it up and hope it doesn't run out before it gets cool again in Alabama? What kind of plan is that? Fix it. Well, I mean, that's going to cost. Yeah, I know it's going to cost, but we'll be cool. It'll work. What good is it? hey, they gave you a good deal on that. It's not a good deal if it didn't work. It's 90 degrees in here. Literally. So it didn't work. That was money up a hog's butt. What did that accomplish? What did that accomplish?
I think they thought it'd last.
So in other words, so you're saying
cool off, Rick.
Hey, but really the amount you paid, it stayed cool in there for a month. That's about right. Yeah, but I want it always cool.
That's about right.
I mean, is that it? What am I paying to have it cool for a little while?
Yeah.
So every so often I'll pay for Freon to come in and leak back out? What kind of plan is this?
Here's your rate if you want it cool for a month.
Yeah. Now, if you want it fixed, it's a whole nother one.
No, I want it fixed. Completely fixed. If it has to be another air conditioning unit, fine. Fix it. Well, he thought it'd be enough Freon until it got cool again. Where does he live? We're not in Alaska. I mean, in Alaska, that plan might work.
Really? Just fix it, right?
This is good for you.
Fix it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trump derangement syndrome has now affected a North Carolina high school and their athletic association. Some of the cheerleaders at North Stanley High School in New London, North Carolina, posted for a pregame photo of themselves on their own Twitter. They're holding a banner that read Trump 2020, Make America Great Again. It was supposed to be American night at the football game, and students were encouraged to wear red, white, and blue. So they took a picture of themselves before the game, and when they posted it on social media, it caused people, get ready for it, to feel uncomfortable. They want to live in a world where they're never made to feel uncomfortable. Does this mean if they were to hold up something that said "Feel the Burn" and they had Bernie Sanders, would we say that makes me uncomfortable, so you can't put that on your Twitter?
We could say that. It wouldn't matter.
I don't know why because I think I can persevere through it.
Absolutely.
So there we go. So they are in trouble, and they have they said that it's offensive, and they want to ensure that all students, staff, and visitors are able to attend school events in an environment that promotes students and not a particular political viewpoint. Okay, so that's so that's over there.
Does that cover all viewpoints?
I guess. How about Titan fans were made to feel uncomfortable when we had a fire break out. Now, this is supposed to be the pyro thing that shoots up fire.
Yes.
So we had a full-blown fire break out at the Colts
throw up some flames.
Titans game, and it burned the field up pretty good.
It did.
Yeah, it was a pretty good fire there for a minute. Now, thankfully, they got it under control, but
burn up one of Marcus Mariota's shoes.
Yeah, did it really?
No, I made that up. I thought it'd be better.
By the way, I'm looking at the guy with fire extinguisher, and he's got his hands full.
Well,
that's a lot of flames there.
That's a lot of fire.
When there's a fire like that, you're going to have to jump into action.
So one of the pyro things, I love that we got a guy with a microphone. Looks like he's about to do maybe something for the radio broadcast, but he suddenly becomes a person who's telling people to get away from the fire.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, some of these people in the background, I know we like to stand in the tunnel to see the players, but get away from the fire.
Right.
I mean, that's
not good.
That's
quite an entrance.
That's a lot of fire.
It's a lot of fire.
A lot of fire. But
please look at
a big flame.
And the way the wind's blowing too. It's just blowing right back in.
Yeah, is that some kind of
everybody's sitting? Yeah, it's one of those rolling boxes, Rick, that have all the pyro in it, and it's just going to go.
Every NFL team has it. They run out between.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, but that one caught on fire.
Boy, it did. Blew up.
Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Merry Christmas. Act of Congress on the program today, a Christmas tradition. This hour starts with the national anthem. is 8 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. We say Merry Christmas from all of us here. Greg out today. Speedy, Helmsley, they've given you a kickoff hour. Adler steps in for his duties on the YouTube channel, and we have a lot to cover on the program today. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! There it is. Howdy, Bubba.
Good morning, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, and associates.
Crosby. Bubba, how do?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, that song, I started with it for a reason. You know, and I do commend all people, all my friends, that we have a little fun. You know, they're not inside the Gunnersville Treaty. You know, one of the keys when somebody pranks you or does something is not to try to get them back quickly.
Right. You got to let it simmer.
Be calm, settle in. Let them think that maybe you've forgotten it. You know, and then you wait for your moment. And I will give credit today to Scott Dawson. I will. Our friend, my friend. Scott, of course, was the victim of the prank that got out of hand years ago at the farm with Gary and all that. Just best of moment, one of the more popular ones. Everywhere Scott goes now, he has to hear about it. And and I know he grows weary of it. So Sherry comes in and says, hey, just to let you know, Friday night we're going to go to one of these restored theaters, and we've heard us talk about it a lot in our state and our city, Alabama Theater, on Friday night to watch White Christmas. I said, so what have I done? Why do I deserve this? And she's like, what are you talking about? That it'll be great. We'll go. And I said, where'd this come from? And I said, you know, we've watched this at home, you know, where I can fall asleep on the couch. And last time I remember, this thing rolls about 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes. And we're going to go downtown and go and sit in an uncomfortable seat. and who did this? And she said, well, Scott Dawson. He said he forgot he had tickets to it, and he'd got them a long time ago, and he just started inviting some of us to go, and he invited us to go. And I thought, well, he did it. Yep. He waited all these years,
it is.
And he did it. And I texted him, and I said, hey, kudos to you. I know. and there was a part in there that was even more brilliant. Sherry was trying to have that group that we hang out with over to the house for a little Christmas party. And she was going to watch White Christmas in the comfort of our home, where the guys could talk and hang out and ignore it if we wanted to. And he's the one who ruined that and said he couldn't do that date. Mm-hmm. And then he turns around with a perfect inside reverse and does this. And I said to him, we are even. And I said, and let me just tell you, what a brilliant job on your part for being so patient and waiting
and now dragging me into this for Friday night. I said, I said, I really want to compliment you on it being a Friday, since it'll be a work show day.
Yeah.
And I'd been up earlier and taken away any ability for me to go hunt. I said, I just want to just tell you, I almost have tears of how proud I am of you, and then I have my other eyes crying tears of just despair.
Yeah. Right.
I said, so let me just say hey, well done. Right? I mean, you got to give him kudos for that.
Yeah.
And he waited too. He just,
well played.
Well played. Bubba, you got out and partied a little bit last night.
Yeah, we went to Tuscaloosa to see the Super Six, our high school championship series that is going on right now, and went to see Thompson go for their 5th straight state title. Greg's son Taylor coaches there, and they played Central from Phoenix City, which is also a power program, and coached by Patrick Nix, who is the former Auburn quarterback and father of Bo Nix, who is going nominated as one of the people going to New York for the Heisman Trophy this weekend. So a lot of folks we knew in that, and it was really a good game. I was hoping it would be decided a little bit earlier.
Sure.
But it went right down to the last few minutes, which put me in the bed somewhere around 11:20 last night. And, Rick, today, and you can relate to this because this is a part of our growing up, Evel Knievel used to do these jumps on ABC.
Yeah.
And, he'd jump 13, 14 buses or something, and he'd wreck and get broke up and all that stuff. And they would bring him and want to put him in the ambulance to carry him to the hospital.
Yep.
And he would say, no, carry me up the ramp.
Right.
And they would have 2 guys because he couldn't walk. Both his legs would be broke.
Yeah, let me look at it.
And they would carry him up the ramp and let him look where he jumped.
Oh, yeah.
And he would turn to Howard Cosell, who was on the spot with the breaking news. And he would say, Howard, I'm never jumping again.
Never again.
You've seen the last jump ever.
Right, never.
These people here saw the last jump ever. Right. And he'd almost pass out or twitch, and they'd rush him to the ambulance and carry him off. And that's kind of what I feel like today.
Right. Right.
I feel like Evel Knievel, who's jumped and successfully jumped, but there's damage after the jump. And, I'm usually in the bed at 8.
Yeah.
And even though I took a nap yesterday to try to, balance that out, it really didn't balance.
Well, what I'm wondering is,
and I've got a headache like there is an arrow stuck above my left eye. All the way through my head, my very large head.
Yeah. If you were, but are you going to be like Evel and keep jumping?
Well,
because he would tell us he wouldn't, because you've already said you weren't going to jump.
You do a lot of these events during the week, and God bless you. I don't see how you do it.
Right.
And I've committed to one other next week.
Goodness. Oh no.
But this must come to an end. This is insanity for me.
Yeah. A Wednesday night football game that ended at 10, an hour from your home.
Yeah.
I don't even know who you are. I mean, I respect you for going and why you went. All that. That was great. But
Yeah,
you're
support both sides.
Well, or bigger. You and your son had a great evening together.
We did.
And you probably wouldn't have gone if he didn't want to go, and I respect that. But boy, you're paying for it.
Yeah, I'll tell you about getting in and out a little bit when we come back, but we'll cover it. Let's wrap it all into one.
I probably would have tried to say to my son, "What about a nice afternoon hunt here near home? We'll spend some time together that way." We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Little run in with some allergies there that got on top of me, and I've suffered with allergies since I was a kid. I've done all the treatment. I've had 2 sinus surgeries, but it still gets me every now and then. And, I went down kind of hard Sunday, so I'm glad to be back today. The miracle shot.
Yep,
it's always good. I Stayed up and cleaned my garage out last night.
Yep.
And,
Sure.
that'll wear off. Tomorrow will be the real day of truth.
Really, we laugh about this because we've all had to do this over the years. Because you got to get to where you can get through the show. Then you have to worry about yourself after that. And the miracle shot will have you ready for the show the very next day. But the problem is when it wears off, can you do the show after that?
Right. So, this is a bad time of year for me anyway. I struggle September. I don't know if it's ragweed or what it is that's in bloom. My history of being sick in September is off the charts.
Yes.
And I'd been coughing for about a week. I even went to the eye doctor last week because my eyes were burning and itching and all that kind of stuff. So it's not totally not totally a shock, but we try to prevent doctor and prevent that. And so I thought it was better to go ahead and get that attended to, not let it drag on and get worse.
No, that's always the best deal. And so we'll see.
But I missed you guys.
Well, we missed you too, and we I want you to know, and you can go back and listen to the archives and hear it for yourself. I made a suggestion that we would not talk about 411 The Hunted until you got back, but everybody was so distraught because Speedy and Greg spent time with you Saturday, so they heard you talking about it.
Yeah,
and they basically were saying, Rick, we didn't like the things Bubba was saying. We have to hear your assessment.
Well, did all y'all see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
I went home Friday and watched it.
Yeah.
I had to see it.
I didn't see it until was it Sunday? I think I saw it Sunday.
The last case got a little weird.
It did
with the Bigfoot noises and things floating around.
Somebody helped me. I had a listener help me with that because my only, and it wasn't even a criticism.
Right.
It was like I almost needed the Predator woman and the marching band and the Bigfoot people or whatever they were trying to say.
Right.
I almost needed them in their own documentary.
Right.
I wanted us back over, but somebody clarified at the end, and I thought this did make sense. They said, and I will admit that toward the end of it, Sherry showed up, and of course, there's two ends of the spectrum. There's people that believe everything and think all of it has something. And then there's people who believe nothing, and that's Sherry. Sherry all she does is look, and she explained every one of them in like 5 seconds. Well, I'll tell you what happened. I fell off a cliff. I don't know why are you watching this? And I was like, Sherry, no, it's much deeper than that. But anyway, so I kind of missed the wrap up a little bit because we were talking. But I did notice they put up on the screen the definition of paranormal. Well, what they were trying to say is these disappearances that the documentary really is about, they're showing you two other people who experienced something that seemed paranormal in the woods,
right? Trying
to tie the two together that maybe the missing people are tied to something paranormal as well.
Right.
And that does make sense if you look at it that way.
Well,
but it felt like we were chasing rabbits a little bit on some of it with these other two stories that didn't have missing people in it.
The first ones, I thought, I think the guy who does it adds credibility to it. He's got it. He's a professional doing this. And the way he investigates them and gives you the facts. And then what I love is the stats, where he says, here are the common things keep seeing over and over.
And
the clusters of area.
I know. Boulders, my gosh, get away from boulders.
The fact that people were disappearing without a trace. Rick, I don't mean clothes, not a body, not I dropped this, I dropped that. And the fact the bloodhounds could never pick up their scent.
I know. But Speedy hated that. That affected him big time.
Bothered me tremendously.
Well, let me tell you.
So, it's...
Well, and think about it. The only one that we did, there were two of them that we did find something, and then what we found was as weird as not finding anything.
Can you go back to the dots of clusters? Isn't there one right where we live?
Yes,
and we didn't cover that dot.
There's no, he never mentioned that dot. He throws it up on the screen.
No, it went out way.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Gift number 6. Is that right? 6 today? Gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas can happen at any time on the program today. Act of Congress performs in the studio, bringing in Christmas cheer. Senator Tommy Tuberville will face all of you today and tell you why he made the decision that he did. We covered it yesterday, but we'll hear it from his own mouth today. So that all happening on the program today, and recapping what's happened since the last time we were together, which includes, and you saw pictures on Instagram last night and today, Bubba and his son Hunter go to the state championship for 7A. That's the largest schools in Alabama, where my nephew, Greg's son, is one of the coaches. So they were going for their 5th state championship in a row.
against Central Phoenix City, who was the last team to beat them in a state championship back in 2018, and they in Central Phoenix City beat them again 21-19. Thompson had a chance to win the game with a field goal late and missed it.
Yep.
So
it was an exciting game. You had turnovers, you had fumbles, you had interceptions, blocked punts, big plays down the field. It was an exciting, fun game to watch.
Yeah.
It really was.
And so you went and the whole thing with Greg today, which he'd asked us about earlier. Greg has an hour and a half. I don't know how far it is from Tuscaloosa. Maybe more than
2:15.
2:15, and has to get up at 2:15 to do the kickoff hour. So Greg took a day. Bubba,
yeah, it would have been impossible.
Yeah, Bubba grinded it. He didn't have to get up as early as Greg, but still, it was real late for Bubba.
Can you see through me? I don't know. I feel like I might be transparent.
Well, I didn't know who you were. I understand why you went, but Wednesday, that's right there in the middle too.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank Alvin Briggs,
Thank you,
the
Alvin.
Alabama High School Athletic Association, for hosting us. Met a lot of those folks. We just had a great time, and they were super host, and we had such a good time. I mean, we were talking about trying to go back and see some more games. I mean, I love this championship series, and they move it around our state. It's at Auburn, it's at Tuscaloosa, it's at Birmingham part of the time, and getting to see some of these teams at the highest level that we normally don't get to see play on Friday nights has always been fun, and I always enjoy going to those.
Yeah, Alvin Briggs, he actually texted me. He said, it's going to be pretty cold tonight, so there's no chance Bubba wears shorts. And I
That's
said,
right. That was the running joke last night.
Yeah, and I said, no, I think you'll be fine. So, now, you said when you were trying to park and trying to leave, how did all that
Well,
go?
I was concerned with traffic because of the football event and the big presidential debate. The eyes of the country was on Tuscaloosa last night.
I told Bubba, did y'all find it odd that it was like the CW had it, and it wasn't even on any major networks last night?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's the fourth debate
None of the
of
major ones
of kind of a runner-up situation. So I think that maybe it would have been wiser at some point to go, why are we still doing this? Of course, all of them want airtime. They want it for fundraising.
Sure.
I understand that. It's like practicing for a bowl game.
Right, yeah. Meanwhile,
but,
Trump won't go to any of them and
right.
is still sitting there with 50% of the vote.
Did you see that the numbers in from his Hannity town hall? The ratings came in, and it was.
Yeah, he did it. He did his own thing last night.
Well, no, it was night before last.
Night before
he did,
last.
but I'm saying the ratings are in for that hour, and I think it was some good numbers.
So I was concerned, Rick, because I thought I might get in here and get swept up in a wave of traffic and end up over there with Megyn Kelly somewhere.
Oh, yeah, right, right.
I
That's
didn't want that
no,
to happen.
nobody wanted that.
So what was odd, I talked to Greg and Lisa, and they were ahead of me leaving. They were already on 459 going by before I left the house. So we got on 459, and the traffic was horrendous. It was bumper to bumper, not moving too quick, which is our southern bypass here of our city. And we were moving that way, and then it thinned out a little bit, so we got out of town. And I actually was trying to follow the directions that Speedy had given us to the parking lot where we're supposed to be, to go to. The parking lot, Rick, was not as close to the stadium as I wanted it to be, of course.
No, of course not.
And it felt like it was about a mile away.
Right.
And
it
wasn't, but it felt that way.
Right, yep.
And we actually missed a turn. Greg was ahead of us, and he was trying to tell me where they turned, with the cell phone cutting out.
Oh, sure.
And I missed that turn, but we somehow got into the parking lot quicker than they did. So I was at the window picking up our passes and talking to Greg, and he's still trying to get in the parking lot. So I don't know. I made a giant leapfrog over
warp,
him.
maybe?
Could have been.
Time warp?
I'm not going to rule it out.
Right.
Einstein said it was possible.
Right.
Who am I to argue?
Right, yeah.
But somehow we got ahead of them. And it was pretty funny. The girl at the window said, well, I'm glad y'all made it. We listened to the show, and I appreciated that. And she said, do you want me to mess with Greg and act like we don't have his pass?
Of course, 100%.
Oh, he'd been worried about that.
And
all
I said,
day.
well, that would be up to you.
Right.
But whatever
you can't endorse it because of the Gunsboro Treaty.
Yeah, whatever you would like to do would be fine with me. And then, much to my surprise, we wasn't on the list.
Oh.
And so
what?
Oh my!
But we worked it out. And
what?
They had me down as Bubba Butts from some station in Tuscaloosa. Is there a Bubba Butts?
Bubba's butt.
And
he doesn't have his tickets, Bubba's butt.
So anyway, we got it worked out. We got up there.
This is ridiculous.
Like I said, great host. Thank Alvin Briggs and the staff at the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Always do a great job. Put on a great show. And we just had a great time. Greg and Lisa finally got there. There was a little bit of infighting about Greg's driving.
Well, you're going to have that.
Lisa was announcing to the crowd that he couldn't drive.
Right, yeah.
And something about me being in a mailbox.
Right,
and something.
That's hilarious, yeah.
But everybody got there. A fun time was had by everybody. And it was just a real good event. I wish, it had been maybe 6 hours earlier in the day.
Sure.
But we had a good time, and we made it back. And when we came out, we tried to go past Tuscaloosa and loop back in on the west side, which is what Speedy told us to do. Speedy knows all the back roads.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he does.
Coming out, though, I'm a little confused because I don't know the campus. And the GPS is trying to send us back to McFarland.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're fighting between, and Hunter's got his going, and I'm like, it was a little confusing getting out. But I thought, we're ahead of the curve here, so we jumped over on McFarland, got out pretty quick. So it wasn't too bad.
If it's flowing, that's not bad.
And the crowd was not near as bad as I thought it would be because I got to thinking about it. These high school games with these two, the stadium's majority empty anyway.
Oh, sure.
It's not near the 100,000 people that would be there for a normal game.
No.
And the debate didn't have that many people at it either. So it really was not that bad. And they had some roads blocked off with barricades, which is fine. But anyway, we had a very, very nice evening. It was very nice.
Well, I know the team we were pulling for came up short, but congratulations to all the scenic Central Phoenix City fans for your state championship and going wall-to-wall undefeated, right?
Great job.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Look, right there. See it?
Yeah, that's right on top of us.
Yes, that's right. That's us.
The one in Alabama.
That's our part of Alabama.
Yeah.
My gosh, what
now,
are we
of course,
doing?
the Smoky Mountains up there is just covered up with,
Well, I figured that what he's got right there is Talladega National Forest.
That's what I was thinking.
It looks like
I kind of like to know which one that was.
I know.
I'll tell you, it looks Cheehaw-y to me.
Yeah, well, all that's the same world to me.
Cheehaw.
I know it's
as the natives say, Cheehaw.
Chocolate management.
That is right there.
Yeah,
but even think about this, and I didn't go into it because I was asking how much they wanted me to give away, and everybody finally at one point just gave me carte blanche.
Yeah.
But
I wanted to know it all.
But what I'm saying is, even that one thing, the woman they found, that was weird, and then the guy's stuff strode around over 9 months. Then a year later, we got a skull laying somewhere.
Right.
That was just what in the world?
What about when they're searching for somebody? And, they do this man search where you literally get arm to arm and walk through the woods with 100 people, and they'll search an area. They don't find nothing,
Zero.
not a thread.
Alt.
Then they will come back and do it a month later, and they find a backpack laying up against a tree.
I know.
That's kind of weird.
I know.
That's just weird.
I know.
What does the boulder do?
I thought the first guy was just where he went. He just vanished into thin air.
Yeah,
it's just
Rick. You should find a shred of clothing.
Something.
You should find an ankle bone. You should find something.
Where's his gun?
Guns don't just disappear. Animals don't eat guns.
No. You remember?
Rick, it sounds like what we do. You go down the road, you drop people off, and then they just never come out.
Well, us starting RBU this week, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Somebody said that we should have just taken 411. That'd been the first podcast. You and I just sit there and discuss 411, the hunted.
Well, that's probably the best idea I've heard yet.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I know you guys will do an overall look. One thing that we didn't do yesterday is talk much football. And now we've had Monday Night Football in the NFL last night. And I know you guys saw it. I didn't see it, but I know the NFL is riddled with high-profile injuries, especially with quarterbacks.
Well, I think in a normal year, the Browns versus the Jets is kind of I don't know that anybody get really excited about that. But with the Browns, so much in the news now, Freddie Kitchens, the coach, all these acquisitions they've had, the fact that they, have been – every day you flip on, the Browns are in the headlines, which is strange. Mm-hmm. And then you have the Jets, who have a new coach. He came from the Browns, and, they got their new uniforms like they like it, and they're playing at home and, the big square off. And then you have the Jets, who lose their starting quarterback to mono. Don't hear that a whole lot in the NFL.
No.
Their backup comes in, Rick, and he breaks his ankle last night. And it was gruesome. He got hit and had to be hauled off, and then the replay showed his ankle get bent up under him.
That's not good.
And it was not pretty.
Have they officially said it was broke? Because it just says an injured ankle. I don't know if he broke it or not.
I heard on the report this morning they said broke.
Okay.
But
it sure does look like it.
Rick,
but
he walked off the field. I don't know how he did that.
I give him props. I wish
I heard that, so that may be allegedly reportedly. Let's put on that he was hurt real bad.
I'd like to see more players walk off the field. If he can do it with a leg injury, you can certainly do it with an arm injury. Get off the field.
The Jets ended up with their third string quarterback off the practice squad, now playing the majority of a game on Monday Night Football in the second week of the season. So if you just play the numbers here, the Jets are averaging losing a quarterback a game at this point.
Yes.
And, I mean, they're going to have to go out and sign at least probably 2 other quarterbacks today and bring them in to have any hope. And we were just bless their heart. You're looking at their schedule. It's tough. Next 6 weeks are tough. I don't know. And they looked pretty hopeless last night on offense. Now, they did have Le'Veon Bell, who, they picked up from Pittsburgh, who's really statistically the premier rusher in the league. And, as good as he is, when the other team puts another man up in the box and has you outnumbered and there's no threat of you passing and hurting them, it's not much of a game.
No.
And that's what they're going to see every week till they show they can pass.
Roethlisberger out.
He's out.
Steelers are 0-2. Now they don't have him, and they haven't looked good. The only team that looks worse is the Dolphins, that may be the worst NFL team that we've ever seen.
Didn't they almost set the record one year of losing every game? They ended up winning the last game of the season. Wasn't that several years ago? Remember that?
Was yeah, I think it was.
Because they didn't want to be the only team who had won every game and lost every game.
Well, everybody, I've been in contact with former Rick and Bubba Incorporated employee Ryan Greenwood, and he really is in a pretty good place. He lives in Louisville now, and he said,
There we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Is there anything worse on the planet than a thief, people who steal? I mean, wouldn't you just love to open hand slap every single one of them? I mean, you talk about slapped at 5. How about a running crow hop backhand?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing
just
lower than
this
thieves. But this is the time of year, you got your porch pirates. People know you've got valuables in your home. They know you're leaving a lot and going to visit. SimplySafeBubba.com has the answer, the best security system available.
Hey, you don't prosper with ill-gotten gains.
You really
I just want to throw that in.
Look, if you're thinking about stealing somebody's stuff today, man, ask somebody for help. If you're struggling, you can walk.
Churches everywhere.
Walk into a local church. They have a benevolent fund. You got to fill out a little paperwork, but we'll try to help you. You ain't got to go steal from people. SimplySafeBubba.com. Of course, some of you just want to do it that way because you're lazy and you're wicked. SimplySafeBubba.com offering a deal right now up to 50% off any new system. And you can stay safe this season and protect your home or your business or your property with advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, and other threats to your place. Their Video Doorbell Pro and wireless outdoor security camera, guess what? Porch pirates, you can see them. So it's powered 24/7. You get monitored by a professional for less than $1 today, and for that limited time, you can save up to 50% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan, which you want that anyway, at SimplySafeBubba.com. There's no safe quite like SimplySafeBubba.com, so get yours now.
What?
Oh, my God. What? Are you kidding?
Have you lost your Santa-picking mind? What?
Yeah! 629, we be big. Gift number 6. Gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas. Bubba, what are we playing for today?
Rick, if you watch TV and you're not watching it and listening to it through a Bose
TV speaker, then you're missing half the stimulation of the whole broadcast.
That's right, Bubba.
You gotta have the sound. We've got the Bose TV speaker today.
Yeah, man.
It is a $279 value.
Ooh.
Watch out!
Oh, so what?
You can hook this up to any system that you've already got. You can feed it 6 ways to Sunday.
Yes.
You can stream music from any Bluetooth device.
Yes.
Say you don't want to watch TV. Say, hey,
No.
I got my iPhone here, and I want to hear the jam.
Yeah.
You can just pump it through there.
I want to hear the jam. All right, so what number today?
Let's see. What did we have yesterday?
55 yesterday.
Yeah. What time did you say you went to bed?
It was after 11 o'clock. And it was
Caller 111. I think that would be good. Anybody that got it, you want to walk in and ask Act of Congress how long they've been a band?
Yeah, hold on.
Go ask Act of Congress.
Yeah, we need a number.
Ask them how long they've been a band.
How long have y'all been a band?
Okay.
Super Tom. Good to see Super Tom.
Look at him in
again,
there. Hey, Super Tom, what's up, buddy?
Up out here.
18 years.
18. You want to do caller 18? That one's quick. That'll happen fast.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you want to ask Tom how old he is?
I know about
18 years, Rick.
Okay. Tom, how old are you?
54? 59.
59?
59.
Well,
For
that-
some
Yeah,
reason,
he's
I'm
already-
screaming.
Yeah, that's it.
59.
We've done. Why don't we do 60? You wanna
60
you
it
wanna do
is.
Because you and I both be 60.
60.
When you and I celebrate next year
60
and
it
go
is.
into year 31, we'll both be 60
Yes, we
during
will.
that year. Okay. All right, so caller 60.
You know,
All right.
you remember when we turned 50, we were kind of like
Oh,
confused if we were senior citizens?
Yeah.
There's no confusion.
There's no
at 60,
confusion.
right?
I get discounts and stuff
I
now.
start getting.
Yeah, I get discounts.
See, you don't look like it. I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I got people trying to help me through.
You don't think I
doors,
look?
You know?
You like
No,
salt and pepper?
Because your hair,
Well, I got a
whatever
little
you do
salt and
to
pepper
it.
happening. Huh? you know what young Broderick said, don't he? He said, Dad, I tell you, I think you're in your prime. I'll tell you.
Well, he just didn't see you in the 80s.
No, he did not. He didn't see me when I rocked that mullet, and the whole world stood and watched. All right, here we go. Caller 1, 2,
3 is next, Rick.
What's happening over here? Why does that keep happening?
Well, you got a calculator.
Do you
up
see
there.
what's happening?
Is he trying to mess with
Go
me?
3,
No,
4,
it's acting
5,
fun.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
You know, I can't hardly watch TV
One,
without good sound on it.
two,
You know, I mean,
four,
I'm spoiled. I
four,
really am. And this will
5,
spoil you, by the way.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You
There's
love it,
30.
I'm
And
trying to
then
listen to him
there's
talk.
1, 2,
That hurt.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 40. By the way, one thing about doing it early on, I've got arthritis and I haven't warmed up yet.
Yeah, I know.
There's
You're having a little-
41,
you're having a little trouble
42,
clicking over there.
43, 44, 45, 46, and there's 47, 48, 49. There's 50. And there's 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Prattville, Alabama. Timothy Hope.
Oh, buddy, you were caller 59.
One
you missed it by
short.
one.
One short.
I mean, it couldn't have got any closer.
Greg's not here to tell you, but I think you know what you want.
Yeah, you know what you won, don't you?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
But thank you. What a great attitude.
That's a veteran. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Teresa Hughes from Pensacola.
Teresa Hughes from Pensacola. Your caller.
You
six.
won it! You won it! What an odds!
You got it, Teresa. We finally got a chick. A chick finally won. Bubba, tell Teresa what she's won.
Rick, she has won a Bose TV speaker. This is one of their sound bars, and man, it will light up the audio in your room when you watch TV. You can feed it any which way to Sunday. It's even Bluetooth. You've got a remote with it. I mean, you're going to have more fun with this thing than a ball of yarn. I mean, it has got all kind of stuff.
Well, the ladies are picking up momentum now. Two chicks in a row. So congratulations, and thank you so much for listening. How long you been listening, Teresa?
About 3 years. My husband's been a lifetime listener, and he got me hooked.
Well, you know what you say. You know what you say to him today. Thank you very much, husband.
Exactly.
Congratulations and Merry Christmas. Thanks for listening to the show.
Thank you so much.
See you,
Don't ask
Pensacola,
her how
Florida.
she's listening.
You think Ted Traylor down in Pensacola is not celebrating another
No, I know.
roll Tide playoff?
Oh.
Hey, he loves the Tide, loves them. I mean,
and that's you're real close to Tallahassee there.
sure,
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
Yeah,
doesn't
he does.
Let's do
it's the end of your giving season, Rick.
in honor of Greg, who, if you're listening live, is still sleeping.
Mhm.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name?
Shauna,
Shauna, where are you calling from?
Leesburg, Alabama.
Oh,
Come
Shauna.
on the mountain.
Caller 61.
One off.
Missed it by one.
So sorry.
You can't even. I mean, you can't
Think
even
of the
have
odds.
a Bose sound bar.
You were within milliseconds of winning this.
Yeah. How long you been listening to the show? How long?
The whole time.
Oh, really?
Do you go to trade day much?
Well, it's a good one over there.
Pretty often. Pretty often.
Yeah.
I hadn't been in years, and I miss it. I ain't had a good puppy, and I don't know how long.
What about are the corn dogs still great there?
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Do they paint one side with ketchup, one side with mustard with that little brush?
If they mean business.
Hey,
That's
let me tell
right.
you, you eat
Yeah.
you a corn dog
Thank you.
before sun up, you're going to have a good day.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you for listening to the show for 30 years now, and we sure do appreciate it. See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas.
I'm so sorry. What nice
There
folks.
we go. So, Speedy, we Bubba six. You realize that as we sit here right now, after this show is over today, only 6 Rick and Bubba shows remain for this year.
I know. It's amazing.
That
isn't
is
it?
really crazy.
It is.
And still, what I think the real highlight is here, we have thousands of dollars worth of stuff to give away next week.
Thousands.
We got some backlog. Matter of fact, one of the gifts I like so well, I may keep it and have to sub something.
Bubba, you
'cause
can't.
I've been wanting
What
that.
are you saying?
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean, those.
Since I paid for them, I ain't been reimbursed yet.
Well, that's
They're
true.
technically mine.
By the way, this year, that is absolutely correct.
That's good.
What I don't understand is Greg used the company card and it worked. They just didn't like how much it was.
Well, I don't use mine a lot, I guess. But I mean, we're always taught that they study our spending habits, and my spending
I thought that
habits
was a good point.
is pretty much buying the same stuff at the same store the same time of year. It seemed like it would have gone, oh, it's him again.
Yeah, I don't think anybody looks at old Rick and Bubba's life and go, "Wow, the variety."
Yeah,
You know?
that's right. No, we're very pattern.
That's an
sensitive.
unpredictable bunch.
Yeah, we lock in and away we go.
Right. All right, we'll come back today. Also, Bubba, in history, a big day.
A day that lives in infamy.
A day that lives in infamy. Also, we've got our good friends, Act of Congress, coming up to bring Christmas joy. Senator Tommy Tuberville here to explain to his constituents why he has released his stand against some of these promotions in the military. He'll tell you why. All that still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just believe in the process. This season, we're sacrificing this season for the good of the future.
That's what we do in Minnesota every year.
Right.
And we've paid a lot for a high-profile quarterback. I don't know if you saw that throw into the end zone with the game on the line. Still had about 4 minutes. It wasn't like it was the fourth quarter. Kirk Cousins throws it into double coverage over there, a pass that seventh-grade quarterbacks know not to throw. I don't get that at all. But anyway.
Yeah, I just
a lot of money on that one.
But I just don't know whether you've seen the combination of the points given up and the points scored by the Dolphins. First 2 games.
Rick, it's horrendous.
Isn't it like 86-3?
It's bad. It's real bad.
It's awful. But I was I haven't watched a lot of the NFL, so these are just scores I see come up. And part of it is this, and I know this is going to sound odd, and I know I even understand the reason why, because, of course, it doesn't seem to help because they're getting hurt left and right anyway. There's this thing in the NFL where we certainly don't want people to be injured for the rest of their lives.
Right.
We don't want our premier players to be injured if we can keep from it. We've cut all contact out practically in preparation of any kind, and it shows. I really, just to be honest, when you're watching right now the greatest football players the world has ever produced, the games are alarmingly sloppy. Alarmingly sloppy. I mean, it doesn't look like good football. I mean, they don't look precise. They don't look in sync. It's messy. Some of it looks very little league, like you're talking about just the basic things. And I think a lot of that has to do. Now, I don't think that's going to be that way the whole season, but I think the front part of the season right now looks so bad. It's difficult to watch. It's just not good football. I mean,
some of the games really bad.
It's bad looking football. I mean, it's the way I felt when I watched because I prefer college over the NFL. It's when I watched that first Miami-Florida game. I'm like, I don't care who you're for or anything. This is just bad-looking football.
Yeah.
And I think what it is, we're playing a sport that requires a certain type of preparation to be in sync and to be precision and smooth when the season starts, and we can't do that anymore. And I even understand the reasons we're not doing it. But it affects the product. I mean, the product looks real sloppy. I mean, I can't tell you, think about you're watching an NFL game, how many times you see a play that just looks terrible. I mean, just horrible execution, terrible, and it just looks penalties everywhere. And you're just like,
that's the thing that's got to go. There's too many penalties, too many rules.
It just feels this part of the season really, really sloppy to me from top to bottom. I mean, I guess
I think it's fair.
It's just not enjoyable to watch because it's not good football.
Well, here's the question: with all these quarterbacks going out, and the Jets apparently going to need another 5 or 6 to get through the year, where are they going to get these guys at? I know there's a lot of young talent out there waiting for their chance. We could have another star on the sidelines waiting to get in. But will some of these other guys get a chance? Is this a Kaepernick opportunity? That's all we hear about is Kaepernick. Is this an opportunity for him to come back?
I just have a sense that he would rather protest than to prove that he can actually play.
Yeah.
And
if we're going to bring,
y'all think he's been throwing routes somewhere getting ready?
Yeah. And if we're going to bring up injured quarterbacks, we must bring up Drew Brees. He's torn his ligament in his thumb and out 6 weeks.
I think I mentioned him a minute ago. We didn't show it, but did you see him go over and try to pick up a football, Rick? When he got hurt, they had a clip of him going over and he just tries to pick a football and just drops it and rolls off, and it's like, he doesn't even try again.
So you're
he's missed one game since high school, and now he's out.
You're the NFL. You
at least 6 weeks.
You've lost Drew Brees. You've lost Roethlisberger. The Jets have lost 2 of their quarterbacks. There's probably other.
And don't forget, at the beginning of the season, or I think it was in preseason, Foles, didn't he go down for the Jaguars?
Yeah, he's already
out.
That's right.
Broke clavicle.
You've lost Foles as well. I forgot about that.
Rick,
you're the cowboy.
Hey, I tell you what gets me, and we didn't talk about it yesterday. And then
maybe right
with all the things going on with Antonio Brown. Of course, the Patriots just ignore everybody who says don't play him and put him on the field, and he runs wild. And of course, we all said, well, I guess he's still fine enough to be crazy.
That's right. They claim. Christmas gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas. It's gone, just like that. It's already been given away, and if you are looking for that today, you must find a way to catch all of the show every day because it literally could happen at any time. Bubba, a lot going on today's program, but we cannot overlook history. Today, an incredibly historic day. We actually have audio clip. Is there video with this too, or is just audio? A video clip that kind of sums up what today's all about. So just remember this. And Adler, let me ask you something. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just queuing this up. I had my bed music rolling. It just is got a lot going on.
Not
here
a
today.
problem.
Sorry
I see there's a lot going on, including one. It's not every day you see a sound man looking over the rear end of a Coyote.
Yeah.
Only here. I heard a question in the break. Only here the question would be. Do I need to ask the sound guy if he wants us to move the Coyote?
Yeah, I just had to ask a sound guy.
Yeah, Caleb, he's got to look around.
Do you want me to move the Coyote is what I just said to a sound guy. And he said, no, I'm good. The Coyote's fine. So that was good.
I would go as far as to say not just Act of Congress, but any band. Has there ever been a band, any band, that went to do a live performance on a radio show and the phrase, "Do you want me to move the coyote?" Has that ever have they ever encountered it?
Rick, not a lot.
All right, so Adler, here we go as we all remember this historic moment on December the 7th.
Vice President, Mr. Speaker. States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at solicitation of Japan, still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost. In addition, American ships have been reported torpedoed on the high seas between San Francisco and Honolulu.
So there you go, and then we declared war, and we went right on into World War II, and we're brought into it by this attack.
Yeah, it started, Rick, at 7:48 local time. The attack included 353 Japanese aircraft, including fighters, level and dive bombers, torpedo bombers, came in 2 waves launched from 6 aircraft carriers. Of the 8 U.S. Navy battleships present in the harbor that day, all were damaged, 4 were sunk, all but the USS Arizona were later raised, and 6 of those went on to return to service and fight in World War II. The Japanese also sank many other ships and cruisers, destroyers, anti-aircraft training ship, and 1 mine layer. A total of 2,403 Americans were killed that morning. 1,178 were wounded in the deadliest ever attack recorded against the United States at that point.
And really, it ties to even the headlines of today. You and I were talking about it in the break. I understand completely. None of us like to see innocent people being killed. But as long as there has been war, the sad part about it is when you attack someone, you have decided to put your people who are innocent in all this in danger. And when they are killed by the opposition's response to your attack on them, that is your fault, not the country or the people that were attacked.
Right.
You're the one that brought death on them.
And the decision to do this ushered in an industrial wave and revolution like the world had never seen, making instruments of war. Eventually brought us the discovery of the atomic bomb, which we saw used against Japan twice, and changed the world as we know it. Even to this day, we have never been the same as we were on December 6, 1941, because we do live in the nuclear age now.
Yeah, and you've mentioned to many times on the show with the current conflict with Israel and Hamas. I've heard you say it a ton of times. You just said it again here, and it's right. On October the 6th, there were no innocent Palestinians being caught in the line of fire between the Israelis and Hamas.
Right.
After Hamas decided to attack, something as dangerous as a music festival, slaughtering those people.
Taking hostages.
Now those terrorists have put you, if you're an innocent person, in harm's way, but they're to blame. They did that to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a certain amount of unrest in the Middle East, obviously.
Sure.
But on the days before that, fairly peaceful.
Yeah.
Fairly peaceful.
Well,
it wasn't a perfect world for anybody, but fairly peaceful. And they knew they would be bringing this type of response. And they went ahead with it anyway.
And in 1941, the Japanese government and the emperor, they brought those bombs on their people. They did it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They opened a can.
Yeah.
And it was terrible, and a lot of lives were lost on both sides, and it could have been avoided.
Well, that's why all of us, no matter where we live, be real careful with who you allow, or if you're allowed the opportunity, who you choose to govern you. Because they have the power to bring a lot of undesired things on you.
Yep.
That you had no say in.
Yep.
So be careful who, you either got to fight against dictators and keep them from taking over, or if you're allowed the opportunity to vote, be careful who you vote in. You do know Hamas was voted in.
Yeah,
they just took away the vote after that.
Right. And as we've said many times, freedom is a lease. It's not a purchase.
No.
The price is never fully paid. We have to pay it again with each generation, sadly, with the blood of American men and women service people.
So remember that day in infamy and reflect on it and hopefully learn from it. Top of the hour, Act of Congress says Merry Christmas. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kiss claims this is their final, this is I think the fifth or sixth final tour. Because
Rick, it's the end of the road tour.
Yeah, we this is it. They're saying, look, I know all the other times we said it was it, but by golly, this is it.
Yep.
And so Gene Simmons, this is Gene Simmons in 70. I was wondering about they made a unwise. This is Gene Simmons. But the Gene is 70 now, and they've had to postpone the show in Salt Lake City, an emergency medical procedure. But Gene says it's nothing serious.
Yeah, they had to postpone this weekend show in Salt Lake City and said nothing serious, but it must be taken care of now. So he has flown back to L.A. to have whatever that is done.
We care about your health.
A lot of speculation, but no one knows for sure. I think they've also had a couple of other health delays in this tour also.
Have you seen
I
their
think
age?
they had to delay one that was in L.A. already. And it's been reset for March the 4th. It was scheduled for September the 20th. It had to be rescheduled, too, due to some health issue.
All right, I want you
of one of the members.
I want you to think of all the things you can think of, and of course I'm holding a picture of him right here.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine, and I'm sure Speedy, you and Adler have pictures of him. He's pretty easy to find in full gear.
Okay, I can go back.
Can you imagine telling everybody, I'd like to show you a picture of my grandfather. I'd like to show you a picture of Pawpaw.
Yeah.
And then when you show the picture, I mean, you end up with that right there.
Yeah.
That's a picture of my Pawpaw.
Gene, 70. Paul, 67. Peter Criss, 73. And Ace Frehley, 68.
Right, but
still younger than the Rolling Stones.
Right, but Ace Frehley and Peter Criss are not on the tour.
They're not. Yeah.
This was just Gene and Paul?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have them in it? It's not the full group?
No, it's the hired.
They haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, it's the hired guns now.
So who is doing the
I think the last time they were with him, I jumped the stage and got on Ace's
No, they
mic.
were on one after that or two, maybe. But so they have people just filling that role now. But
What
they're,
you told them to do, they followed your instructions.
Yeah, which I think is the wise thing to do. You're
Good.
playing a character.
No, look at Greg. No, Peter, Chris, and Ace
What?
Frehley, they never.
They've been at it for a while.
No. They
We've covered that for the past 5 years.
right.
Just answer phone call.
Right. Yeah, Bubba Ace and Peter Chris haven't been in it in a long
Well, I
time.
haven't been following the band.
I know, and that's
honestly.
good, and I haven't
don't
either.
follow them like I used to.
But we discussed it on the show a good bit because that was the idea you came up with.
Yeah, I think it is a good idea. I'm
Right.
glad to see they listened to my advice on that.
Yeah, they didn't create new characters like they did way back when they would drop when they do a new character. They have the exact same characters. It's the 4 characters that the Kiss Army has always loved. You just have people playing the role of the cat and the role of the spaceman. Which
I'm mad because Ace was my favorite growing up.
Can I say this too though? This I find this odd. I'm looking at the story in Mail Online today, okay?
Right.
And it's right under the picture we just showed. It said the Fame Rock Ensemble, which also includes Peter Criss, 73, Ace Frehley, 68, is known for hit songs, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So I just assumed that because that was in the story, it meant they were the guys playing those roles.
I guess they're just saying historic. You know what they're saying? Nobody accepts anybody but the original 4.
Yeah.
Who are the guys filling the roles now?
It's a guy that he was the drummer before when they had the reunion. The Eric Singer, he drummed with them before when they weren't in
So
makeup.
it is Eric Singer?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
He was blonde, right? Wasn't he a blonde head again?
I think originally, but now he's in the cat role. And then the guitarist is Tommy Thayer, who was like a guitar tech he played in a band, and he was in a Las Vegas tribute band to Kiss. Plus, he was their guitar tech at one time. And the rumor is that Gene has said that when they're done, they may send 4 out there. That none of them are.
Yeah,
and just keep it going.
That's good.
So
well, I heard
the same guy hadn't played Batman in all the movies.
No, he hasn't.
Rick, I heard, and
Spider-Man.
this is different because at least you have characters in makeup here. I told you the other day I heard a interview with Ricky Medlock, who's in Leonard Skinner, but was
Please listen
Blackfoot.
to this, Bubba. Have you heard
remember
this
the band
yet?
Blackfoot?
Have you heard this? Please listen.
He has a
Ricky
version.
Medlock has taken your idea and gone extreme with
And
it.
they're not. He has a version of Blackfoot now. They're young, and they record a new album and everything, and they do the old stuff plus new stuff, but they're Blackfoot, and he's not in it or any of the members.
Yeah, well,
And he'll play with them every now and then.
I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
As long as you
Well,
know
I do,
going in
because that's
what it
weird.
is.
Bubba, look, here's what you're saying.
It's a franchise, and you just plug in. Look, it's like football.
Well, foreigners
The
that way now.
Patriots don't start over. They're just have different.
Hey, I got to tell you
think it's a
guys,
little
I
different.
hope when y'all go retired that it's Rick and Bubba show.
I was just
still
about-
here.
That is a
and
good
there's 3
point.
new members.
Well, let's do that
4,
then.
including Adler.
Well, that's what I was saying. This franchise,
It's a good-
this logo, the
Great
cartoons,
idea.
and
Yeah,
everything.
absolutely.
You're going
Y'all just become
All that
consultants.
stays.
Do you
Yeah.
think? See, we don't have makeup. See, now Ricky Medlock, we know he just went and got people to be Blackfoot.
But they're young.
Yeah, they're young, so they don't have to look like people. Now in Kiss, it's easy because you put people in
Right.
makeup. But here, would they have to look like Bubba and
No,
me?
we just call it Rick and Bubba
No.
Reloaded or something.
That's why we
I
keep
don't
the
know.
cartoon version,
I
not
got
the real
one
picture.
word for you,
Right.
Calvin Bubba Wilburn.
And Bubba, your favorite band that you've been on the past few weeks, Foreigner, for not being in the Hall of Fame, they're down to one guy, and he doesn't play with them all the time. He owns the Mick Jones owns it, but he hardly ever even plays with them.
And
So
look, if I'm
that bothers me.
If
by the
I'm
way.
an expire, what am I trying to say? When I'm
Aspiring.
musician, and I get a chance to play in the band Foreigner, and they say, "Look, you're a hired gun. We're going to give you this much for whatever, but you're Foreigner." And Foreigner management will make decision. You're just a hired gun.
Yeah.
They go, that's not a bad gig.
But they're really not Foreigner.
Right.
If you
Well,
think
they
about
are.
it.
Right. Well, let's go back to this again. All right, because I'm running out of time. Maybe we need to come back and do it because I'm trying. 7 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It is a brand new hour, and we thank you for being with us. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here today. Greg out. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And Rick, it is one of my favorite days of the year, and we're so blessed to have Act of Congress in studio with us live.
Act of Congress is here with us, and I mean, they're. Which one am I using, Speedy? I should have asked you that. Yeah. What is it called?
Right here.
Okay.
Bandstand.
Bandstand. How about we have a button called Bandstand? Act of Congress is here. You heard their music to start the hour. I don't remember how many years ago you guys started being on the show, but it has become a tradition. So say hello to Connie, Chris, Tim, and Adam. They are back, and we are ready to go. How about it, Act of Congress?
Glad to be here. This is a tradition for us, too. So thank y'all for having us back.
Well, it is interesting because we know that musician types absolutely love
early morning
to get up before the sun. It is their favorite. And so we're glad you're here for the live show. Those you don't know, the live show is actually done very early in the morning. Also, the band engineer, Caleb Spradley. Caleb, yes. We're discussing your travels all over the country. We think only here have you ever been asked the question, should we move the Coyote? And so that was asked of Caleb a few moments ago. And, of course, our engineer, Super Tom Scott, also here today, making sure that this live opportunity is available. So you guys have a lot going on. We have in show notes today, activecongressmusic.com. You can go there to find out everything about music that is currently available. We do want to talk about one thing there in Sweet Home, Alabama, Columbiana, Alabama. Have you ever been to Columbiana? Those of you around the country that you never have, Mayberry still exists. That's right. It is what used to be so good about America. These little towns. It's almost like you go back in time in a good way to Columbiana. It's a beautiful place. They have one of these classic theaters there as well. And the actual concert on Saturday night is sold out. So that's the Debbie Downer. But here's the good news. A 3:30 matinee has been added. So if you didn't get tickets to the show on December the 16th at the Song Theater in Columbiana, Alabama, there's now a matinee. Which, Bubba, for you and me, that would have been great news.
Yes.
Now we're thinking, you know what? We our Christmas party now, I'm not trying to brag, went to 8:45.
Yeah. And people stumbled out of their sleeping.
Oh, my goodness.
Watch out.
The eggnog was rolling. We kind of lost control of ourselves. So anyway, so if you want to see that in Alabama, in that beautiful town, at that beautiful theater, go to rickandbubba.com under show notes right now, and you'll see the banner there to get tickets to that matinee until it sells out. So let's talk about today. I've got a couple of originals that we'll get to, but why don't we start, lady and gentlemen, why don't we start with just some traditional Christmas stuff that don't do it the way only you guys can do it.
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Here's Act of Congress. Merry Christmas.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring ting tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside the snow is falling, friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's look at the show. We're riding in a wonderland of snow. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, it's grand, just holding your hand. We're gliding along in the song of a wintry fairyland. Our cheeks are nice and rosy, comfy cozy are we. We're snuggled up together like the birds of a feather should be. Let's take the road before us, sing a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's look at the show. We're riding in a cheeks are nice and rosy and comfy cozy, are we? We're snuggled up together like the birds of a feather should be. Let's take that road before us and sing a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you.
Yeah! Merry Christmas. Awesome. Connie whistling. I mean, early in the morning. Everything's more difficult earlier in the morning.
Somehow it's on today.
It is.
Praise God.
Well,
my luck, I'd be going,
yeah. I do this. Let's keep it going. How about a little Jingle Bells? Let's go.
Okay.
Here we go.
I love y'all's version of Jingle Bells. Here we go.
1, 2, 3.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, they're laughing all the way. Bells on, bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. Oh, what fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Sing it, Speedy.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Let's go.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A jingle bells, a jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Let's go. Oh, Chris.
Chris Griffin on guitar, ladies and
Let's
gentlemen.
go, Chris. Yeah.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, they're laughing all the way. Bells on, bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Sing it, Rick and Bubba. A
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
A jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
A jingle bell rock. That's the jingle bell.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. There's Act of Congress. Connie Skelly, Chris Griffin, Tim Carroll, Adam Wright, Caleb Spradley mixing the sound. We'll be back. We got some originals from Act of Congress. A couple of originals coming up. So stay close. More with Act of Congress when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you know?
Figure. So is the strategy here that the first move, as long as Bubba and I go first, is the first move that we move 3 and 4 become Rick and Bubba, and then we replace with the same names the lowers?
You know,
or do we bring in a Rick and Bubba and everybody else stays the same? Does everybody move up and become Rick
I
and
don't
Bubba?
think you bring in a Rick and Bubba. I think you just continue to call it the Rick and Bubba Show.
Right, you just don't change it.
You just don't change that, and you do it similar to what we're doing in the kickoff hour.
Okay.
It's just the three guys.
And y'all just
doing
refuse to change the name.
Right. Because,
right.
Hey, because there's
we
plenty.
might even keep the same logo.
Because
Rick.
it's about the audience and the people, and there's plenty of Rick and Bubbas out there.
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
like the way this sounds.
Yeah.
Suddenly I'm on.
We're having an on-air meeting now. I like
Partner, y'all keep doing what y'all do.
Suddenly Greg loves the idea. But Greg, the other day, like,
See, it would be more normal for Greg to slip into your spot
Yeah.
because you sound so much
Sure,
alike.
yeah, sure, yeah.
But I don't know if Greg is a number one. He's probably more of a number two.
I think
Or
what
three.
I think
Speedy's
Helmsy
probably more of a number one.
I think
I'm not a number
Helmsy,
one.
Helmsy is dead on. I think we keep the brand Rick and Bubba,
Yeah.
But it's like the kickoff hour, like he's saying.
Yeah.
It's the good time game on the Rick and Bubba show.
Bubba Burgess.
Yeah, that's right. You move Speedy here because you got to have that tempo.
That's right.
You got to have that flow. And then everybody else just sits over there and keeps calling yourself Rick and Bubba.
Now, but let me ask you a question. Do we get y'all salary, or does that start over? Do
Well,
you know?
you'll have to negotiate that. That'll be
on
up
us.
We're going to get half of it and give them the other half
Rick
for
and
allowing
Bubba
us to use
manage
it.
that. We'll negotiate
Okay,
that
good.
for you.
I got it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So sadly, we were talking about violence going into the break, and sadly, there's more bad news today concerning violence, and sadly, more violence on police officers.
Yes, bad news out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama today. A veteran Tuscaloosa police officer in pursuit of a wanted felon was shot to death Monday night. Mayor Walt Maddox said heroes come in many different forms. Tonight, one of our heroes has died in the line of duty. That officer was Dornell Corsett, a 40-year-old who had been with the department for 13 years, and I understand a former military guy, too. So, hate to hear that.
So just was trying to do his job, and the person that he was going after decided to fire on him, I guess.
Yeah, the story from what we have details said the investigator had received a tip a suspect wanted on outstanding warrants for failure to appear on felony crimes was at the residence. When he got to the home about 6:23 p.m., he saw the suspect on the front porch, and as the suspect ran inside, he pursued him. He said inside there was an exchange of gunfire. Both him and the unidentified suspect was wounded. The officer was taken to DCH Regional Medical Center, but he was pronounced dead a short time later.
So there you go. Sad news. So it's a
The 20-year-old was also shot and was taken to the hospital and has been taken into custody.
So just remember that community and that police force, and it's a reminder, and all the families that are involved in that today. Sad. On another note, when we look at not near as serious, but still something that we have been following, and that is the society that has been created in the political correctness and mob mentality. We're going to get you. It doesn't matter when something happens. We even talked about yesterday the misinformation on Kavanaugh, which, I had somebody send me an email, and I thought it made a lot of sense. They said certainly some of this is just an angry mob that loses its mind, and they're so wanting to destroy something, and they're so trying to protect something that they go out and they don't do journalism and they don't check the facts, and there's certainly some of that. But, they said they think there's an underlying thing, and they focus a little bit, Bubba, on what we were saying about John Roberts. They say that they think some of this, and I hate to bring up the B word, bullying, but they said some of this is almost like, sometimes one of the things you try to do if you're trying to intimidate an opponent is to make them see, hey, I don't want that to happen to me.
Right.
And that some of this is almost trying to make some of these judges know you better, no matter, we might not have wanted you to be confirmed, but if you rule, in ways, know that if we think you're an enemy of us, we're going to try to do everything we can do to destroy you and get you impeached and get you removed, and we'll do anything we have to do it. And then that may tend to have some of them, a la John Roberts, and I hate to say it, sometimes some of Brett Kavanaugh's rulings, you wouldn't like them as much if you're conservative as you wanted to.
Right.
And and even some of the things that haven't made big news, some of his rulings right now are they head a little to the middle.
Yeah, if you want rulings like that, I may help y'all impeach him.
Right. And but do you think that some of that is a scare tactic to try to get them not to try to? 6 has already been given away today, so early risers on the live show, they benefited today because they were ready to go. And we gave away gift number 6 today. Coming up tomorrow, gift number 7. So congratulations to Teresa Hughes in Pensacola, Florida. She takes away $279 worth of a TV soundbar from Bose. All right, so our guests are Active Congress. If you want to find out about their music, activecongressmusic.com, or just go to the link in show notes at rickandbubba.com. Columbiana, Alabama, December the 16th at the Song Theater. The evening show is sold out, but they've added a matinee at 3:30 If you want tickets to that, you can get it. So tell us a little bit now, these next two songs, some original music and arrangements you guys have put together. Tell me what we're going to hear.
Sure. So the past few months, we have been making some trips to Nashville, writing with some writers, which is kind of new for us. We've always just been the four of us, but having that fifth guy in the room has been awesome. So we like to play one for you now from one of those co-write sessions. Is that all right?
Yeah, let's go. It'll be great.
Got a heart that's hurting, we'll take it down to the river. Step into that water and feel it washing your cares away. There's a cleansing flood for the soul that needs reviving. Get your heart to the river, you got to baptize it.
Worst week ever and it's finally done. Can't take a single second more of this junk. Buck Creek Saturday morning by 6. Hooks in the water for the sunrise. It's get that butt between my toes and feel that tension slowly.
Got a heart that's hurting, we'll take it down to the river and step into that water and feel it washing your cares away. There's a cleansing flood for the soul that needs reviving. Get your heart to the river, you got to baptize it.
Old rope swing down to Harbor River Park. In her tube floating till the day turns dark. Sneaking in a skinny dipping in the moonlight. Summertime, wintertime, anytime dry. Get somewhat between my toes and feel the tension so.
To life again. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen? Get under that water. Come on and jump right in. Got a heart that's hurting. We'll take it down to the river and step into that water and feel it washing your cares away. There's a cleansing flood for the soul that needs reviving. Get your heart to the river, you got to baptize it. Well, get your heart to the river, you got to baptize it.
Yeah, how about that right there? Woo! Woo! Well, I like that. All right, let's hear another one. Let's go. You got another one for us?
We do. The irony of this band, we all lead music in churches.
Yeah.
But we don't ever do it together. And so earlier this year, we put together a new album of hymns, hymn kind of rearrangements. And so we're going to play one for you now. This is our version of Nothing But the Blood.
All right.
Nothing but the blood, nothing but the blood, nothing but the blood. What can wash away my sin? Nothing but the blood of Jesus. What can make me whole again? Nothing but the blood of Jesus. For my pardon, this I see. Nothing but the blood of Jesus. For my cleansing, this I see. Nothing but the blood of Jesus. Oh, precious is the flow that makes me white as snow. No other nothing but the blood of Jesus. This is all my righteousness, nothing but the blood of Jesus. Oh, precious is the flow that makes me white as snow. No other fount I know, nothing but the blood of Jesus. Nothing but the blood, nothing but the blood, nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood, nothing but the blood, nothing but the blood.
How about that right there? Act of Congress and now is that available? The hymns that you guys have done too? Is that
Probably next year.
Next year, okay. So y'all putting it together, but it's not out to the public yet. So what you've done is pulled a Derryberry. What that means, that's a Rick and Bubba phrase. Of course, we credit that to Kevin Derryberry. That means that you've got the audience excited about something that they now can't get. So that's and he did that with a song that made truckers drive one day, and then he let us know it wasn't available.
Yeah, so
we
got beat up about it.
Right.
So Rick, I got to hear one more.
I know.
I got to hear one more.
I want to come back. We'll have a little more conversation.
Maybe they got big news they want to share.
Yeah, I was going to ask them, can we share the news or no?
No
News? We can't share it?
I mean,
we can't talk about it?
You don't ever tell them anything off air. Y'all know that.
I don't know if they got news or not.
There's corn on the ground and they're hens.
You might as well mention this at the beauty shop. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the New York Times.
Yeah.
Come on.
So,
and you're taking on a Supreme Court justice? That's crazy. Not that Brett Kavanaugh's above the law, but he's at least entitled to the same protections that all of us have.
how about there really was no need to bother him with it if you would just simply go interview the victim?
Yeah, you get to the bottom of it real quick.
The alleged victim, because she would have said, I don't know.
The Democrats are so busy impeaching everybody. I mean, there's no way they're going to get all this done. None of it's going to pass the Senate. It's all just a show. We know that. If they had any hope of getting this through, you'd say, well, maybe it's legit. It is dead on arrival in the Senate. They don't have the votes. Even some of the Democrats go, like the Republicans did when Clinton come in, look, this is bad. He shouldn't have done it, but we're not going to remove a president over it. People can elect and remove a president. We're not going to get involved in that. Because if you do, all that's going to happen is the next time your guy goes in, you're going to get it too. And all they have set up here is the next Democrat that goes in, they're going to be chased with the same acts like they've chased Kavanaugh and Trump.
Speedy, will you do a Google search real quick and see any of the Democratic candidates that talked about this in the last debate have come out and apologized now that they know the victim said nothing happened?
Oh, wow. It's going to be a short list.
I'm going to be able to find that
Can
one,
you
Rick.
Google and see if any – will it be mentioned in the next debate?
No, it will not. No, what they will do is they'll just keep talking like it's fact.
Right.
Because they know a lot of people are not going to ever hear the story that it was not true.
Well, the reason why I know that you are all –
and that plays to their base too, see.
The reason why I know that you're right is look at the –
You can tap them before.
Look at my hands are up.
Yeah.
I mean, we had Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren both speak to that on the 5-year anniversary as if it happened. The way that that has been proven it didn't happen. Right. I mean, that's been proven. 5 years later, they do a memorial to it. And talk about how he had his hands up and got shot and in cold blood was murdered.
Yeah.
And that we know that's not true. So yeah, I guess they might not ever come off until.
Are y'all a little shocked that Pocahontas is polling so well?
What'd you say?
Pocahontas, that she's polling so well. Elizabeth Warren.
Not Pocahontas?
It's Pocahontas.
Really?
Yeah.
Have we changed it to Pocahontas?
Yeah. Are y'all shocked she's not that she's polling as well as she is?
Yes. Yes, I am. But I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that
I'm not at all. Who else is out there?
Well, I'm just talking about.
But she is crazy.
I would have thought
you looked around.
She made this big Indian thing up that backfired on her. I mean, after that embarrassment, I'd hide. I'd go away.
I would have thought Bernie Sanders would have taken the slot she's taken. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Last week in the mail, I received an envelope that was addressed to Burgess Ministries, and when I opened it up, it was a bunch of free tickets to the circus, like, if you had employees you wanted to send to the circus or whatever. And I started thinking to myself,
Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey have left a pretty big gap that somebody needs to step in there and fill.
That's true.
And I'd never heard of this circus before. It's coming to our city. It's not coming to the big arena, but a smaller arena.
Oh, boy.
But it does have elephants.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I started thinking, shouldn't somebody, because I believe there's still a huge market out there for Ringling Brothers.
Yeah.
And the animal rights people in the
I keep forgetting that they've shut
the
up.
far left destroyed the circus. Y'all do realize these people destroyed
Yeah.
the circus.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
All
thanks.
right. And but couldn't you kind of just get you a group back together and say, you realize that the walking dog of circuses is now gone. We don't want to do the weird thing that Cirque du Soleil garbage. Well, let's go back to a traditional, big time, hey, American icon circus, and let's bring back all the things everybody liked about the circus. I mean, they've left that category open.
But, Rick, if Ringling Brothers cannot do it and cannot beat the pressure and the
that's a
PR
good
against
point.
all this, how can anybody else?
You're right. Once they become big,
they had
they'll
the
go out-
resources to beat it. You would
Or,
think.
were they just targeted at that time, and will these other ones, if they get bigger, be,
Right.
get the same targeting?
Yeah. Well,
so to speak.
This circus looked like it was trying to do at least some version of what we remembered of the circus.
What was the one that used to set up down there behind the stadium in Oxford? King Brothers.
King
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They'd have like two elephants and
Well, that's all right.
a guy like
We had 'em
eating glass or something.
I don't know if it's the same ones, but we had a circus set up in a field up above Germania Springs one time, and it did a pretty good job, I thought, for what it was.
And the old big top.
I mean,
You about the old big
they had
top?
trapeze people.
What
and
about
all
no
that,
big
you know.
top popping up in your town?
Yeah.
And they use the elephants to set the equipment up.
How about
you know?
that?
Oh, yeah.
They probably loved it.
Yeah,
They did.
Then
I never
beat
think
the
that.
snot out of them whenever done.
No, Greg, the elephants loved it. You could tell. Jerry in Alabama.
It ain't no cakewalk to live in Africa. You know
No,
what I mean?
it's not. You're right, Bo.
Jerry, go ahead.
Hey there, it's Terry.
Hey, Terry.
I'm calling just to laugh because the new SNL cast was announced and one was fired today for doing a Chinese accent that sounded just like what you do all the time.
Well, that was
Was that the what got him?
Yeah, that was part of it.
Well,
Yeah.
he also used a
Part of it.
slur for
Yeah, he used
Chinese
he used a slur too, though. It was beyond.
But he was also speaking.
Yeah, but I think what he said. Music from Act of Congress brings us back. We have enjoyed them playing live in the studio. We will be moving into what we refer to here at the No Name Studio and studios past that they performed in. We will now move into what we call the Act of Congress Jam Session. So that's coming up next. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. If you're wanting a mattress that is the most comfortable, let's go logic again here, Bubba. Wouldn't you think that walking into a store, looking at a mattress that anybody can come and lay on, and say, "I guess I'll take that one." Well, that's like getting a boilerplate contract.
Yeah.
You're like, "No, I want my contract to be a little more specific to my situation." Well, HelixSleep.com/Bubba says, "What if there was a mattress that was designed for you?" And so you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. As a matter of fact, Greg Burgess is sleeping on a Helix Sleep mattress right now.
Yeah,
as we speak,
He ain't thought about
he is
rolling
snuggled
over.
in there. He's just all comfortable. He's all snuggled up. And little baby brother's getting him some sleep. HelixSleep.com/Bubba will ask you a few questions about how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. Do you like a firm mattress, medium? You like a soft mattress? Whatever. Is this a mattress for a child that maybe has got their first big boy, big girl bed? Are you big and tall? Do you need a little more room? So all this they take into account. Then they send it to you, and you have 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it, and you will. And right now we're getting you 20% off and free shipping. Okay, so go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, HelixSleep.com/Bubba, 20% off and free shipping right to your door. Would you like to have truly amazing sleep? Why don't you have the folks at HelixSleep.com/Bubba customize a mattress just for you? Act of Congress is still here. They're hanging out. They have some news that we can't share and we won't.
And Rick, this is really
you can't
active
drag it out of us.
Yeah,
you can't drag it out of us.
This is act of Congress overtime. This is
It
where
is.
we actually had a plan,
Yep.
and then I don't want them to leave.
Right.
Okay, that's the bottom line.
This is
I'm digging this.
This
okay?
is when a guest comes in. We've done everything we're supposed to do. We've hawked everything we're supposed to hawk, and then Bubba clings to them, and he will not let them go.
No.
And so we're not going to let active Congress go. And based on the emails I'm getting, the audience doesn't want you to go either. Great response as usual. Also, Caleb, you're getting huge props on the mix. You're getting huge props on the mix. Tom, huge props on the mix. So plus when you have to mix folks as talented as them, it's not that hard, is it? But, so let's now move into what we call. Is there anything else y'all want to tell everybody before we move into active
any
Congress?
big announcements or anything y'all might want to share?
If there's anything on your mind, share it, man. Share it, lady.
Rick and Bubba, you asked us, what is the secret for you guys staying a band so long? My automatic response was forgiveness. I would like to know the secret of you guys staying together so long. What's your first thought? What's the secret?
Spending time with other people away from here.
I was going to say paycheck.
Yeah, the paycheck.
Yeah,
that's a good one. I think we've talked about it a lot, just like you guys. We don't spend too much time together away from here because we get so much time together here, which makes it fresh every day. And we don't just do one thing on the show.
Yeah,
if we were a sports show only or a news talk show only.
Or a morning zoo.
Yeah, or hey, we're wild and crazy. Only if that's all we ever did. I think the fact that we do a lot of things in the show, not just one thing, keeps it fresh.
The variety.
And if you come in and go, I don't really feel like talking about the news today, then we just don't. Right. But if that's all we did, we'd have to or not get paid.
And then some days we have great, talented musicians like yourselves come in.
Well, we're glad you guys have stayed together.
We're glad you guys have too. And if you have any big news to share, let us know.
Yeah, anything that's on your heart.
All right, so let's do an Act of Congress jam session. This is where you guys just kind of pick a few hits you want to play, but you do it in your own way.
That's right. We're cracking open the wedding vault, which,
this
upcoming
is
brides and grooms, if you need a wedding band.
Rick, I had this happen this summer. I was at a wedding I wanted to be at, great friends, 9,000 degrees. I'm about to melt and run into the grass.
Right.
And I hear Connie's voice. And I said, this party just got better.
Everything's
I
going to be all right.
found me a fan and went over there and was well entertained.
Everything's going to be all right. So here they are, Act of Congress jam session, better known as / wedding reception. Here we go.
Very superstitious. The writing's on the wall. Very superstitious. The ladder's about to fall. A 13-month-old baby broke that looking glass. 7 years of bad luck. The good things in your past. When you believe in things you don't understand, you suffer. Superstition ain't the way. Very superstitious. Go and wash your face and hands. Rid me of the problem. Do all that you can. Keep me in the daydream. Keep me going strong. You don't wanna save me. It's too sad is my song. When you believe in things you don't understand and you suffer. Superstition ain't
go. Let's go.
Act of Congress.
Act of Congress.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, one more.
Enjoy them while you can, folks.
If you had one more.
Bubba.
If you could play one more, whatever it would be. It's totally up to y'all. And Adam's tuning the mandolin. He says, I got to get it ready. All right, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Name that tune. Anybody got any guesses?
That is
Come on, Bubba.
60s.
Shakur.
We go together. Better than birds of a feather, you and me. We chase the weather. I'm feeling heat and descent when you're around me.
I've been dancing on top of bars, stumbling out of bars, follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, and baby you know it's obvious.
I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you.
About you,
About you.
about you.
And you're making my typical me, bring my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Don't complicate it.
Yeah.
I know you and you know everything about me. I can't remember all of the nights I don't remember when you're around me.
I've been dancing on top of cars, stumbling out of bars, follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, and baby you know it's obvious.
I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you.
Yeah.
Any road you take, you know that you'll find me.
I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. About you,
About you.
about you.
And you're
Making my typical me, break my typical rules.
It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Tim Carroll on the bass, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on. Bring it,
You
Tim.
ready, Tim?
Clap it. Come on, Tim.
He's lifting off.
On top of cars, stumbling out of bars, follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine in the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, baby you know it's obvious.
I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you.
Yeah,
Any road you take, you know that you'll find me.
I'm a sucker for
All the subliminal things no one knows about you.
about you,
About you.
about you.
And you're making my typical me, break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you.
About you,
About you. And you're making my typical me, break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. I'm a sucker for you. Adam Wright on the mandolin.
Let's go. Yeah. Come on. There it is. Act of Congress. This is the best from the audience. I believe Big Boy's smile has gotten bigger while he stands listening to Act of Congress.
I agree.
Look at Big Boy's. I think it did get bigger.
It did.
Act of Congress. Go to activecongressmusic.com. If you want to see them in Alabama coming up on December the 16th, a matinee's been added. All that is in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It had
Probably
more
what-
to do with it than how he said it.
Yeah, you're right.
Summer out of Birmingham, listening to 104.7
Greg,
WZZK.
ooh, a word got me.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Hey, Summer, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I wanted to know what you guys' thoughts were about San Francisco deeming the NRA a domestic terrorist organization now.
Well, I hate to go.
They're being sued for that, by the way, and
Yeah.
rightly so.
Yeah,
they need to be. I hope they collect a pile from them.
Absolutely.
I hope San Francisco has to write big checks to the NRA. Nothing more appropriate than that, I don't think.
Well, I'll go back to this. I hate to go Mike Leach here, but San Francisco, I'm not sure that we want to take a lecture from people that now have rats and human waste filling the streets. Y'all might want to see. You've taken a beautiful city and taken it to a third world standard, and I just don't know that we care what you think right now.
There's a lot of confusion in San Francisco about a lot of
I'm
things.
telling you.
know.
Boy. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wanting to call to see if y'all heard about the school in Alabama that has stopped prayer in school and went to a moment of silence for some anti-Christian group, I forgot who it was, threatened to sue them.
Same bunch that always does it.
Freedom from religion.
The Freedom from Religion, and they're out of where? Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think so.
But anyway, isn't that Opelika?
Opelika. Yeah, I had an email from
I
the
did too.
superintendent there, and I was going to discuss it yesterday, and since I wasn't here,
Right.
it got in yesterday's stack, I had to pull that back up. But
Yeah, I had some people that, I just spoke there back in August, and they were sending me some stuff about it too, that they were one of the schools that kept on doing the prayer before the football games, and one person, complained, and the Freedom from whatever sent their little letter, and now they're going to stop doing it. But I know that's the easy way to go, but I don't know if that's the right way to go.
I think you ought to give that Freedom from Religion group about 400 lawsuits to have to fight.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to this.
I don't think they've won one yet.
They
normally don't go.
Will you tell me again the number of cases they've won that anybody tried them?
Zero.
That'd be zero, isn't it? Jennifer in Fort
my
Payne.
understanding.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning.
I am 70 years old, and I wanted to let y'all know I have listened to y'all's show from day one.
Oh,
Day
Jennifer,
one.
How
Wow.
sweet.
So
day one.
1996. 94.
No, 4.
1994, yeah. I got married in
I
96.
have loved every minute of it. You have got the greatest sense of humor. It's just terrific.
Well, thank you. What a sweet call.
Jennifer, you are sweet. Jennifer, well,
I appreciate you calling.
She's listened for 25 years. We could have given her another 3 minutes.
So she was 45 when she started listening?
Yeah, 45.
Nice.
That's a good one, by the way.
I'm sorry about that.
Bubba, you are holding.
I've been listening from day one.
And I'm guilty of this. Sometimes I get to listening to the call.
Yeah.
And I forget it's a troll, and right there's the flag. I should have thrown one. Jennifer,
Right.
I'm sorry. You can call back.
Well, I think she was done, though. I don't think she
Well,
had
I
to
just,
do
I
it.
just felt
I
like
love you.
she deserved a little more
So
love.
you were 45.
After 25 years, we should give her more than 30 seconds.
But if you love the show and you know all about it, isn't it almost an honor
Yeah.
to say,
Oh, yeah.
she knows how it works? Now, if you got some rook that says, I just started listening, I just want to how much y'all make. Now, that's different. But, I mean, when you go 25 years, you know the game. I mean, you know everything about it.
Well, I wanted to ask her what some of her favorite
Well, you could have,
moments
but
were. That's
you
what
let
I
him
wanted
get
to
buzzer on.
Give her the owl. She'll feel better.
Dallas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was wondering if y'all watched Dance with the Stars last night. I
Oh, boy.
was flipping through the channels and saw, turned over there with old rapper Ray Lewis, former NFL. I know y'all got some Bank 9 stuff for him. But he looked terrible dancing. I mean, he was very
did
stiff.
Yeah, I hadn't gotten back.
Usually the former players usually win it.
They do. Have y'all seen
Yeah.
Sean Spicer?
I
he
can't
wasn't-
see that.
He
because
wasn't the worst one of the night. And
No, I'm
listen,
talking about what he was wearing. you
Yeah,
know.
oh yeah. Yeah, it looked like the Jerry Seinfeld episode, which
Yeah.
we saw last night
Yeah.
with the pirate shirt on.
Funny.
You're talking about secondhand embarrassment.
This is what happens at my house. I'm watching Monday Night Football in the den. Betty is already in the bedroom watching Dancing with the Stars. And when I get so I just can't stay awake anymore, I go to bed, and she still got that on. So I catch part of it that way.
But I think he's dancing to the Spice Girls here.
He is, as a matter of fact.
A lot of times I
Sean
can watch
Spicer.
it just so I can see people do really bad.
He did not get the
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Those of you on YouTube, you see Act of Congress. They're headed out. The response, once again, incredible. All of you emailing and Those of you that have my cell, texting, commenting on social media, let me tell you, that is a talented bunch. And, even if you don't know much about music, you obviously can tell they're good at what they do. But for those of you that may have some sort of
you're talking about some musicians.
You're pretty well versed musically. You really have a great respect. You realize how well they do what they do.
And Rick, at one point there, and I don't know how she did it, Connie was whistling and singing at the same time. I don't
even know how that is even possible.
I think it's physically impossible to do.
So
we did have some requests for them to play the theme song from the TV show Big Bang Theory.
I saw that. I wondered when you were going to get there. Yeah, that was.
Did you ever tell him that?
I mentioned it to not Adam directly, but that to some of the other members that maybe one of them in the group had a somewhat resemblance to the star of that show.
Right.
And I think if they played that in concert and didn't say a word, everybody'd start laughing.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I think you're right. So many things. One of them we've already mentioned. The sound engineer. Do we need to move the coyote? And then when Adler would do the wide shot, and there's Big Boy just standing back there like he's in the band,
right?
And
with a spatula on his shoulder,
yeah, with a Rick and Bubba
cast iron skillet.
skillet.
Oh, skillet.
Yeah, that's all right. But here we should call.
Wow, Speedy, was that a mini stroke? I mean, I'm the one that ought to be goofy.
I was thinking skillet and said spatula. That makes it even worse.
It does. How about your pictures? Didn't even match?
No,
in your mind.
No. It's like my tongue had a mind of its own.
Now, don't forget.
I'll say spatula.
Don't forget when you look at Big Boy and you think, what's that sign in front of him? The sign in front of him is Beaver Bite Farm. And don't miss that. And so I think we should refer to that over there. That area is the Big Boy stage, don't you?
Okay, I like it.
Rick. Yeah. I'm with you. I know we've had a conversation about it. I think we ought to just go ahead and start calling the studio the Big Boy.
The Big Boy
we
Studios.
turned it down.
Yeah,
did we?
Yeah,
yes.
but I've gone back and revisited it. Since he's sitting over there, it really makes a lot of sense from the Big Boy Studios. That's
Our no-name studio Big Boy stage.
No, I would drop the. I think it could be the Big Boy stage, but I mean, Big Boy studio actually works.
All right.
I mean, that is the stage.
Yeah,
too.
it is.
Yeah.
So
there it is.
So there, because the fact that he's standing there, and maybe that was brought up and it didn't resonate with us at the time.
Shiny guy. Looks
yeah, it did. Yeah, it was, but I think
we were going more edge.
Yeah.
But now that I go back, you walk into the Big Boy studios, and there is Big Boy.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Just smiling.
Right. So anyway,
that spatula on his shoulder.
Right. Just.
Yeah.
And
That's
Bubba
the
and
biggest steel spatula I've ever seen.
And Bubba and I were talking about the importance of contrast.
Yeah.
And they are talented people no matter where they are. But when you put talented people in a room where talent is there's such a deficit, they really shine.
Oh, yeah.
Contrast is important.
But think about our talent. Our talent was getting their talent in here. That's talent.
Good. It is.
And showing up.
Yeah. Well, it's the time that I tell
we were talented enough to book them.
So it's really the version of me convincing my wife that I really am handy because I'm able to get handy people to do handy things.
That's it.
Yeah.
That is a skill set.
It is. It is.
High level management.
Right. Yeah,
Clipboard
that's
level.
On that note, I found out when it comes to tools. So battery operated leaf blowers are just a waste of your time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you're wanting to blow off like little areas like front porch. See, we keep
you
one of
gotta
those.
get one of them show enough good ones.
We keep one of those in our laundry room actually for like back porch, front porch.
Yeah.
That's all we
and have
we
two
do.
batteries. One's charging while the other one's.
I've got
the
a
battery
little
life
one.
is unacceptable. The battery life is a crime.
Rick, I have a little
It
one
only lasts like 10 minutes.
that I do the garage with. Then I got a big one I do the yard with.
sure
And it's
enough.
a 60-volt battery, which they're not real common. I mean, that thing's big as a watermelon,
Well, I start thinking about the investment because I looked at the ones where, like y'all have, where you put the motor on your back and all that.
Oh, that's serious business.
But when you have
grade.
when you have a landscaping
They're
service
outlawing them
that does
somewhat.
that for you once a week anyway, and you're already paying for it, I was like, why would I? The time of year where their ongoing maintenance isn't enough because there's so many leaves is such a short window. Is it really even worth it?
Yeah.
But then I will admit, and Speedy, I tried to make you proud, but then I realized even when it comes to lawn care, you don't go cheap. You go ahead and get the good stuff.
Oh yeah, got to.
And I tried to go cheap, and I was completely.
like you, Rick.
I was completely. Well, I started thinking I don't even use a leaf blower that much, and I started thinking, unlike the rest of my neighborhood that seems to run them 24/7.
I run mine a good bit.
I'm talking about shocked, and I'm not exaggerating this. And I got what I thought was a pretty good one. I couldn't even finish the leaves
of my entire driveway before the battery went dead.
Do you ever hot charge on it?
And then then I charged it. I don't know. And then I charged
color
it.
is it?
Red.
Oh,
and then I charged it for a long time,
Need to
and
go
then
yellow.
and then Sherry said,
or orange.
I couldn't find a yellow one. Sherry said, "Hey, I'm going to blow some leaves all today," and I said, "Well, the battery's full charge," and I said, "I guess it wasn't full charge when I used it last time because it didn't last very long, even though it showed it was." So I come home. She goes, "By the way, that leaf blower didn't last 5 minutes. It's brand new," and she said, "Till the battery died." And so that really means.
What kind of batteries on it? Do you know?
He's probably
Volt,
just 20 volt. You can get a bigger.
Where's
you can
the bigger batteries?
You can get a bigger volt battery that connects to that.
Where?
At the getting place.
I'm sorry, you're screaming
at the red blowing getting place. And I think I have that same blower, Rick. Adler wants to weigh in.
It's terrible.
I bought one from, and this person advertises on the show. Can I say the place?
Yeah. If
Bob's.
Oh yeah.
I got this one from Bob's, and that's actually a picture of me using it right here. So that's a woman. Never mind. But
yeah, that's serious business.
That's
Is
the
that
one
a
I
battery
got.
one?
It's
Is that
a battery. You know what? That one
looks
may.
gas.
Mine looks exactly like that though. It's got the front leaf blower attachment thing, and then the battery motor in the back.
Yeah.
And it works pretty
The
good.
one I have,
I'll get 24 minutes out of it.
The one I have is a complete waste of money.
Let's face it though. Do you want to blow leaves more than 20 minutes? I mean,
Right.
I'm done with it at 15.
Same here.
I'm out of here.
Bigger
But
battery, Rick.
I love no gas. I love being able to turn it on real quick and then just real quick.
I do too.
Yeah.
I love the battery world, but the one I got on this didn't do it. Tommy Tuberville, Senator, with us after the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk about the movie The Blind, a Phil Robertson story, now available on Blaze TV. We've talked about the movie, and we've talked about how great it is and what a moving picture of redemption it is. And a lot of you are like, I'm in, and then you're like, oh, wow, so I got to buy it from Amazon, or, wow, I got to buy it from Apple now that it's streaming. Don't really want to buy it from them. Well, you don't have to. You can get it from Blaze TV. Go to blazetv.com/theblind. Now, this is not a Blaze Media production. However, they did work out a deal where they can make it available to all of us that love Blaze TV and the Blaze family, which we are part of. So go to blazetv.com/theblind, and you can get The Blind, the Phil Robertson story, for only $19.99. So you can feel great about the movie, which you will, and you don't have to feel bad about how you got it. Go to blazetv.com/theblind.
Lowest score.
No, the big, tall Lamar Odom.
Yeah, the one that
He's just too tall to dance.
Yeah, he's way out of his league there, I think.
Well, he's also been traumatized by being one of the many people that was made crazier by the Kardashians.
Yeah, he's still scarred by that, obviously.
He's got PTSD from the Kardashians.
And this, what's funny, that he's offbeat and everything, but hey, he got out there and did it. And you know that crowd does not like him at all.
Rick and Bubba.
If they have elephants or not. But I think anytime you want to fight political correctness, you have to fight back with political correctness and put them in a quandary, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Turn the ends on the middle.
Are you familiar? Now, Greg, I know you are because you've told me about them. Universal, S-O-U-L Circus. Somebody says they put on quite a show. Universal, like, hey, Soul Train.
Yeah.
The Soul Train. It is an African-American only circus.
Oh, really?
And see, that way the elephant people, if they start looking out for elephants and won't let Universal have elephants, we say they're racist.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then you double back and say, well, y'all think that these African-Americans are mean to elephants? What are y'all, some kind of racist?
Yeah.
How come this circus, this African-American circus cannot have? They put on a fantastic show. Their colors are fantastic. Their production is high energy, and the elephants are part of the show. And so we
won't believe their unicycle basketball team.
That's right. So then we get.
That's good.
Don't encourage him and the Golden Ticket. Then we get.
We had them here one time.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. They were unbelievable, by the way.
Then we get our circus back, and we get our elephants back, and we get the whole thing back. Yeah. Because anybody who says they're mean to elephants, I go, what do you mean? Some kind of racist?
Rick, I have to go back to this elephants in captivity. I just don't know that that's a real bad deal for the elephants. Okay, they're in captivity. I give you that.
Mm-hmm.
But they are fed regularly. They are taken care of. They're in comfortable surroundings. They're treated like kings and queens. Sure, they have to pull a tent up every now and then. They probably enjoy that for fun. I mean, you know. But it's sport to them.
Mm-hmm.
But as opposed to me living in the wild where I have to find stuff to eat, I always got to worry about lions and tigers. Sure, I might win the battle, but it's still a handle.
Yeah, but you
Circus, Serengeti. I'm going circus.
I think I am too.
I am too.
Bubba must not have seen Water for Elephants, the movie.
Well, Greg,
I
that's
didn't
old
see it.
school.
I didn't see it. Is it
That was a long
bad?
time ago.
Is
That's
it
old.
bad?
That's old stuff.
Is it bad? Greg? Does it make you feel bad for elephants
Yeah,
in
you
captivity? I mean,
kinda do.
tell me. I can handle it.
You kind
The key is not if they're, but Greg, and again,
As bad
stay
as
away
the
from the
orcas?
bullhook.
Is it as bad as the orcas?
The orcas.
You talking about
No.
Blackfish?
Greg, that was
Wasn't
a
it
movie.
the Blackfish?
He's talking about a movie, not a documentary.
But I mean, we've known in the past because remember a lot of these elephants have turned on the crowd.
No, they have.
But
There's some
they
places
are- the
where
way they
animals are
train
treated, but you
some
shouldn't
in
punish
some places.
everybody because some people don't know how to act.
I'm just saying.
And I'm not going
saying do
to
away
stand by and let a bunch of elephant people be racist. I'm not going to do it.
No, to me,
And the,
I could see the argument with tigers better because they like to be out. Tigers and lions, they're out on the prowl. But hey, we've all seen the documentaries. Hey, the movies Disney put out show you that hey, it ain't all smiles and giggles being a lion out there.
No, it's not.
Greg, that looks like a love story.
Greg, that's not a documentary.
That's a good movie.
It's a movie.
That's going to make me feel bad about elephants.
It is
right
a love
there.
story, but it's a good movie.
But it's not a documentary, Greg.
Did you think it was a good movie?
It was a good movie.
Did y'all both see it? I didn't see it.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Have you
See,
ever
they
couldn't get the
See, I
elephant
don't
to do
know.
nothing.
I don't know.
And that guy was, beating the elephant and all that. He couldn't get to do nothing. We're going to find out. Would it speak Polish? It was from Poland, and
Yes.
it didn't understand English.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a small part of the movie, but that's just all I
So
took
you
from it.
bought into that.
So you
Of
thought-
all the things
It
that
isn't
you
real.
will buy into,
Hey, it's not
or
real.
not buy into.
The things he would absolutely put a wall up against, and he buys into that.
It's not
Hey,
real.
let me tell you something that is real though, and I know.
there is a record that they
real to
abused
me.
elephants.
But let me tell you this. Let me tell you what is real, and it's an old.
And I'm not saying do away with elephants.
It's
but
an
we're
old.
on record that
it's
that's
an old.
how we trained.
It's an old story, and I can't think of the name
And a
of it.
bull hook.
There's an old story. Greg, this one is real. There's an old story. Old story.
Oh, the one that went in town.
Yeah, the one that went into a town, and of course the feature of this was a circus that was trying to compete with P.T. Barnum, and P.T. Barnum got the first big elephant that was brought in to be in a circus, Jumbo, I think.
Beat
it
the
was.
snot out of it.
And Greg, we don't know that, and so
I think we do.
But so the rival circus said, "Hey, we need an elephant," and because that's drawing the crowds.
Yeah.
So he got an elephant. They go into the small town. They bring the parade through the city. Like you used to do. The circus is here, and there's the parade. Well, the elephant got spooked by something and did a headstand on somebody and killed somebody in the crowd.
Oh,
so not good. And so the community began to demand that they be given the elephant.
That's horrible.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Big Boy Studios out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, we thank you for being with us. Archives available every day, live options available every day. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to catch any and all of the Rick and Bubba content you so desire, including yesterday's Bible study. It is available. The archive is available on our YouTube channel, our podcast channel, if you missed the latest from 2 Corinthians, which is our new study that is going on right now. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts, coming out this weekend. Catch that. You know him as Dr. Lou on the Rick and Bubba Show, Lance Ingram, but he also has authored some outstanding resources. And boy, do we have a great one to talk to him about in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's one I get emailed about a lot. And honestly, until Lance took the time to do this, I didn't really have any good resources to point you to on this particular need that a lot of families have. And that is mom and dad talking about, are there any good devotionals out there for moms and dads to actually start discipling young children? Well, he has put in the work, and he's done it. And we'll talk to him about it this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler all here. Bill Bubba Bussey standing by. Bubba, Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville is joining us once again on the Rick and Bubba Show. And yesterday, Senator Tuberville was in the headlines, and he's going to make sure that he comes on this program to kind of clarify the situation. Senator, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys. Wait a minute. Rick and Bubba University? Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
What have we got going
Well,
on there?
handing out degrees in common sense, I think even you will agree, that is no longer a given.
No, it isn't.
Man, I think we're so far away from, moral values and our Constitution and the Bible. It's scary. But, hey, we got to continue to fight, and you guys are doing it, it sounds like.
Well, what's going to matter at the end of it all? Only the things that are eternal are going to stand. The rest of it's not going to mean a whole lot. So let's talk about the situation with these military promotions. You have dug in, and then yesterday you made a decision that people are asking us. So what's Tuberville's game plan here? You've explained it. I've seen it out there, and Bubba talked about it yesterday. But why don't you just tell the people directly?
Well, it was a good fight for 11 months. It should have never gone past the first couple of weeks, and we were counting on just sitting down with the Pentagon and Chuck Schumer and hey, let's work this out. This is illegal what you're doing. Taxpayers are not supposed to have to pay for anything to do with abortion. Let's sit down and figure this out. You've had a good policy for the last 40 years, and it's worked. Nobody's complained, but all of a sudden you've changed it. So we thought we'd get some negotiation. They said our way or the highway. And so we kept fighting for negotiation. Our next alternative was a lawsuit, which will happen eventually, but it takes time. The next alternative is to really get all the Republican senators together, all 49 of us, and just stand stead strong for no money for taxpayer spent on abortion. That failed. We had a bunch of them that just turned tail and ran. And then the last one, which I thought would really work, and we had it in the military budget, which is always voted on in December. So it comes around, I'm on armed services. I had the votes to keep the old policy in and kick the new one out. I had Democrat votes, Republican votes. Chuck Schumer saw that, and he changed the rules of the budget and said, I'm going to do the voting on the budget. And it's just you can't win when people don't go by the Constitution and the rules. So they were getting ready to go around my holes. They had 10 to 12 Republicans going to vote against me to change the rules to go around my holes and confirm the promotion. So it was over. I had no choice. I did not want to change the rules of the Senate. They hadn't been changed in 200 years. But we got some people up here now that can't stand any kind of controversy, and they won't fight. Again, I had several Republican senators came after me. I was on the floor for 5 hours from 11 to 4 a.m. in the morning fighting against my Republican colleagues. So I knew at that point, it was we're going to have to do something different. So I promoted most of them, but we're not done. We're going to keep fighting for the taxpayers. We got to get a Republican president. If we don't get a Republican president and get these clowns out of leadership in the Senate in terms of the Democrats, well, the country has we have no path in which to have success like this country's had in the last 247 years.
Senator, it looked to me like, too, in you backing down on these holes, you were able to keep the rule in place so you could put holds on, and you still actually have holds on some of the people. You just let the majority of them go through, correct?
Exactly, Bubba. If I'd had not that day have said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and promote, you have to have 60 votes. And, of course, they only have 51 senators as Democrats. So they'd had to have 9 Republicans. And we had a conference meeting, and I said, listen, do they have 9? Please raise your hand if you're going to vote with the Democrats against the taxpayers and for the rule change. And we had over 10. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh. Now what? I mean, that's how this place is. They look out for themselves. They don't vote for their constituents. And we're a pro-life state. And I told them in every meeting I had, listen, I ran on pro-life. I'm standing up for the taxpayers and not paying for abortion. I thought that's what we stood for up here. But it's just for another day. We'll have a conversation about a lot of this. But it's about getting reelected, and it's about power.
Are you disappointed in those Republicans that wouldn't stand with you on this?
Oh my gosh, am I? I mean, and 4 or 5 of them personally attacked me on the floor of the Senate. You can go back and look at some of the because it's all videoed and the speeches they gave and that I wasn't true to myself and I mean it's just amazing to me. And of course it's a lot of it is for show, but it's again, I'm up here for the people of Alabama and for the taxpayers of this country and for the Constitution. And guys, we have gotten so far away from that. These executive orders and all this overreach by the White House. Supreme Court said, 3 or 4 months ago, you can't forgive student loans. They did $8 billion more yesterday. They just basically say, we don't care what the law says, and we've all seen that. There's crime all over the country. They don't go by the laws at the border. We had 4,000 Chinese men. Now, men from 18 to 35, without families, without kids, men come across the border on Monday. Chinese from China. Now, if that doesn't scare everybody.
Sounds like an army getting in place, doesn't it?
You think? I mean, we're in bad. Christopher Wray, the FBI director, said this week on stand, under oath, we're in trouble. We're in trouble.
Well,
flashing lights everywhere.
Yeah, well, and as citizens, we don't understand what the play is other than power. I mean, it's the only thing I could think of because I don't know how anyone, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, can look at the things we're doing all outside the Constitution and say, yeah, this is going to work out great. The end game, only thing you can even make sense of is these things give us the ability to stay in power. But even, as Bubba, you said 1,000 times, if you're in power and the country is garbage, so you're the king. You're the king of the garbage pile.
Yeah, and Coach, the Republicans, like I say, you're in the minority in the Senate. Over in the House, we've lost 2 Republican seats this week, and that's going to cut their lead down to only 2 or 3. I don't remember what the count is now. It's so I mean it's just a very, very divided government, and the Republicans don't seem to galvanize themselves like the Democrats do. They never have anybody go against their leadership. Never.
We don't have a government, guys. I mean, we have a dictatorship up here as we speak. Because as I said earlier, we have a Constitution. The reason we made it for 247 years is because we have a rule book that you go by, and you can't. It's free speech. The right to bear arms. The right to try. All those things. You can't have executive overreach, but we have given so much power to the White House over the years. They can change things at the snap of a finger, and nobody complains. And so it's we're in huge trouble all over the world. And I hope we understand that if we do not get and I'm a Trump guy, y'all know that, but if we have got to get somebody that will go by the rule of law in the White House. If we don't, it's over. It might be over anyway, with what they've done at the border, and that they've done it on purpose. It's just so scary. If you see all these protests now, kill the Jews, there's no God in our country anymore. They could care less. It's just it makes you sick at your stomach to see the things that go on up here and the things that go on behind the scenes. It's concerning.
Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville, thanks for clarifying and bringing light to what's going on. None of it is good news.
No, but we hope you find that court case you need too.
Yeah. So thanks for always taking time to be here.
Yeah, Rick and Bubba University.
Yeah, we need you. Yeah, if you'd like to be a professor, let us know. Thanks for being with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks, sir.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then finally, this guy that was in charge got where, look, if we don't give them the elephant, they're going to get us.
and the community killed the elephant.
Yeah, and the way they did it was
and the
really
way they
bad.
did it was they thought it was going to be something that they misjudged it terrible.
Oh wow!
But anyway, like Gary and the donkey.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wow.
Except this involved a crane or some kind of crane type apparatus and a chain. And they didn't count for elephant weighs a lot.
The strength. And
wow! Have you ever wanted to be an elephant?
No. No.
I can't really say yes to that
I
one.
see him running through stuff. I'd be like, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, but there's other days that are not so good.
You see the lines come across, and they're like.
Now, if you ask me if I'd rather be a lion, then that's a whole different ball.
Yeah, with the lines, I'm okay with the lines. I'm not, but the lines, man, the flies and the ticks and all that. You ever seen them?
Can I tell you? None of them have color TV.
Man, they got so many ticks and flies on them you can't see, and then you got the elephants just kind of wading through the water. I was like, that'd be kind of cool.
Wait a minute. So
every now and then,
there's nothing in the animal kingdom that draws me away from humanity.
No, I'm just saying.
If
you had to be an elephant, it wouldn't be that bad.
You almost have to say you got to be an animal, and human being's not a choice anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. If I had to be an animal,
I'd
the
best choice.
I'd want to be a pet of my wife.
Right. Plus,
because they live better than most humans
Yeah.
do.
Absolutely.
Amen to that.
Plus, get to play for the
I was
Princeton
explaining
Tides,
that to one dog last night.
You got it pretty good. Pal.
Laying up in that pillow on the bed.
The only problem is, buddy, that
the bed ain't enough. You have to have a pillow too. Is that it?
Yeah. Pillow, you need some cover.
Oh my God!
But here's the thing that gets me though. But then when you look down the tunnel at that rocking 14 years alive,
I know.
Right.
It goes by
No,
fast.
you said
though.
you
back
had
to
to be an
elephants, we
animal,
live
though.
long.
They had to be an animal.
I know you're right. But think about how long ago you were 14.
Oh, I know.
So
Think about it.
it's I want to go with an
I could
animal.
live 2 dogs' lives. By the
I
time
want to
we
go with
show.
an animal with a longer lifespan. You know,
Crocodile.
elephants live for a long time.
Yeah.
How long does the great white shark live?
Long.
Long.
I
Yeah.
think I'm going to go that route.
What about an eagle? What do they do?
Well,
40, 50 years.
They
I
did a
bet.
lot better before windmills came back.
You
Okay.
want to be in the right
That's an
area.
absolute fact.
It is. It's just
Absolute fact.
tough to visualize.
Here goes the green movement again. They're picking eagles over windmills. I mean, windmills over eagles.
Yeah.
That's another one. You turn them. You also turn homeless against tree lovers.
Right.
You know, because you can't build houses. for
Indian
'em.
tribes against well people.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about a horse? You ever want to be a horse? Have somebody
It's a special gig.
ride somebody through town?
I'd like to be secretariat. Everybody loved me. Then they went out and said, give us as many babies as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Enjoy the pasture. Big red. Right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Starts with, let's go with Tony out of Mississippi. Here we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling.
Phone troll.
Hello, Tony. Welcome. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, congratulations on 25 years. I got a question for Bubba. I've heard the term Summer of Bubba through the years, and I just wanted to know, what is Summer of Bubba?
Well, that was a summer we had a few years ago, or better known as SOB here on the show.
Yes.
I was working on getting in shape for playing tennis and lost about 40 pounds that summer.
It was a haircut like you liked it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was a complete summer of makeover from Bubba. And the good news is about what we do, if you can capture pictures of any good era you had, you just keep putting that picture up.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Check out the Simply Safe logo. I mean, picture with y'all in it.
Yeah.
Bubba, I mean, that's so good.
Oh, yeah.
So Bubba
That was really high and tight. Then.
Bubba was on fire that summer.
Oh,
We called
you
it the
were.
Summer of Bubba.
Yeah, and we've tried to recapture that magic a few times.
This year we're going the fall of Bubba, right into winter.
Well,
right?
Or we call it the fob.
The fob.
Greg, why don't you
I think
do that?
That would be if it was
Right
fall,
in the middle of
Bubba.
tailgating season.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a tough time of year to kick all that off. I
Hunting
think it was the
season.
fall that killed the summer of Bubba.
Hunting season.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
think
the
about
holidays are not a good time to have anything of Bubba.
I worry about the term the
Food
fall
for
of
Bubba.
Bubba.
Yeah.
That's not good. Well, Rick, that's why we want to do something.
Right.
Right, please. help me.
We call that 2019.
That's right. Well, look, he's super healthy once he leaves here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We continue. We go to
This is rough here. I think because it's funny because Betty and I were just talking about this
I
topic
bet.
yesterday, as she was carrying me by getting paperwork from a fat clinic.
So here we go, 22 minutes past the hour. First phone troll of the day. It's been an active Rick and Bubba show already today. Let me just tell you that. All right, so Helmsley's taking phones right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
You can make a comment, ask a question, discuss the things you've heard. Gift number 6 has already been given away, so that happened back much earlier in the program, so you'll have to reset and try again tomorrow for gift number 7 if you are not the winner. So that's been done. Remember the new number, 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. No matter how many times out of my subconscious I give you that old number, remember it is 629-WE-BE-BIG. That's the toll-free number. And 30 seconds to pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Another person gets an opportunity to have their time on the program. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. We are talking about comments, questions, and information coming to the table. And the beauty of that is we have 10 lines available. Makes it easier to get in. And because of the buzzer, our friend the buzzer, you don't have to stand in line very long. Cody is going to call us from New Mexico today, Bubba, and he gets us started. Cody, 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rick, I was wondering if you headed into Greg's office, if he still had his hat and hoodie sitting on the desk from Moultrie yesterday.
It is,
It
by
is.
the way.
100% it is. Bubba's my witness. It's right where it was left yesterday.
Because I went and looked this morning myself.
Yeah, I was thankful that I had mine in the truck because I was taking it to the farm, because I walked in today and Helmsy and I had the same exact hoodie on, and it felt awkward, so I changed into another one. Yeah, so
you bet that's going to last.
If that thing was a 3X, I might get it.
Right. Yeah, Helmsy, I tried. You even said, Rick, it's a team shirt. It's got Rick and Bubba showing it. I just couldn't do it. I think the fact that it was a hoodie, I think if it had been a T-shirt or one of those polos, I probably would have stayed with it. Something about you wearing matching hoodies, you and I couldn't do it.
And I actually have my Moultrie hoodie that matches that one in my car, and I started to go put it on after the first hour just to really mess you up.
Oh,
but
my goodness. Thank you for being kind. DJ in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. DJ, go ahead.
Good morning. How y'all doing today?
Fantastic, DJ.
Yeah, okay, I'm talking about what people keep complaining about is all these Congress people are in there for way too long, and they're getting richer every year being in there because they're accepting bribes, of course, and, they just...
They don't all accept bribes. I mean, some do. But I will say this, the fact that you have that office, though, boy, the speaking fees and the book deals and, of course, if you're, working with the Biden family, you get all kinds of extra perks. I mean, it's
you'd sell a painting for millions.
So what do we pay a senator right now, or representative?
Let's see, the president makes about $400 now, I think, and maybe senator $250, congressman $150, something like that.
So representative about $150.
And I'm just guessing. I'm just
you're
shooting
around
off
it.
the
You're
hip.
around it.
Well, I remember that Greg said it must be a good gig when somebody will spend $10 million to get a job that only pays $150,000. He said there must be other perks available.
Well, but usually they're spending other people's money.
No, true,
right?
but still,
it's OPM.
Yeah. If you'll go raise that kind of money and that's what it takes, and you're willing to do it, it must be a good gig. And I haven't seen any of them come out poor. Have you?
Not many, Rick, that I can think of. I tell you who I do have respect for are those that go and serve a certain amount of time they said they were going to serve, and then they leave.
Yep, I agree.
I remember when J.C. Watts did that. I had a lot of respect for him.
Yep. And they're very few. It's hard to find those.
Correct. Yep. You are correct.
Hard to find. Scott in Alabama. Scott, go, 30 seconds.
I want Dickie Admire's prediction of the Alabama-Michigan Rose Bowl.
Well, the Alabama-Michigan Rose Bowl will be over quickly because it's a team from the north, and when you play a team from the deep south like a Row Tide, Alabama, it'll be over quickly. We'll try to be good stewards of your time and to also show some grace and mercy by playing our second team starting in the third quarter. A Row Tide. Not even close. Nadmire out. So, we'll see. I mean, Dickie predicted that on Monday as well. Sean in Kentucky. Sean, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick. Good to talk to you this morning.
Our pleasure.
Just going to let you know I got my Spotify report the other day, and I'm in the top echelon of listeners, like the top 2%.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
But I'm going through a little rough patch, and I've been sitting at home watching you guys on YouTube, and I got to say, between the two, I think I'd rather be a listener on the podcast,
because of the lack of bed music. These YouTube watchers are missing a whole lot of the show because they can't hear the bed music.
Yeah, the bed music it provides a rhythm of the show.
Yep.
You're right. That is it's a tempo thing. I agree, and we have tried every way in the world to overcome that. But we have come to the conclusion that it's better to have the YouTube option with approved bed music than to stand your ground on the bed music and these people not have access to the show at all. So it's
kind of hard to believe we're about to be 2024 and we still can't get this internet thing worked out.
Yeah.
And get a universal licensing agreement.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
I don't know why either. Bobby in Moulton, Alabama. Bobby, go ahead, 30 seconds. And Bubba's timeout's
Hey, how's
gone.
it going?
Good.
I think I was Caleb Spradley's youth minister, the sound guy for Act of Congress.
Okay.
And just wanted to compliment him. That was excellent. I'm also a music minister for 30 years, so I understand music and, all that stuff and mixing and everything. So, man, good job, Caleb.
Yeah, he did a great job, and the band's fantastic. Randy and Anniston. Randy, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, I was watching YouTube back the other day, and when Dickie Natmeyer called in, Rick, you lucky got hold of Bubba's Ozempic, ran up out of there like he's running to the bathroom.
Oh, I see. At first, I didn't know what you were talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah. You got to get out here quickly. We didn't realize because Adler at one time would try to get a shot where you didn't see me leaving, but we thought it was obvious that this was a character that one of us does, me, and we were shocked when we had interns who worked here, and when I left, they thought I was mad or running to the bathroom too. They had never put two and two together. And it was like,
that
what?
guy's crazy.
That's concerning.
So I tell you what, Rick doesn't like that Nadmeyer guy. No, he won't even stay in here. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hours that we work make it work. I mean, it amplifies the problem. And she had pointed out that a lot of shift workers have weight issues too. So it getting up early because you get desperate. You feel like you just need something to get you through it. And sometimes it's a cookie, sometimes it's a piece of bread.
Right.
All the things you don't need to be eating.
Right.
And so that probably amplifies it some. But we still have some core issues there we need to work on. I think.
Do you?
Now, what shift are we on?
First.
Well, we have a modified first shift.
We got a weird shift.
We do. Watch your mouth.
It's halfway. I mean, most first shift people don't get there till like 8 o'clock. So
shift work.
Yep.
We
3:30 kickoff clock. Ugh, it's rough. What time do you get up now? 2:30.
2:30.
I still haven't figured out how you get up at 3:30.
Takes me about an hour from alarm going off to pulling out of the driveway. So I leave at 4:30
how long it
and I
takes
get
me?
here about 5.
15 minutes.
Depends on how long I've got what I do at the house before I leave. Most of the time, if I leave without doing anything, I leave at 5.
Right.
What do you do for that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I leave at 4:30. I get here at 5.
Right.
If I have a little something to do, I may run a little bit late and get here, at 5:15 or 5:30.
Yeah. Right. So
what now?
Yeah. I want to know your whole morning. Like you wake up and you get up
at 3:30.
Yes, on the treadmill.
And you guess you put your CPAP off to the side. Get up.
Yeah, I put it in the drawer. The mask. I get up. Usually the first stop is the commode area.
Okay, that's it. Okay, yeah.
And then I hit the shower, and sometimes I stay in there a little longer than I should.
Oh,
cold
hot water.
If cold water's hitting you, you're falling asleep in there. But it takes about an hour from alarm going off to car rolling out the drive. That's what I usually budget for time.
So what takes up the hour? Just the shower?
Yeah,
it must be a long one because I shower every morning. I'm 15, 20 minutes and I'm out of there.
Yeah, me too.
I probably stay in the shower a little longer than I should.
Right.
But
see, because I shower at night too to get clean.
That's part of my allergy. That's part of my allergy world too, where I just try to wash everything off of you that can be. Causing the allergies from outside.
Combating allergies quite like that.
Well, the hot steam helps to open your sinuses up and stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to see you get more sleep and less prep.
Yeah, I think you can knock 30 minutes.
I think it's more beneficial.
I need about an hour to sit here and think about stuff.
A good 30 minutes more sleep. I think you could.
It's funny because
what time do you get up? You're the latest.
4:30, and then I sometimes I will snooze to 4:40, but usually 4:30.
So I'll get up an hour earlier than you do.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I just don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, but I can't come in there.
I'm usually
2 wheels. That's not. I don't.
I'm usually here easy by 5:30. Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, because I usually leave about 10 after 5.
Yeah, I think I just take a little more time to wake up.
Right. Yeah. So. But
this is the one good thing about my shower right now that we have is I can't sit down. In other words, there's no, 'cause some of them have a built-in bench or whatever. But I'm just saying, do you?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't?
Why
Okay,
would you sit down? In the
I know.
shower?
I know. Well, I just saying some people sit down in the shower.
Yeah, elderly people. They have him chairs. You buy for.
Well, by the way,
I had a shower.
Handicap. Elderly.
No, y'all make fun of him.
I had a shower that had.
I don't know a bunch of people, but I've heard that. I mean, like some of the
they read the paper.
Some of the newer homes have like built-in.
Maybe I have a place I could sit, but I just don't. You know what I do?
I don't
shampoo.
either.
Maybe they want to wash your feet.
I would fall back asleep if I sat back down.
But you picture me in the shower asleep sitting.
But it's usually pretty cold on that seat unless you warm it up ahead of time. You know.
Yeah.
But it's.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes now past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas already been given today. So if you missed that part of the show, it's gone. Act of Congress has been on the show today. Senator Tommy Tuberville on the show today explaining what's going on in his situation, which has been big news. So if you missed all that on the program, catch the Rick and Bubba archives today, either on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. They're available to you each and every day. And as we heard some callers mention in our phone troll, you're finding out just how many hours you have spent on those Rick and Bubba archives as you're getting those reports now at the end of the year. Also, we'll continue to update you on more stories that are still out there today and get more of your phone calls before we are done today. But Bubba, right now, and we have the executive director of the Jimmy Hill Mission. This is one of the many Christian missions that are all over our country, serving those that are in difficult situations and needing help, being the hands and feet of Jesus. And we are so thankful for the work that we've seen in the many years that we've been involved with the Jimmy Hill Mission. Of course, they've been a longtime friend of the show. So first of all, Perrin, do we need to get right out? I mean, before we forget, do we need to make sure that we do a special birthday today?
We do have a special birthday today. Happy birthday to our youngest son, Sam. Turns 18 today. We're proud of you. We love you, and have the best birthday.
There you go. So
18.
There's another December 7th that will live in infamy.
Yes.
Yeah, the birth of your son. So happy birthday to Sam. So here we are. It is Christmas time, and it's always important any time of year to remember that there are people in great need and there are people who are struggling, but there's just something special about Christmas because all of us are celebrating the followers of Christ, the incredible gift that was given to us by God through His Son, and it should prompt us to also remember that we have been given much grace and mercy, and as Jesus told us, don't withhold that from other people.
That's right. You know, none of us deserve the gift that we received in Jesus. None of us. And it's a time of joy. But for some people who are struggling, that joy is just a little bit harder. And the Jimmy Hill Mission and other Christian rescue missions want to be there to help them in this time of struggle to really get their life back on track. You know, you talk about the Rick and Bubba University. At Jimmy Hill, we have Back to Life University.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you guys do such a great job all year long, but Christmas is special. And how is it different with you guys?
Christmas is special. You know, there's so much secular infiltration in our holidays these days, and what we do at Jimmy Hill is try to focus on the gifts that we've been given and how Jesus came to redeem all of us, and that there is hope in making the changes and doing the hard work and coming back because God loves us all.
So some of the things you guys are doing, and Speedy, you guys were talking about it in the break, and we were there. But this active recovery program, it's transformational, complete. You know, like you said, some of the approaches to these kinds of problems are incomplete. They're not transformative. Tell us a little bit about the difference in a Christian rescue mission and what you guys do.
Well, we have a wholesome program, and you need to address the whole person. So our active recovery program, which is taught by certified recovery counselors, focuses on physical health, mental health, relational health, because so many of our clients have been in toxic relationships in their families and in their situations, vocational health, and the cornerstone of our program is spiritual health.
Yeah.
You can't do it without that. We're really wasting our time and do a disservice if we don't address the opportunity for eternal life.
Well, and you guys have made a commitment, and it probably gets more and more difficult to stay to that commitment, that you want to provide these services for free. And that we all agree that no one should have to say, well, I'd like to have your transformative help, but I don't have any way to afford it. Well, that's where we all come in that have been blessed, because if you don't have people coming alongside saying, we will provide, we will give, so that it can be free for those that are in need.
Well, and you're exactly right. We could not do that without the community's help, and other Christian rescue missions that have maintained the commitment like we have to provide these services for free could not do that either. We've all been blessed, and I want people to know that we are good stewards of what you share with us, the blessings you give us. We are so careful with that, and it's not to enable people to continue bad habits and continue on the wrong road, but to effect true change, because it's work. And those that come to us, they're hungry and they're seeking help and change, and so we really make lasting transformation in their lives with your help.
Well, and talk about that. Get real specific. So the Rick and Bubba audience there, and not just here. If you're somewhere else and you say, well, I like the way a Christian rescue mission works, we've got the City Gate Network, meaning you can find a Christian rescue mission wherever you're watching this show, wherever you're listening. We're fortunate to have Jimmy Hill here, and we're going to put that in show notes today too. But if you would like to find one near you, just use that link we have in show notes and help them as well. So you have the audience right now. Tell them what they need to be doing to try to help. 3
ways you can help: pray, volunteer, and donate. We've been hit just like everybody else. Higher food cost. The gas company, the power company, those costs are going way up. Transportation costs for us to get people to doctor's appointments for impacted teeth and get them to work when they're getting back on their feet. It's really tough this year, folks, and we really appreciate your help.
We were talking about it in the break with the inflation that we're having, and it's affecting everybody, but it really hits the people at the bottom of the economic ladder harder and quicker than it hits everybody else.
Every month we receive notes back from people in broken handwriting and simple notes. I'm so sorry that I can't give this month. And it breaks our heart for them because we know that they're struggling getting close to that line. And it's very hard. I'm not going to lie, this year is very hard because we're having to do so much more with so much less, and there's only so far you can stretch it.
So, do you also find that because of the financial strain of everything costing more, unfortunately, that your services are being needed at more than ever too? Because there's a lot of people that have found themselves homeless just because everything, as you said, Bubba, costs more, and that affects those that are hanging on by a thread more than anybody.
Rick, since 2020 in the Birmingham area, homeless numbers have increased by 12%. That's the largest jump since we've been keeping numbers way back years and years. And that's because, I mean, it makes sense. Rising housing costs, rising interest rates, because so many people are trying to live on credit cards and they're maxed out and they reach that limit and they can't pay the rent. Rising food costs, just trying to put food on the table, medicine cost, health insurance cost. It's all going up, but if you're struggling to make ends meet, working 2 or 3 jobs, that's all you can do, and then you find yourself out on the street. And we're seeing more and more families that come to us, and that just breaks my heart.
Boy, you mix in a little bit of the drug crisis and what's coming over across the border. Now you take those that financially get crushed and get out on the streets, and then you have those that get addicted to all these drugs that are coming through our open border. That's getting out of control too, which of course it doesn't take long till they find themselves on the street.
Oh, it doesn't take long at all. And I'm going to tell you, if you don't have someone affected by our drug crisis in your immediate family, you are a small minority in our country. Yep. It's in every family. It's in every neighborhood. It's in every city that's listening here today. It doesn't show any discrimination.
So think about it as we wrap up our time together, and thank you for all you guys are doing. I want you to think about what's been laid out before you, and both of these are unfortunate. We don't have a lot of good news today, other than the fact that, hey, no matter, because of what Christ has done, everything really is going to be all right for the redeemed. But
navigating this side of that's a little tough.
Navigating this side of it, and is this, there's a bigger need than ever before for the Christian Rescue Mission. However, the finances and the volunteers and the items that are needed, it's harder to get them than ever before because the people who provide them, they're strapped too.
Yep.
So if you can and you've been able and you think, well, I'm not sure I'm really needed. It sounds like that they got that covered now more than ever. If you've got it and you feel so led. The need is great on both sides of that. The need's great for the rescue missions, and the need is great for the rescue mission to be able to fund the very, very care that is so desperately needed. So those two things are working together right now.
If you've received a blessing, give a blessing back because you're helping the hands and feet of Christ when you do so.
If you want a blessing, it starts with you giving.
Yeah,
that's right.
It does. And so right now, go to show notes at rickandbubba.com, or you can go directly to jimmyhellmission.com/donate. If you're looking for the Christian Rescue Mission near you, that's the Citygate Network. We have that link in show notes today too. So, Perrin, thanks for the work you and all the folks there continue to do. And like you said, you truly are the hands and feet of Jesus. And if you don't have Jesus in the plan, then true transformation can never really take place.
That's right. That's right.
So thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Wishing everyone the joy of Christmas.
You too.
Check rickandbubba.com show notes. All the information's there. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Our number is 629-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, are you feeling better today, buddy?
Yeah.
How's the day once the shot wore off?
Yeah, we're, the shot still had a little bit of kick there last night. Woke up a little earlier than I wanted to, but, it's definitely tailing off now. It's, no doubt.
No doubt.
No doubt. Into my dust bag now.
We'll go through some normal stuff today. Joe Biden continues to fall apart before our very eyes and ears. If we've got 720 million women in this country, we do have an overpopulation problem. I just
even Jimmy Carter has come out and said I could not handle the presidency at 80.
Right.
Obviously, he didn't handle it real good at whatever age he was when he was in there. But I think the point should not be lost on Joe Biden and Bernie. Mm-hmm. Rick, also, a couple of other things. A lot of celebrities came out when Felicity Huffman was sentenced to 14 days in prison, and she has to pay a fine and, years of probation, all this kind of stuff. And we don't know. I don't know. I don't deal with sentencing every day.
No,
I mean, it's I think there's kind of this feeling in the country that if you're rich and you're white, you get a pass on stuff. People went to Instagram and was lighting it up and said, hey, if she'd have been African American, she'd have got 14 years, not 14 days.
Right.
Well, the judge and the prosecutor have put out some information saying they studied the charges and other sentencing, and guess what? That's not the case.
Yeah, this is one that
we can share that with you a little later.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. In life, if you're white and rich, it is beneficial. But in this particular case, I think this is where where people just pick the wrong moments to make their case, and I believe this is going to turn out to be another one of those.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, when you compare it, she may have had a more harsh sentence than people who committed the same crime who happen to be of a different race. And by the way, Greg's eye is so messed up, man. What in the world?
Yeah, just a busted blood vessel.
Busted blood vessel. Well, it happens every now and then. It come along one. There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
See, I got allergies.
Like I've been in a fight.
Greg's got busted blood vessels.
Yeah. It's like I've been in a fight.
I have one of those every now and then. It's been a while since I had my last one.
Because you can't see all the white of your eye, it looks like the iris is pointing in a different direction. It looks like he's got that zombie look, like one's kicked.
Well, as a matter of fact, I thought for a minute, I looked over and I said, well, he's got an expression about Felicity Huffman. Maybe doing it. No. Well, I tell you the bigger story on this, Bubba, is the fact that when you look at the sentence and you're going to hear the judge, kind of say, well, this is what I had to work with and what we're dealing with here, and you'll do the comparisons. Is it true that the advice that Lori Loughlin, or however you say her name, the advice she was given, should she have done the same thing? I mean, it looks like that Felicity Huffman's going to walk away, be done with it, put it up, not all that bad, and out there, the Loughlins are still out there whipping in the wind.
Mm-hmm. It will be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm. You remember when that first happened? Everybody was saying this: she needs to stand side by side. Felicity Huffman, and just be done with it.
Well, like I say, while there's some similarities in the cases, in that they all got caught under the same operation, they're totally different things what they did.
Yeah.
And I think the Lori Loughlin is going to be much harder to prove in court that they did it maliciously and didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah. Well, they must think that, are they? Because they're hanging in there.
So, but we'll see. I think their day in court is coming up soon.
Greg, you know how they're hanging in there, don't you? Like a hair in a biscuit.
Like a hair in a biscuit, Greg. Play that coach again with all them good analogies.
So we'll unpack that.
Somebody get some sunglasses for Greg. It's weirding me out.
Yeah. We'll take your phone calls today. Will of Meat hasn't spun this week. That could happen today.
Greg, stare at that camera for just a second.
I told you we should have talked about it in the kickoff hour, and this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Y'all let it go and save your emails. I want to hear about what happened to Uncle Fred.
Greg loves medical talk on this show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 629. We Be Big is the number. Relief Factor. We love the folks at Relief Factor. And you know who else does too? Rod out of Mississippi. Rod is in Mississippi, and he listens to the show, and he says, for the past 8 years, I've been experiencing increased discomfort and debilitating pain in my back and right shoulder. Due to years of strenuous physical labor and overuse, I started taking Relief Factor after hearing you guys talk about it all the way back in July. Now, after a few weeks, I've experienced a significant change in the intensity, and as I continue to take the product, the pain and discomfort are pretty much completely gone away. I'm sleeping through the night again. I'm finding my exercise routine much easier, much more comfortable. Best of all is I'm not putting those dangerous chemicals, pharmaceutical drugs in my body at the rate I once was either. So that's all good. You're welcome. He said, thanks. I've been pleasantly surprised. And you will be too, I think. The majority of the people that use Relief Factor, they find relief. I certainly have. It's 4 botanicals, all natural. You can take it every day. Find out if it will work for you like it has the majority of others, including myself, by going to ReliefFactor.com. $19.95 gets you 3 weeks. You'll know inside 3 weeks if it works for you. Or you can also go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I was just thinking, and Speedy said it's making some noise because it's kind of old, but we haven't played this yet.
Well, I was going to ask you. I didn't know if you were holding that out for a reason or.
Well, I almost didn't play it because Greg's out today because he loves it so much.
Right.
Yep, there's what you're worried about.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's an old CD. I mean, it's been around a while.
It's white trash. Go to iTunes. It's there.
Yeah, well, so was Act of Congress until today. It wasn't. So I'll check and see if it's still there. It's in CD too, but that's an old CD. So I'll look in Apple Music, and I know that it was there the last couple of years.
It would have been a jet.
Yeah, so
he was making it. Y'all had your headphones on. I thought Bubba's computer was making a loud noise.
It's a real cheap. Here it is. I found it. Okay, there it is. It's one of those.
But
things.
it is as good as our copy.
It's. I think our copy has the fact that it's lived this long. It's like that dog that everybody thinks they're going to see every day that didn't make it and it's still alive. So here is Zach Tyson's White Trash Christmas. We haven't played that yet this year. Here we go.
Stockings are hung by the wood-burning stove. Papa just told me that the well.
Everybody,
Mama's on the couch
just picking her nose. It's a white trash Christmas. I know y'all been missing this.
Daddy, get the gun for when the reindeer come. Mama said she cook it if we kill us one. We both love hunger.
'Cause it's so much fun. It's a white trash Christmas. Hey, let's go.
Got 7 cats scratching leaves
underneath the artificial tree. Yo!
Walmart certificate in my stocking.
Mama's always queen of one-stop shopping.
Bacon, eggs,
And beer for Santa. God bless us, everyone. Do you think there's first-timers right now? Never heard this before? Yeah. Okay.
I know they're loving it if they are.
Here we go. Hits a little close to home.
The snow I see is on my sister's shoulder.
When her cousin comes over, he likes to hold her. She best get in the kitchen just like I told her. It's a white trash Christmas. Everybody's singing.
We got turkey and spam, beans and yams.
Papa's having flashbacks to Vietnam. Go.
Grab the kids, go run and hide.
Take shelter underneath the double wide. Yeah.
Bacon, eggs, and beer for Santa.
God bless us, everyone.
God bless us, everyone.
Hey.
Mama spent the last of her welfare check to buy
Grandpa a carton of cigarettes. Yeah.
But she knows it'll make his best
Christmas yet. It's a white trash Christmas. Everybody singing.
The dog went and took another dump on the floor.
Yes.
Mama's making up a fresh batch of s'mores. Daddy got drunk and hit his
head on the door. It's a white trash Christmas. Hey.
My presents are wrapped in the comic strips.
Goodwill shirts and deodorant. Yeah.
Fresh beef jerky and a 6 Miller Lite.
We'll be having us a party on Christmas night. Yeah.
Bacon, eggs, and beer for Santa.
God bless us, everyone.
God bless us, eggs, and beer for Santa.
God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. There it is, White Trash Christmas. First spin of the Rick and Bubba Christmas season. It won't be the last one.
Boy, that just puts you in the mood, doesn't it?
Well, I mean,
Huh?
and it all hits so close to home.
Oh, it
so
does.
close.
Real close.
Just thinking about the transition we just went through.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right.
And that's exactly why I had it queued up ready to go.
Right.
Because I thought just when you think, well, they make claims at weird transitions. Well, I guess they do.
Rick and Bubba, hey, you never know.
Yeah, you just don't know.
It's like a Jake break.
That's right.
Yep.
Absolutely. It was so funny when your dogs got released at the Rick and Bubba Christmas party. I thought, well, there you go. It's right there. There's a scene right out of White Trash Christmas right there.
Yep. Here they come. Here come the puppies.
Get the paper towels out and start the dabbing.
Well, one got a little excited.
Yeah. Well, what happened? Usually they will go outside first.
Right.
The basement door was open, and their biggest thrill in life is the backyard. And anytime they think they're going down the steps of the backyard, that's where they go. And that door was open, and boy, they shot down through there like lights out.
Yeah.
And then all the excitement of new people was just too much.
They can't get enough of new people.
That's right.
You know, it's the best.
Hi, new person. Check this
Hi,
out.
new person. You know how
Watch me tinkle.
Watch what I do to the carpet.
Yeah.
I ain't like that. You'll be next if you don't watch it.
Right. What was it? And one of the comedians you and I saw the other night, she was talking about that when she gets home to see her dog. She says she's just started doing it too.
Yeah.
When the dog gets excited, the dog pees. She said, I'll use it. I'll just pee on the floor with him. It was pretty funny. But yeah, I saw something yesterday. You talk about what's so funny is, when people take animals to strange places. And I was sitting in traffic. Was it what day was that? I think it was Tuesday. I was sitting in traffic, and I just looked to my left, and there was a car that was attempting to do a U-turn that was going in. So they were sitting over in that lane that does allow a U-turn, but they couldn't get it done. And as I look to my left, looking right at me is like this dog, and the dog's got both arms up on the window as if it's the dog that's at the wheel.
Yeah.
And he's looking out at traffic and just has this serious look on his face.
Yeah.
And I was like, that, of course, probably shouldn't be up there with the driver, but but looking but it was funny.
We've got one now, the larger one will ride in the front seat buckled in, and sit up. And as you pull up to him, you think it's somebody with a perm.
That is hilarious.
It looks just like somebody sitting there.
That is funny. The Republicans, they had a debate last night without Trump, so I'm not sure what it meant. But as Bubba said, they're vying for cabinet seats and be ready if Trump gets put in jail. It was in Alabama, at the University of Alabama. We have highlights.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If I was watching Joe Biden more, I might even feel worse than I do just from the few times I see him. There's a certain, when someone, and look, it's happened too, we joke about ourselves aging here on the program and how we can't think of a phrase that we've said 1,000 times or somebody's name that we've said 1,000 times. And, the mind just doesn't fire as quick as it once did. And you try
and all that's just a joke, Rick.
Yeah, and you try to do the best you can to minimize it. You try to. But you want to try to take care of yourself, stay active, all that. But some of it, guys, I'm telling you, there is a look that comes on Joe Biden's face from time to time that you see when someone is aging and their mind is starting to slip. And I'm not, I'm not a doctor. I'm not diagnosing him. I'm just saying it seems to be getting worse. And I have a sense. Do you realize the road that is ahead to try to run for president? What that's like, and the demands and the travel and the hours and the
how about the job if you get it?
And, right, you're right. Mm-hmm. And then a number of speeches, and he just continues to say things. And just even watching the corn pop thing, he's bringing people into the story that he hasn't told you who they are yet. And in this case, this is a big miss, and you'll hear it for yourself. Now, before you hear this, and Bubba, I know this is kind of your area, but on last figures we had, the entire population of the United States of America sits somewhere around 330 million.
I think the number 300 gets thrown around a lot.
It's in the 300 millions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it could maybe 325.
Yeah, it might be in the middle 300s. It could be.
Now, we're talking about the illegals, too, that we can't count?
No, we're talking about people that actually we count. Okay. If you said, hey, what's the U.S. population? Every time I hear someone talk about it, As a matter of fact, I heard people talk. I couldn't believe it one time. I heard a Democrat talk about it when some of these socialists start talking about, we've said this before, government-run health care. Well, you're talking about places like Canada that's got 30 million people. We got over 300 million.
Yeah, let's just go with 330 million. According to this story, that's what the US
RNC Research put out yesterday. It was 330 million.
Okay, and that's a number I think we all are comfortable with.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
Give or take.
Yeah, but I tell you what it's not is what you're about to hear Joe Biden say.
Right.
And keep in mind, he's only talking about half the population.
Yeah. And this is about a 20-something second clip, and he's really in the moment, and he's got the crowd going, and that's where we pick it up and just take a listen.
You get a tax break for a racehorse. Why in God's name couldn't we provide a $8,000 tax credit for everybody who has child care costs? It would put 720 million women back in the workforce. It would increase the GDP, to sound like a wonk here, by about 0.8%. It would.
What now?
720 million women back to work, and the entire population sits around 330 million men and women.
Do you think he meant 720,000?
I think he probably did. And I'm just trying to be fair.
Right,
He probably did.
And how does he even that?
I don't know.
Point.
What
was his point?
That's about pay attention.
Even this outrageous number, even if it was 720,000, prove your point on that.
Right, but pay attention. I've noticed something. If you'll watch the Democrats, if they ever want to pull a number, they always do something in the 700,000s. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But pay attention. They'll do that in a minute. I tell you, I turned it around for 750.
Throw that number out there.
Right. Well, first of all, if he said 720,000, to your point, Greg, where do you come up with that? But now let's go back to the fact that he said 720 million, which means that's just women. So
he's saying that they'll get the child care tax break or whatever, and that'll help them go back to work. I guess that's what he's saying. We ought to start a feature on the show that says, "What do you think Joe meant?"
Right.
And we play something and try to figure it out.
I'm going to say this. I think what he meant was what Greg said. By the way, by his calculations, our population is 1.4 billion. But anyway, so if you...
And that's if every single person was affected by it.
Right.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, if he... what I think he meant...
That's on top of the ones already working.
Because that's what Democrats try to do. They want to find a group of people and say, well, if you vote for us, you're going to get something from us.
Right.
And so he's saying if you're a woman... And I don't know why I didn't care about men who have to deal with child care, but if you're a woman that has
How are we separating genders here?
It sounds like
I thought that was over.
Yeah, really.
He declared a gender.
That's a good point.
I mean, is he saying
that's offensive to so many people?
It is.
Is he saying only women have child care issues?
Yeah, he's in
is
trouble.
that the burden that's put on them because
the
women the way they're treated?
Yeah, I mean good night.
Who's he?
Plus, I heard people that were applauding. They should have been doing this because that applauding you can't do that.
No, that's right. It makes people feel.
Did you hear him? Did you hear him use the term wonk?
Yeah.
Y'all know what that means?
Well, your parents were much older than mine, so you probably do. You know what I mean? I've never heard the term.
No,
wonk.
it's a new term.
Oh wait a minute, he's trying to be hip.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know wonk.
Well, it's and I looked it up just to double check that I wasn't telling y'all wrong.
Right.
That somebody wasn't pulling a good one. But it's somebody. You could easily say a nerd on this. It's somebody who really is into the detail of policy in Washington.
Okay.
So he was saying, I don't want to, be a wonk and go too deep into this.
Okay.
Especially when he had the wrong numbers.
Well, yeah. I'd just like to see him get the population right.
Yeah.
That'd be big.
By definition, it says a person who takes excessive interest in minor details of political policy.
Now I want you to think about that, how that makes this even funnier.
It does. He's saying,
right.
He's saying, I don't want to bore y'all with my expertise into detail on this, but we can put 720 million women to work.
Y'all.
That's what he said. Okay.
Yeah. Look, what he meant, we cannot.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, all here. The real Greg Burgess out. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We do appreciate it. We're honored, we feel privileged, and quite frankly, we can't believe it.
No, we can't. Of course, gift number 7 tomorrow, Lord willing, on the Rick and Bubba Show. Gift number 6 already gone, so there's no gift giving going on this hour, but we will try to get to some of your phone calls. But first, we go to, speaking of Sweet Home Alabama, last night at the University of Alabama, the Republican nominees other than Trump, are trying to be nominees, vying for the nomination by the Republican Party. They had a debate. I know, and now let's every time I sneak up on this, Adler is the one who helps us. Vivek.
I believe so.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Right? No, it's like cake. Vivek.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy
was there. Nikki Haley there. Chris Christie there. Not sure why. Ron DeSantis there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
I think so. That was it. That 4.
Okay, and
Nick Saban.
And Trump was not there. I even saw someone saying they tried to get Trump to at least come and sit in the audience, but he realized they were in Alabama and that everybody in Alabama was voting for him who were Republicans, so he didn't see a reason to come.
He actually was on with Hannity and pulled about $3.2 million.
Is that all?
Which I'm sure is 3 to 4 times what the debate pulled.
You know what? He's pulling what we call now Tucker Carlson kind of numbers.
Right.
So let's talk about the debate. First of all, there seemed to be, and Adler, you told us this, Vivek seemed to have Nikki Haley in the crosshairs.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Vivek just went nuts.
Well, she's doing real well, so he had to go after her. And they've had a back and forth the last few, hadn't they? Yeah.
Yes, I don't think they like each other.
No,
I don't either. So here
I think it provides great unity for the party, don't you?
Yeah, isn't that going well?
You see them behind Biden. I mean, they ain't a crack in that iron anywhere.
Nope.
It seemed like we could take a lesson from that. But anyway, go ahead.
Vivek is going to challenge Nikki Haley, and I'll let him speak for himself. Here we go.
I want to say one thing about the tie to Ukraine, if I may. So foreign policy experience is not the same as foreign policy wisdom. I want everybody at home to note that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal in Ukraine. Now a lot of the neocons are quietly coming along to that position, with the exceptions of Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who still support this, what I believe is pointless war in Ukraine. And I think those with foreign policy experience, one thing that Joe Biden and Nikki Haley have in common is that neither of them could even state for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for. Look at that. This is what I want people to understand. These people have, she has no idea what the hell the names of those provinces are, but she wants to send our sons and daughters and our troops and our military equipment to go fight it. So reject this myth that they've been selling you, that somebody had a cup of coffee stint at the UN and then makes $8 million after, has real foreign policy experience. It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And there's her puppet masters right there. The donors right there that are playing her like the puppet master.
So did she know them?
She never said them.
Okay.
Who was screaming enough? Who's that screaming enough?
It's probably Chris Christie.
Might have been Chris Christie.
Oh, okay.
And what he meant then was they apparently something else. All right, so I'm just kidding. Here's Vivek again. He's going to hold up a sign?
Yeah, he wrote it on a pad.
Okay, all right. Here we go.
She said that I have a woman problem. Nikki, I don't have a woman problem. You have a corruption problem. And I think that that's what people need to know. Nikki is corrupt. This is a woman who will send your kids to die so she can buy a bigger house. This is the problem. Using identity politics more effectively than Kamala Harris is a form of intellectual fraud. And it actually needs to end. There's our donor puppet masters wielding their puppet right up here tonight. This is how this game is played. The puppet masters put up their puppet, and I reject the use of identity politics in this party. It has been a cancer coming from the left, and I'm sick and tired of the double standards. The people of this country are too. Having 2 X chromosomes does not immunize you from criticism.
Thank you, sir.
Well, so I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what to do with Vivek. I don't know whether he's a breath of fresh air or a nut job.
Yeah,
it's
he's kind of annoying, but he's kind of right.
Yeah, no, I like him.
Here's Chris Christie.
Speaking of annoying,
getting destroyed.
Yeah, and
he gets whacked.
wow. So here we go. This is him talking. Talking to Megyn Kelly?
This is Megyn Kelly talking about him.
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Just to stop President Trump. His approval rating with Republicans is currently at 81%. Yours is at 25.
So I can't
Your
see.
best state is New Hampshire, and even there, 2/3 of GOP voters say they would be angry and disappointed if you won. Respectfully, Governor, you have not stopped Mr. Trump, and voters may wonder how you could possibly become the nominee of a party that does not appear to like you very much.
Yeah, well,
wow.
Wow, see, that's tough.
Wow.
See, I couldn't watch that. I have secondhand during that.
Of course,
I
not,
wish you were standing DeSantis' spot.
No.
Yeah.
Of course, not wanting to miss out. Vivek now is going to take a shot at Chris Christie.
Oh,
So
yeah.
he figures, hey, everybody on Chris, everybody on Chris.
He's on everybody.
Here we go.
Just learn something from Chris Christie. We learned three things. We learned three things right there. First of all, Chris Christie also doesn't know what provinces in eastern Ukraine he actually wants us to fight for. Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
I love this guy.
Are you okay?
No, sorry.
Speedy, look at Steve's face. Steve's face is blood red.
I couldn't even look.
Oh my gosh, it's blood red. What in the world? What in the world?
Guy's throwing haymakers.
Gracious
meal. Enjoy a nice meal.
Ramaswamy reminds me of a hyperactive kid that they forgot to get his medicine.
No, you're right.
Does it look a little bit like that to y'all?
I really hope that when Trump wins, that he is the press secretary.
Oh,
could you picture?
I would
That'd be
love
great.
that so much.
Well, let's finish up with our Vivek flashbacks from last night. He's got one more. He's going after all the candidates for turning on Trump. Here we go.
With all three of my other colleagues on this debate stage is all three of them have been licking Donald Trump's boots for years for money and endorsements. Ron DeSantis, you've been a great governor, but you would have never been one without actually begging Donald Trump for that endorsement.
And you attacked him in your book a year ago.
Same thing with Chris Christie as a lobbyist, begging them for COVID money for his special interests in New Jersey, prepping him for the debates last time around. These people are now Monday morning quarterbacking some decision he made. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11? That the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform. That the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech. That the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who were licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking him and criticizing him when it's convenient.
I'm starting to think that Trump has paid him to do these debates.
I think he's vying for Trump's VP spot.
Well, let me ask you this. He's criticizing them for criticizing Trump, but he's running for the nomination, too. He's running against Trump.
He's running against him,
theoretically.
But is he really?
But is he right? We'll take your phone calls next. 629 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you
deny that's what he said? Let me tell you two things we can't deny. We can't deny that there's only 330-something million people, men and women, in our country. Yeah. And he did say that he was going to put, with the tax credit on child care, 720 million women back to work. That is what happened.
Yeah.
Now, we can all talk about, well, that's not what he meant, and that's fine, and that's fair. But now this is what soundbites say.
It is. That's
How did we come
audio.
up with the word "wonk" for that? By the way,
I don't.
WONK.
That's probably some word up on.
You can substitute nerd if you want to.
Right. I don't want me to be a political nerd here.
Right.
See, nerd, then knowledge. Maybe that's the K.
Yeah.
W is Washington.
Washington.
And
something.
then what's that? What's the O?
Wonk is it Wonk or it's Wonks or is it
WONK?
Okay, so there's a Willy Wonka.
I'm sure it has to. It means something, but I don't know what. You can be a wonk. You can have wonkery. You can be wonkish, or you can have wonkishness.
Oh, it says it's a policy wonk in tune with a younger generation of voters. Yeah, minor details and all that, just like you said. Okay, so I guess young people.
Where did it come up?
Politically savvy young people are wonkish. Is that right?
I guess if you overindulge on the details of political policy.
So if you overindulge in candy, are you a Wonka?
Willy Wonka. Maybe that's where it came from. I don't know.
There we go. There we go. All right, well, there it is. There's our Biden gaffe of the day. I bet we can just about
dork, geek, nerd, all that stuff.
Think about it. If we were to spread them out and just be patient and say we don't want to do more than one a day, I bet we could do one a day.
I kid really you not. One of the synonyms for that is also weenie.
Really?
Yeah.
Why are we bringing Anthony Weiner in this?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to do so, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
Okay, a Canadian update.
Oh man,
there could be a positive here. We go to Canada, 30 million people strong. The Canadians, here we go. Hey! Bubba, the Canadian youth, 200 young people, young Canadians, they are so terrified of climate change.
Oh, boy.
Greg, you're going to love this. They are participating in Climate Strike Canada No Future, No Children campaign.
Wow.
So these young people are vowing, which is great news to their parents, by the way, that they will not have any children until something's done about climate change. I don't know about you. If my 17-year-old daughter wants to scream in my face, I will not have a baby, I'm all in. So
it's going to be a while before we work out this climate change.
Right.
You're going to have to hang in there.
All right, now, this, first of all, is about is so dumb it makes my head hurt.
When do they decide that it's go time? When do they go, okay, everything's good,
they
now
said
we're breeding?
Well, Greg, here's their very unspecific answer. Are you ready? It's very broad.
Ready, back to breeding.
We're
all back.
They have pledged that they will not have children until they are sure that the federal government is taking action on climate change.
Now, who do they think that?
I don't know how they get that assurance. I don't know.
I know. What's the markers they have to hit when they go, okay?
Y'all, this is what they're doing to kids with all this is
it really.
Somebody ought to go to jail. You know it.
Yeah.
Climate crisis, guys.
So there's some manipulator that's involved with this.
Half of these participating, they don't even know why.
But their spokesperson is the very wise 17-year-old Emma Jane Burien.
Okay.
The girl with braces.
Yeah, she says
she's had 17 years on this earth.
Right, and she says, I have a line I want to use, but I'm not going to because I am growing. But anyway, she says you may think that we are incapable of making such a choice. Yes. She says, I don't think you're too young to listen to science, Bubba. I'm so sorry. And make decisions about that for yourself. I'd like to know what science you're listening to that makes you think that you need to make a vow to never have any children because the climate change is going to destroy the earth. And you don't want to put your child in the middle of all that.
Well, and two, let me just, I hate to play the numbers game. Is it Emma? Is that her name? Emma Lim? Emma Lim? L-I-M?
Emma Jane. Emma Jane Burien.
Okay, well, there's another one here,
EJ.
Emma Lim, who's they're quoting.
A lot
of
Emmas up there.
A lot of Emmas.
Mad about the weather and ain't going to have kids.
Okay.
The gravy, please.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we thank you for being with us today. Your phone calls rolling in now. Helmsy can take them. Whatever topic you want to talk about, this is your opportunity to chat. Before we get to your phone call, some of you are on hold, and we'll be there quickly. The number 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big. No matter how many times I or Speedy may say otherwise, it's just so back in our subconscious.
It is.
So here we go. Here's Chris Christie on CNN he did not like being in the crosshairs of Vivek Ramaswamy. Here he is.
Look, I'm a truth teller, Dana. And I'm going to tell the truth if someone's insulting Nikki Haley in a way that was personal. It was nothing about issues. He was saying she's not smart enough to know where things are on the map, that somehow his 3-year-old son is smarter than a woman who served as a 2-term governor and a UN ambassador. He's a jackass.
Oh, wow. So there.
You know, there's.
It's actually, that's not how you say it. Vivek is how you say it. Vivek.
You know, I don't agree with Chris Christie a lot on things, but I he's getting pretty close on that one.
Let's go to New Jersey. Mike standing by. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, as far as Ramaswamy or whatever the heck his name is, he's not running for president. Trump's got him in there to tear that place up. You know Trump. He's I don't think he'd get his VP spot, but he'll get something in the cabinet. And as far as you guys and those electric leaf blowers, I'm going to tell you, they're at their best when they're in a trash can.
Yeah, I think you're right. I have to agree. I don't agree on the electric chainsaw. I've actually found those to be very, very handy. But my experience with the electric leaf blower, they ought to be ashamed they charge people money for them. I mean,
I've had better luck with mine, Rick. I'll be honest with you.
Well, I guess it's the 20-volt battery. The 20-volt battery is a complete joke.
Yeah, the 20-volt
you can't even get your driveway finished with it.
It's for just blowing out the garage.
Yeah,
I use the bigger one for the yard, and it has a time on it. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So, but I think if I can get,
but still not having to deal with oil.
No. My
Oh,
preference is a electric one. I just need to find one that'll last longer than 10 minutes.
You know,
I got to blow leaves longer than that.
I've had a lot of the steel tools over the years that you could change out there with gas. Now I haven't ventured into their battery powered ones yet.
Yeah,
but Adler, you say you got one?
There's got to be better battery powered ones than I was able to
I got
find.
the Stihl combi motor, and that way I can put different attachments on the end: chainsaw, weed whacker, leaf blower.
Yeah, Stihl's a good product. John in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, man. I just kind of wanted to recap last night's debate and the debate last week, and it just shows that South Park remains undefeated, because there's a South Park bit that talks about, it shows there's a giant turd debating against a feminine product that will not be aired, set on live air, and it just goes back and forth, and the turd sandwich is like, no, sir.
I just don't like hearing the word.
Yeah, I don't like graphic there. You got to clean that up.
Yeah, I didn't care for that. Drew in Tuscaloosa. Drew, go ahead.
Morning, Gooden.
Hey, buddy.
How are y'all?
We're good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Just trying to stay warm. I was going to ask Bubba and Greg how they enjoyed that game last night. I know they were at Bryant-Denny.
Yeah.
I was going to see, I know the outcome probably wasn't what they wanted, but I was going to see how they enjoyed their experience.
Well, I had a great time, and, I really, as Rick says, I didn't have a dog in that fight, so to speak, although Greg and with Taylor coaching at Thompson, and also know Patrick Nix, and have known his family for many years. So I was just enjoying good football. It was a good game. I enjoyed it. Good experience. We talked about it earlier. It was right out of the gate today.
Yeah,
we did have
the first
a good
thing
time.
we mentioned on the show today. But thanks for checking in on that, buddy. Brad in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Brad, go ahead.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy. Appreciate that very much. Yep. Go ahead.
I didn't know if y'all watched the game. I know Bubba was there, but to me, one of the commentators on the game sounded very, very much like Ron Bramlett, the former Auburn commentator. I didn't know if y'all picked up on any of that.
I did not. I listened to it. Mickey Shadricks was doing the play-by-play, and he and I have been childhood friends. I mean, we literally have known each other since second grade.
Yeah, we've worked together many times.
Yeah. So he was doing the play-by-play. Rick Rhodes, who coached me at Troy, he was my position coach at Troy, was doing color, and then they had Wesley Britt pop in a little bit, former Alabama offensive lineman, and of course played in the NFL. So those were the three. Which one are you? Do you know which one it was?
Not the coach, the other color guy.
The other color guy, Wesley Brett? Or are you talking about the play-by-play guy?
No. Yeah, not the play-by-play guy, not the coach that was on there, but the play-by-play guy.
That's Mickey. Yeah. So you think Mickey Shadrick sounds like Rod Bramlett? I didn't pick up on that, but I know Mickey so well.
Yeah, we've known him so long, we wouldn't never think.
Yeah,
that.
but yeah, so I know his voice so much and have known him so long, I would have never picked up on that. But I'll pass that along to him. Yeah, he does a great job. He's very good at what he does, and it does as a pro when it comes to it. And Rick Rhodes is outstanding on color because he knows he's very, very knowledgeable on the game.
Good seeing Bill Clark. He was on the sideline.
I did see him in pregame. I saw him in pregame. He did pregame. And
Kevin.
And
there was a lot of folks there, roaming around. Bo Nix was there supporting his dad. Dabo Sweeney, Clemson's coach, was roaming around too. So
Tony in Gainesville, Florida. Tony, go ahead.
How are y'all this morning?
Good.
See if y'all can help me with my wife in a debate. We were talking last night. If Rick and Bubba was to run against James Spann and Nick Saban for governor of Alabama, and vice governor, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
That was a debate.
Well, who would win? Oh, we wouldn't have a chance. I mean, how about this? I mean, Saban and Spann would they'd clean our clock. I mean, there would be no stopping them.
No.
There'd be nothing we could do.
No.
Yeah. It would not be pretty.
It'd be a runaway.
Wes, and if you don't believe that, just ask Scott Dawson. Wes in Huntsville. Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was calling to let y'all know that the Fife Red Devils will be playing Friday for their 7th state championship in the Class 2A.
Wow.
Does it feel odd? I was watching last night because the Central Phoenix City, they're also the Red Devils, and when they showed the logo and there was Satan on the logo, I thought to myself, does that feel odd that your mascot is Satan? Is that strange?
No, not really.
Should it be, though?
Kind of, sort of, I guess.
Yeah. It feels odd. We talked about this before. I don't know where these devil choices of mascots, when it started, I don't know why it wasn't
Arizona
stopped.
State.
Why it was not stopped immediately. But if it's something like a Tasmanian devil, you mean an animal, that's fine. But when you actually choose an image of Lucifer, the Prince of Darkness, I'm like, I don't think I'd go with that. I think I'd have to go, because sometimes it could be a dust devil, it could be a Tasmanian devil. But when it's literally the devil himself, that one to me, I don't know how that ever was voted. I don't know how it's ever remained and why someone hasn't done something about it. If only had been a Civil War general, then it would be over.
Yeah,
but the devil is fine. I don't understand that. So anyway, good luck to them. Bottom of the hour, 629 We Be Big is our number. We got more to cover on the program today, and also don't forget, if you're shopping for that Rick and Bubba fan for Christmas, be sure and click the store at rickandbubba.com. The 17th will be the cutoff to be sure we can get it to you by Christmas.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Canada's got 30 million people, okay? About the size of...
I think I know where you're going.
About the size of California.
Right.
If Canada, if your politicians voted to completely do away with fossil fuel, which leaves you with a couple of problems: no airplanes, no submarines, no ships. But other than that, okay, we'll just skip over that.
Right.
Say you got to this theoretical zero net, greenhouse effect. It's not going to matter on the big picture because you're too tiny of a country.
Right.
To matter. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean.
You're just saying if it did matter.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm telling you, even the U.S., we're only a drop in the bucket.
Yeah.
If you don't get China, India, Russia, some of those guys involved, you're just
farting in the wind.
I was going to use some other example, but you know what? That one covers it.
I think, with climate.
It could have been worse.
And, methane there, Greg, on that example.
Really, that's a nice little slogan.
I think we ought to go with it.
But Bubba, you make the point, first of all, and James Spann has said this too, it's knocked almost all of his hair off his head. People don't understand the difference in weather and climate, and they don't understand the difference in nations and the world. Okay? They just don't understand. I mean, the concept... And I wish, Bubba, that you would go on tour
We would miss you, but I wish you would go on tour. And all you did was show the size of the sun compared to the size of the earth. And then
have y'all seen the pictures we've been getting in the email?
Guys,
do y'all have
is
any
that one
idea?
little dot? Is that real?
Do y'all have any idea how much just the slightest wobble in our orbit is going to change the climate here?
And if you want to talk about climate's over long periods of time. And James Spann, meteorologist, said right here on the show just last week and ran off the hottest Septembers on record, and he ran them off through centuries.
1920 something.
I mean, he went back to the 20s, then he jumped over to the 30s, and then to the 50s, and then to it just
and that's if you're assuming that they were actually measuring the temperature correctly.
Right.
Which we've only had weather records for about 100 years, and we know the early thermometers were not.
Ask Dennis Miller. He summed it up about as good as I've ever heard it summed up.
They were mercury in a test tube. I mean, it wasn't really accurate. I would say up to the 30s or 40s.
Well, we've said this before. If you understand samples, which apparently I'm not sure Emma does, but she's 17. But this is a time, if you're a climate changer, you're going to have to rearrange your whole worldview in several areas to make it all work.
Yeah, you got conflict.
You got to come off the old earth. I'm sorry. If you want to try to make a case and you say, we've been keeping weather records for 100 years and the world is 65 billion years old, well, you got a problem. Well, that's a tiny little sample.
Yeah, right.
You really would be better off, and I know you may think somebody might call you a Jesus freak, but you could really be better off to say, I'm a young Earth person, because I got news for you. A sample of 100 out of 6,000 is a much more accurate sample than 100 out of
65 million.
Yeah.
I mean, really, just from a numbers standpoint,
just a numbers game.
It gives you a little more credence.
Right.
But Rick, this is a quote from the first Emma. Okay. She says the ultimatum not to bring children into a planet that she considers to be overheated and overcrowded is a sacrifice she is willing to make to bring about the change she wishes her elders would.
Has Emma ever went out into the vastness of Canada? There's only 30 million people in a place that could hold. My goodness, I mean, easily. It
is not even kind of overcrowded.
Let me tell you something, Emma. If we have any kind of crowding problem, can we see Canada? Y'all got room. Y'all got plenty of room.
Yeah.
Rick,
my goodness, just go to Montana.
Rick, their hashtag in this campaign: no future, no children.
Well, you know what? Things have to change generationally. And if we could make sure that these people, if they don't change their worldview, if they're going to be this stupid for the rest of their lives, I hope we don't have them produce a generation of more stupid people. If they don't want to have kids, I'm in.
You're right.
It kind of goes back to my theory on
now, Rick,
Yep.
after her 17 years of life.
I know.
And let's say 17. A good 12 or 13 of that was spent not even caring about anything. So it's really less than that.
I would love to tell you, Emma, this is Rick Burgess from the Rick and Bubba Show, where our podcast starts this week. Would you like to be interviewed on it? Yes, Mr. Burgess. Emma, can I ask you something? When you said that you're 17, but you can understand science, what science are you speaking of? Did you go on YouTube and watch a lot of people who believe what you believe tell you what scientists who believe in climate change, what they're saying?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, buyraycon.com/Bubba. I heard old Helms, he gets out there and just working. He got them earbuds in like he likes it, and they're great. I mean, now if you want to go pay more for either the same quality or less and pay double, I mean, I guess you can. And if you want to walk around with things hanging out of your ears, I guess you can do that too. Or you could get the everyday earbuds from buyraycon.com/Bubba, pay about half the price, get another 15% off site-wide right now, and be in business. And they also fit so much more comfortable, don't they? I mean, they're just, they're discreet, and they've got the gel tips that are customizable, so much more comfortable. They don't fall out. They stay where they're supposed to. They've got tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Bubba, how do you feel about them stepping into the other areas now, where they got that Mac 180 charging cable, and they also stepping in some of the home stuff too, and Have you gone there and checked it
Well,
out?
they're building good stuff. Why not? Why not
keep
spread
on
out?
doing it?
Yeah.
How about that old Magic 180 charging cable? That's a good gift. That's a good one right there. Hyperspeed charging. I love hyperspeed charging.
Rick, we need it. We need it quick.
I love it. Don't forget easy and free return guarantee if you're not in love with it, which you will be. Also free shipping, buy now, pay later options, and that 15% site-wide. So if you want to see what's going on with our friends at Raycon, go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, or you can check the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, I keep finding myself, and I don't want to be disappointing to people. And I feel like, as I told you, I've been disappointing to our neighborhood because Sherry and I are the cranks this year.
Mm.
And yesterday we put up all of our Christmas decorations that we are going to put up this year. And I don't know that what we did is almost worse than we did put some lights like around the door. But it's such a
just a little too late.
And then I realized that most of the things that I think our neighbors would celebrate with us, they'd have to come inside our house to see them.
Right.
Inside, actually, it's kind of happening there. Got my 2 Christmas trees like I like it. Made an adjustment on the downstairs Christmas tree. Went back in time and did a snowman tree this time.
Did you?
Terry Wilburn will be pleased.
Oh yeah.
You know, we did snowman tree for a while.
For a long time. Yeah.
Used to do 3 trees. Took it away. Death to snowman tree. No frosty sadness intended.
Okay.
We just said 3 and we used to get that old flock, and we stopped doing that. A lot of mess. So we have the little tree downstairs that basically is full of all the handmade ornaments the kids have made over the years and pictures of them. And
I love those things.
all that. And then upstairs you have the be careful, we mean business up here. Oh. And it's a little more, it's almost like the analogy we just had. The tree upstairs, the play-by-play man, the tree downstairs, the color commentator. Okay? But this year, we went tree upstairs, same classical stuff. You know, real, I'm classic. I've got the white lights on me. I don't do color lights. I'm very prestigious, and I'm very holy, and I'm saying Merry Christmas. And then downstairs, we got colored lights, and I'm a little bit sillier. I'm a little bit funnier. I'm a little bit of a cut-up. Well, this year on the downstairs tree, we brought all the snowman ornaments back. They just went snowman.
Oh.
And I dig it.
Okay.
We wondered what it contrasts with the colored lights down there, but it actually turned out to be quite festive. So anyway, so we're leaving all the other crafted, handmade, because those things over the years, you're afraid they're not going to, they're tearing up. And they're getting old. Our kids are old now. So I've disappointed the crest, and I also think something at the farm, I've disappointed Bubba. And
well, no, it's not disappointing
it.
In that respect, but it troubles my heart anytime I see something like this. That
I saw you come alive.
That
yesterday.
I have helped to build so many over the years.
I know.
To see one come tumbling down.
I know. What? Well, when we bought so the way the history of the farm went is we bought a little 80 acres set up in 2007 of October. So after we had been there, I can't really remember how many years, acreage that connected to us that was a failed attempt to do a neighborhood because of environmental perk issues and all that. It became available, and it connected to our original 80, which was the funny story. I have on pretty good authority that funny story, which is a good one. Yeah. It's worth a retail at some point. It was very funny. But so that's where we mainly hunt there. Well, on that additional land that we bought, I can't remember how many years ago. Do y'all remember? I don't remember when we added.
For some reason, I got 4.
Yeah, it's longer than that. Okay. By the way, substantially longer. More like 8, 9 years ago.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
let's make with 6. Right?
So there's about 3.8 acres in the middle of it that didn't belong to me. It belonged to somebody who had a tower. And Bubba loved that tower. And
I did. I couldn't believe you got property with a tower on it. I'm never that lucky.
So
I have to put my own up.
The guy approached me and said, "Look, I can't keep this. I can't keep this tower up. I can't deal with this tower anymore. Do you want the tower?" I'm like, "I don't want the tower. Do you want the 3.8 acres?" "Yes, I do, because I don't like having acreage in the middle of our property that isn't mine."
Right.
So and he goes, "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you'll buy it from me, I'll take the tower out." And I said, "We have a deal." Well, I realized that yesterday, no time on the clock, and I'm sorry for that, Bubba. I said, "Oh, by the way, they're taking that tower down." And Bubba almost went into emergency mode.
What?
He started frantically trying to, Rick, And I said, it's too late, Bubba. And
Most of these ham guys love to take towers that have fallen or are being taken down, and they'll take pieces of it, the good pieces.
Well, here was my fear.
And get a lot out of it. Give it a second life. Repurpose it, Rick.
Well, here was my fear, because you know me, because I don't want to think I could have something.
Because they started the video a little quicker on this.
I know. But my fear was this. If I got stuck with this tower, even though there was a side of me that almost did it for you, that sure enough, I would be inheriting a lot of problems. That before I know it, somebody from the government is going to come showing up and says, hey, you got to maintain this tower or something. Something would have gone wrong.
I like to see climb and stand about halfway up.
And I'm like, I don't think you'd want to climb this is the state it's in. But here it is. They sent me video of them taking it down. So here's the video of it coming down. Bubba,
I got her.
Oh, my.
Here it comes.
That broke.
There
it broke. Is that Gary?
And down it goes.
That is a
tall.
It was
I didn't know. I
it was a
didn't
very
realize
tall
it. I
tower.
never
How tall
gave
do you
that
think it
tower
is?
enough.
Of course, Bubba asked me how tall it is, and I don't know.
That broke.
It's going to break in half.
That is a tall.
That's your big boy
Bubba,
right
you
there.
okay, Bub?
It had a lot.
Is that hard to watch?
It have a lot.
It did.
I got her.
I had to probably.
It's at least It's at least 200 foot.
Yeah.
Down.
Probably more. I'll say closer to 3.
He said it's
probably.
down.
Okay, thank you, because I wasn't sure.
I thought that was Bubba really upset with me. Bubba, I'm sorry. And I told him that you wanted to talk to him before it happened.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, I did. I texted with him a little bit yesterday, and he said that it was old and none of it was really worth salvaging.
That's
so
what they tell you to make you feel better.
So how do you?
Where
did that land?
Just think of the ham tower.
Good question.
Wow, that went down.
I know where it landed. I hope it didn't hit Trashville. But anyway,
that's what I'm worried about. It just failed.
Well, they're going to clean up around there and all that.
Look at that go.
But you know me,
goodness.
Mr. You know me, Mr. Turnkey. When I'll sell you this land that's inside the land you already have. I'll take it down and I'll haul it off. I couldn't. I nearly jerked his hand off.
Is he going to dig up the guy anchors too?
Yes.
All right, I got a question. They're so far away, obviously. So did they not know which way it's supposed to go?
I don't know.
Who's there?
I don't know.
Well,
How did they get it down?
They got 3 guy wires. They'll cut one and it'll go toward the other 2.
Now he did say, which is going to lead to a terrible, awful shin injury at one point. He said, "Now you do know I'm going to take them down as far as I can, but they're the way they are in the ground. There's no getting them out." And he said, "Without a major crew out here, but I'll take them down as far as I can," which means somebody's going to have that just rip their shin right off. You know what I mean? Going by on some of that, don't you think?
Yeah,
we'll have to mark them.
We just won't go
the
over there.
guy anchors probably
Yeah.
are 4, 5, 6 foot deep. Probably have 2 or 3 yards of concrete.
Yeah.
Well, the funny
like
story.
Said, we got a name for the field, Tower Field.
Yeah, Tower Field. The funny thing is that very road that right there is where it happened.
Yeah.
That story about the guy when we first got that additional acreage, and so we ended up getting it. We closed on it. Well, of course,
Can I post that on YouTube?
You can. Of course, everybody in Chilton County had decided this was their land, and they were all hunting it and doing all kinds of stuff on it for years.
There it is.
So I just went in, and I was over there one day getting set up. We just got it, and there was a guy in there in his camo, of course, and he was driving right out of the land and had him a ground blind back there and ladder stand set up. Had planted on one of the little roads.
He was ready to go.
And I said, "Hey man, I'm just going to break it to you." I said, "I actually just bought this land and." So we're, you have to have permission to hunt over here, and I appreciate if you get your stuff up and, just kind of take it out here. No big deal. Well, I got permission to hunt over here from Jemison Police. I don't think the Jemison Police owns this since I just bought it from the bank, who foreclosed on someone. I don't really
see that happening.
I don't think the Jemison Police. So and so Jim Police lets me hunt over here. Well, that's kind of over. I said, we're not going to do that anymore. I'd appreciate you just getting your stuff. No problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand you've been doing it, but we're just not going to do it anymore.
Right.
I want my family to use it now since we bought it and we're going to pay taxes on it and all that. I know that might seem outrageous, but and he said, well, who are you? I said, well, we actually have this 80 acres over here, this farm, and it connects to this, so we just added this to that. He goes, oh, you own that farm right over there, do you? And I said, yes, I do. I got on pretty good authority that farm belongs to Rick and Bubba. And I said, I am Rick. And he, huh? I said, I am Rick. And it doesn't belong to Rick and Bubba. It just belongs to Rick and his family. And I get out my driver's license like that, and he goes, oh, Well, now, look, if you need any help over here, you just let me know. I'd like to keep on hunting over here. I don't think so. But thank you, though.
I am Rick. Huh?
I'll set it up to where you at least have to sneak on from now on.
Yeah.
It won't be so easy. I got on pretty good authority. You making a claim about that particular farm that belongs to Rick and Bubba. Well, you're partially right. Yeah. And I am Rick, by the way. And we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you do any kind of critical thinking? Did you hear any climatologists and scientists that have talked on the other end that say this is a theory that's unproven? Did you measure all that out, Emma, or did you just go on YouTube and Google climate change? It's very important for us to know this.
Rick,
did you look at each view? Did you kind of logically think through some of this? Have you ever thought about the relationship of the sun to the earth? Have you ever asked the question how the ice age melted with no industry? Have you done any critical thinking about this at all?
Yeah. Rick, apparently you can go and sign up to take this pledge on the Green Party's website or a website they sponsor. And the campaign launched Monday, and as of noon yesterday, they had 190 people who had taken the pledge.
Right.
Well, that right there is going to change it.
Yep.
You talking about a whopping 190?
No, yeah. Right. They're going to turn it around.
I tell you what.
Yep.
What a movement.
Yep. It's going to be something.
But don't you also risk the possibility, and I hate to bring this up, that one of your kids might come up with the answer for this said problem if it does exist?
Don't get them on that. They can't think that through. This is when they'll tell you they're only 17. Yeah, but you got climate change figured out.
Well, you know what? This is a good attitude to keep till you get in your mid-20s at least. You know?
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe find you a husband. Then y'all talk.
Yeah. I hope you can stay committed through college.
Yep.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That wacky world.
I feel good.
Bubba, we put this under the wake-up call. We do a lot of stories that go, please let this be the wake-up call for someone. This time maybe a wake-up call for a couple. I'll take Greg's mic, pot it down. I'll see how the other guys fare, and I will handle this with kid gloves, but I think you'll get the idea. We had a couple. This was a story from happened yesterday. We never got to it, but it's become a bit of a bigger story for obvious reasons. As a matter of fact, I have friends that really love the Wacky World segments, and they've now sent it to me several times.
Yeah, they're going to love this.
We have a couple that was arrested in Florida. Here, don't forget this term, late Friday. Now, you think you have it all figured out because they were arrested for riding their bicycles while intoxicated. All right, so let's stay there a minute.
Is that what happened to her face? Did she crash?
Yeah, they and that's what I was wondering, but I think so. So one of their bikes did not have lights, and they were driving at night. The other only had a headlight, and what I said, the couple had been drinking at a nearby bar. I guess they thought they were trying to be somewhat responsible and drive a bicycle home. Thankfully, not a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
There were cans of beer in the man's backpack. And so they failed the sobriety test. All right, when they failed it, now here's where they, believe it or not, this story's about to get even worse. And here comes the ultimate wake-up call when you think about maybe you're letting your life get away from you a little bit. And here we go. The couple were now placed together in the back seat of the patrol car so they could do all the paperwork and call everything in, and to keep them from being a nuisance once it had been determined they had broken enough laws that they needed to be carried in. Well, they saw the back seat as an opportunity versus punishment, and they began to do what drunk people do sometimes when placed in tight areas that involves intimacy. So now
in the squad car,
in the back seat. So now,
Rick, when one charge is just not enough.
Now, now at this point,
I got an idea.
If the deputy then pulled the man out of the car, and now keep in mind with no clothing on at this point, or at least pants, allegedly shoved the deputy to the ground and ran off naked. So I want you to picture this. If you're just the guy, okay, you're Aaron Seth Thomas, okay, because in your name, by the way, your family and Megan Lynn, you're in here too. I can't pronounce your last name, so good news for your family. But so you're in trouble with the law. Okay, you're on bicycles, tore slam up from the bar, and you've put a few cans in the backpack for good measure.
You were almost hit by a car.
Yeah, you've almost.
What started all that?
Yeah, you almost were hit because you don't have lights on the bikes like you're supposed to. Now the police has come there, really just want to talk to you about your lights, and then they've discovered you're drunk on the bicycles, and so then they say you failed all sobriety tests. You're now going to be arrested for not having your bicycle properly lit, and now you're intoxicated driving this vehicle near a road. Y'all get in the back seat, and we'll be right back with you. So the police is already angry, and you're already in trouble.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show wrapping up another hour. We thank you for being with us. Gift number 7 in the 12 working days of Christmas coming your way on the Rick and Bubba show tomorrow. Gift 6 already gone today. So we do want to say congratulations to Teresa Hughes in Pensacola. She won that earlier in the show today, so it went early today. Early. Be paying attention for that. So, Bubba, a couple of things to hit on. I hate to do a You're America this late in the show, but we've covered a lot today. We've had fun today. More of the outrageous world in which we now live. I'm not sure how to say this person's name. Is it Ibram X Kendi?
Yes, sir.
Well, Bubba, this is the thing, and
everybody needs a nickname.
Yeah. Remember, Bubba, being a bigot or a racist is a horrible, evil thing, unless you're saying because someone's white, there's certain attributes about them that are wicked, and being white makes you somewhat wicked just because you're white. Now, I don't know how to break that to our darker colored brothers and sisters out there. But if you do that, that's the same thing that people were doing to you for far too long, claiming that the tone of your skin and your ethnicity somehow limited you to do certain things, which was wicked and evil.
What they call a racist, Rick.
Yeah, so if you look at someone and say just because of the hue of their skin, there's a certain amount of evilness that goes with that, I don't know how to break that to you, and I was hoping you could reason that out on your own, that's really just doing the same thing to someone else. But anyway, and frankly, as a white person, I'm done with it. I'm sick of it, and not going to tolerate it. But here we go. Whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity. So here we go.
That I don't think white people worldwide have really reckoned with how much their own personal identity is shaped by constructions of whiteness, and how much that construction of whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity. In other words, recognizing that when you recognize that you are part and parcel of humanity, in other words, you're not over humanity, right? It allows you to really be able to connect to people who don't look like you, who have kinky hair, who have dark skin, and to see yourself in them. And it's whiteness that prevents that, right? And when you're not able to see yourself in other human beings, that creates all sorts of problems. But not just societal problems, personal problems. That I think hopefully this film and this work will liberate those folks from. So I think it's liberating all the way around, right? I think it will liberate really all of us, because we've all been told a lie about ourselves and other people.
I would like to congratulate him. I really would. I want to congratulate him for the brilliant way that he was able to get Netflix to give him money. Because Netflix is, see, we're at this point now that he's using his position to be able to say any outlandish thing he could possibly say and get away with it.
Yeah.
Because people are more afraid to say to him, that's ridiculous, because he's black. And if he wasn't, everybody would say, what you're saying is completely outrageous.
That was 1 minute and 41 seconds of complete waste of time.
Do you realize that the claim is, so I've never met anyone else of any other ethnicity that was arrogant, prideful, and thought they were better than other people? I've met those people everywhere. And that in and of itself is a problem, but there's no ethnicity tied to it. Mm-hmm. Human beings in general think more of ourselves and less of God than we should.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anybody has the corner market on that. And I'm just going to speak on behalf of this, just as everyone should be offended by anyone labeling you with characteristics that you can't get around because of the hue of your skin. I am as offended by that and tired of that as anyone has ever been, regardless of their ethnicity.
Yeah,
it's not gonna play this game.
No. That Ibram X. Kendi guy is the same guy that Boston University, in the aftermath of George Floyd, gave him millions and millions of dollars to set up the Center for Anti-Racist Research. He's the how to be an anti-racist guy. Wow. So he wrote the book How to Be an Anti-Racist. And so Boston University gives this guy millions and millions of dollars to set up this research program. And now, 3 years later, he is laying off many, many of the employees. They have not done any research. It's the Center for Anti-Racist Research. They haven't done any research. They haven't published anything. They don't have any degree programs at Boston University, and they're laying off people. So where did all those millions and millions of dollars go?
Again, I have to give him a hand. I mean... You are a flim-flam, man, and you have pulled a great scam.
My goodness.
And I would say, good for you. But to those of us that are not going to fall for this, you're not getting anything from me, and you're certainly not going to back me into some corner that doesn't exist.
No.
I've got a friend. He's doing pretty well in the stand-up comedy world. He's a black guy. He's my friend. But his entire shtick is white people are the worst. And I just don't... what if my entire shtick was black people are the worst? Why is it okay? Try it with... Whatever you're saying, now try it with black people. Try doing that with black people. And if it's not right to do it with black people, I don't think it's right to do it with white people.
Well, it's not.
Well,
that's the whole point. You've got to be consistent.
It takes healing away too.
Yeah,
there's somebody has to be the bigger person, and all this for healing.
If it's humor, though, I'll probably give it a pass because
I haven't heard his. Yeah, I haven't heard it.
I give it a pass as long as you can do the same thing.
Right, and that's his entire shtick. I'm like, dude. But whatever. Jokes are jokes, and that's fine. Freedom of speech, whatever. But hey, if it doesn't work both ways.
Yeah, it might be funny. I'm like, yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.